And we are live. Hey, it is JulieBDeepDives and Scarlet M Echoes, and we have our special guest, a surprise special guest tonight. Doug Hughes is with us again. Thank you so much for being here, Doug.
You have two special guests. You've got me and you got the little man in yellow.
And you got and Mini Man in Yellow is along for the ride too. Yes, it wouldn't be a live with Doug without Mini Man in Yellow there. You're actually on the road right now, right? You took him on a little road trip.
I am indeed. I'm in Kingston, Ontario, which almost ended up as the capital of Canada, but then it ended up in Ottawa instead, which is not terribly far from here. Ottawa's about an hour and change from here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's just a day player shoot that you did, and just one day and you're done.
One scene and I was done. That was all they were doing today was our scene. So yeah, all done.
Wow. And I know you can't talk about what it is or anything like that, but so it's kind of, it's not unlike what you did for From, just a one-day shoot and a few hours on set and you're on your way, huh?
Yeah, the difference is this is not I don't think this is a continuing series, so there's no this was a one-shot deal for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Well, when you're allowed to talk about it, then I'll be interested to hear what it is. I know there are NDAs, and it was the same with Simon Webster when I interviewed him. He had a project coming up, and he's like, sadly, I can't talk about it. I signed something that said I can't. He's such a little man, Simon. It's adorable. He's a grown man in a kid's body, I swear to God. Reverse of Victor. It was a kid in a man's body.
No wonder they get along so well.
Yeah.
Opposites attracting.
Seriously, you know. But we're so happy to have you here again, Doug.
Happy to be here.
And coincidentally, we're talking this week about the season finale of season 1 of From, and so it's kind of fitting because it's the very first time we hear the voice on the radio. Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. And it's not your voice, but I think it would be, we can pretty much assume that it's the same. I assume that it's you. They just hadn't hired you yet, so they used whoever. But yeah, I think that it was you.
That's my best guess, but
yeah.
Who knows? They may pull some rabbit out of the hat, to prove us wrong on that. But that when I saw that, that's what I assumed. But who knows?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll never forget how I felt when I first watched that. It just blew my mind. He knew Jim's name. At first it just sounds like a normal voice. It's Jim. He's like, whoa, slow down. And Jim's like, oh my God, you have no idea. And he says, where are you? And the guy's like, oh, slow down there, Jim. And his voice kind of drops low. Jim Matthews, your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. And it's just like, oh my God, it was the best cliffhanger, one of the best cliffhangers I've ever seen. The fact that not only did they hear a voice, but it knew his name, it knew what his wife was doing. So you get this idea that maybe there's some omniscient big bad talking to them that can see that either someone from the future or someone who can see what they're all doing and knows Tabitha's digging the hole. It just blew my mind. Blew my mind. And then never would have guessed that season 3 would end bringing it full circle with you showing up. And then the flip side of that, just tying it up in a neat bow. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. Masterful the way that was done. Absolutely masterful. So it's kind of fitting that you were able to come on for a little while here, at least. I know you have to get up early in the morning to head home, but let's see who's here in the chat. Hey, Dieter. Dieter is here, as always, of course. We thank you so much for all you do, Dieter. By the way, Dieter, any questions you had for Doug that you didn't get to ask last time, bring him on. I know there were some questions. There's some questions that we didn't get to. So Wolf Spear says, hello, Mr. Doug Hughes, our man in yellow. Wolf Spear, thank you for coming. And Nene, Nesha Rochelle says, hey, Mr. Doug Hughes. And let's see, Fireside Chats with Doug and Angela. Nice. Oh, Love Crochet by Alexis is here. Alexis is here. Look, man.
Hi, Alexis.
Yeah, he brought Mini Man in Yellow with him on the road.
I take him everywhere.
That's awesome.
I'm planning a trip to Spain and hopefully back to Poland in April, and he's definitely coming on that trip.
Oh my God, he's going to be a world traveler soon.
Absolutely. I have to give him a little miniature passport, you know, some little stamps in it.
So you're gonna have pictures of him by all the sites?
Exactly.
Yeah. You know, what was I gonna say?
Alexa had no idea what a monster she was creating when she made this thing for me.
No, she did. He's taken on a life of his own. He's got his own celebrity at this point. That stop motion when you did was amazing. How long did that take you to take individual pictures of that to look like he's actually moving?
Not that long. I actually had to do something similar, believe it or not, for a commercial audition. And this is something that people probably don't realize. Since COVID, well, even before COVID, one thing that started to become more and more common in the business is people doing self-tape auditions as opposed to going in person, which used to be the normal way of doing things. Then COVID hit and everything became self-tapes. Mm-hmm. And producers, I think, realized fairly quickly that because these people are at home, they've got a lot more freedom. Like normally when you would go in for a commercial audition, you wouldn't know the specifics of what you were being asked to do until you got there. Mm-hmm. And so if there were props or other people or stuff like that, you would have to mime all that stuff. When you're doing them at home, you've got a lot more freedom to create that reality, you know, with actual props and stuff like that. And I think as a result, producers quickly got used to production values that you normally didn't get to see in auditions. And so they started asking for things that were, I mean, some of them were just like ridiculous. Yeah. And in one of them, I had to come out of a suitcase, if you can believe it or not. So I had a big suitcase. I wasn't quite small enough to get inside of it, but that was the first stop motion thing that I did. I had the suitcase kind of self-open, and then I had the door start to creep open like sideways. And then when I had it open at enough of an angle, I got in behind the door and then looked like I was emerging from the suitcase. And that took, I don't know how many pictures, probably, I would think close to about 50 stop motion pictures, like just a series of stills. And then of course you have to edit them all together. And iMovie's pretty good for that kind of thing, but it's like, it's gotten to the point now where actors are starting to go, hey, wait a minute, you know, I'm an actor. I'm not a DOP. I'm not a director. I'm not a sound editor. You know, I'm just an actor. Like, give me a break. And the other problem with this is not everybody has either the technical wherewithal or the materials to do all this stuff. So you've created an uneven playing field because some people are in a better position to do this stuff than others. And let's face it, you know, the more bells and whistles your audition has, the better chance you're going to have of getting a callback or landing the role. So it's something that the union hasn't figured out how to address really, but I think it's something that's probably going to come up in the near future. Just them putting some rules in place saying, okay, you can't ask people to do that stuff, you know?
Yeah. I can't even imagine like the amount of work that goes into that. Like that would just drive me insane. I wouldn't have the patience to do that kind of work. It blows my mind.
Well, this is what happens when I have too much time on my hands. What can I say?
that video, I mean, it really looks real. It looks like he's eating that plate of cookies. So
I just love, like, I was so limited in terms of what I could do with him physically just because of the nature of the doll, So I just basically had to do a face plant.
Yeah.
Which I looked at it and went, yeah, that'll do. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
because then he touches all the cookies, so all the cookies are his.
exactly.
He's licked all of them.
it was perfect.
Is he gonna do anything to get you thrown out of this hotel?
No, I got to go to bed too soon. I can't.
Oh, okay.
That would take too much work.
Yeah.
But I just had a new floor put in my sunroom, so I've got a whole new room to play with when I get back home. So I'll see if I can come up with something for him to do in there.
Yeah. I'm sure you're gonna have some creative ideas with him on the road. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're gonna do with him next.
Well, it's funny. I had to go and do some shopping the other day to get some materials for the floor that we're have put in, actually. I think it's done. That was the nice thing about being out of town today. I'm going to go home and have this completely finished room. So I'm very pleased about that. But I had to go and pick up some materials when we were working on it last week. And so I took them with me and got a picture of him in the hardware store, checking out the caulking and stuff like that.
Nice. I love it.
Wearing a little hockey cap,
Yes. Infinite Umbra says hi. Sometimes he joins our panel and he has his own channel. He's awesome. Says hi, Doug, and everyone.
Howdy.
And Dieter has a question for you.
Okay.
What does your creative process look like, especially when working on a book or a play under a tight deadline?
Okay, for starters, we've never really had tight deadlines. Most of the deadlines that Marcia and I have had writing together have been self-imposed. Because we both have other careers, we usually have, a certain chunk of time that we're able to work in. So we'll have a kind of a soft deadline in the sense that, all right, let's finish the draft by the end of this month kind of thing. But all that stuff is negotiable with us because nobody's paying us when we're writing. We're writing completely on spec. Only once in our careers have we been commissioned, and it was a very small amount. I mean, it was a nice bit of money to know that we could devote a few weeks just working full time on the script. But even there was no firm deadline. We had lots of time to do what we needed to do. As far as my own projects, there have never been any deadlines. I've never. And interestingly, I think as a result, I've never had any issues with writer's block because the only time I've written things on my own have been when I felt motivated to write. And when that's the case, you don't worry about writer's block because you want to be there and you know what you want to do. So.
Yeah. And it's funny though. It just reminds me immediately, of course, of your play Deadline. It's such a great, it's such a great title considering what happens in it. It's perfect. People are dying left and right, and it's about two playwrights who have an extremely tight deadline where they have to find their way out of it, or they can find themselves literally dead, as it turns out. So. Couldn't have named that better.
There's a bit more to Dieter's question that I didn't really address there, and that is what our creative process looks like. And I can't tell you a bit about that because until COVID, we worked. I mean, there were times when we would work together at long distance via Zoom we usually use Messenger actually because there's no time limit on it. But for the most part, Marcia and I would work together in the same room. So she lives about an hour's drive west of Toronto. So I would either go out to Hamilton where she lives, or she would come to Toronto and we would spend time working. When we worked on, I guess it was I can't remember if it was our first or our second play, we quickly discovered that the maximum amount of time we could work in a day was about 5 hours. Anything more than that, and we would just be brain dead. Like there were times when we'd almost be at the end of a scene, and when it was time to make dinner, so we go, okay, we'll get back to this after dinner and finish it off, and then we'd get back together after dinner and we'd start working, and about 45 minutes later, we'd either be at each other's throats or we'd look at what we were writing and go, this is crap. Screw this. Let's just start tomorrow. So we eventually learned, no, 5 hours is it. Anything beyond that, we're toast. And Now it's more like about 3 hours.
Mhm.
And when we did get together, the writing session would always start with like at least an hour of coffee and, you know, whatever Doug baked for that day, and lots of gossip and just talking about what was going on in our lives. And then we would get to work. And Marcia has, and where she lives, she has a little outbuilding in the backyard, which is basically her office. And it's right on the Niagara escarpment. It's a beautiful, beautiful place
Nice.
to work. This lovely, spacious room. And in my place, I have this room that we just put the new floor in. My sunroom is kind of my work room. So, you know, we have our dedicated space that we work in. So we'll get together. If it's her place, we get together in the kitchen, have coffee and stuff, and then go out to the outbuilding. And then my place, we just do the same thing in the dining room and then move into the sunroom, and away we go.
Yeah. And the two of you, I mean, it's so hard to collaborate with somebody and negotiate like how you're going to write something when you're doing it together. It's like, I remember when I was in college, that's the only experience that I've ever had actually having to write a paper with other people. I just remember it being so difficult, and well, part of the problem was that the others weren't doing their part, and I'd wind up writing most of it myself. But but how do you negotiate like who writes what? And you know, is there any point where one of you, like Marcia, writes a section, then you write a section, or you like who?
No,
How do
no,
you come up with?
we this is one of the reasons why we have to work together, because
Yeah.
we've tried, like, you have to understand, one of the reasons that we only have 7 plays to show for 34 years of collaborating is because for much of that time, she was living thousands of kilometers away. You know, they lived in Edmonton for years, you know, and this was in the days before you could do Zoom meetings and stuff like that, you know. And then they moved from Edmonton to Halifax, you know, which is like 1,500 kilometers in the other direction.
Yeah.
And then to top it all off, because we both had other careers, me as an actor and she as a director for most of our writing lives, we had to work around our respective schedules as well. So it was very hard for us to get together and work. So we experimented with, you know, trying to write bits ourselves and sharing them back and forth. But our voices are so different that
Right.
you could instantly look at it and go, oh, she wrote that bit, he wrote this. Like it was, and it just created a tremendous amount of duplication of effort trying to do that. So we went, no, this is not a good plan. We have to find something else. Now, because of the commute back and forth, you know, it's a lot of bother going to and from Hamilton or to and from Toronto. We've kind of opted for doing it online. It's not quite the same as being in the same room, but it's pretty close, you know. And yes, you're right. There is a tremendous amount of negotiation, but we've been doing it for a very long time. We also discovered, you know, much to our joy, that we just seem to be a good fit in terms of a working collaborative couple. Yeah, and the other thing is, you know, when we wrote the first play specifically, we were both actors at the time. Marcia didn't start directing until a few years after that. And even when she started, she still considered herself an actress. But then by the time we finished our second play, I think she had pretty much made the decision she was just going to be a director. But when we started, we were both actors. And so acting, when you're in rehearsal, it's a very collaborative process. Everybody is always sharing stuff, right? So that the kind of negotiation we had to do as we were writing, we felt totally at home with, because we were used to doing that as actors. And it literally got to the point where, I mean, our first play is a farce. So there's lots of business, there's lots of physical activity and stuff that has to time out properly. And we would look at it and we'd go, you know, is this going to work? And if we weren't sure, we would just get up and do it. You know, we would perform it ourselves. So the kind of collaboration we had to do as writers just came, it was just an extension of the kind of collaboration we were already used to as actors, you know? So.
Right. Yeah. Well, it seems like you happen to find the perfect fit. So it's a lot like, you know, finding the right partner, like the romantic partner, like you've said, you know, it's like a marriage, and a lot of work involved and a lot of negotiation, but you just clicked. So that's awesome.
And the fact that she, evolved from actress to director, I mean, makes complete sense. Number one, her husband is also a director, but she tends to think more. Um, she's more of a big picture person than I am. I tend to view our stuff. She's much more conceptual in the way she approaches stuff. And whereas I'm, as an actor, I'm always looking at it from the actor's point of view, the worm's eye view. So it's all moment to moment stuff for me. Now, that's not a complete 50-50 split. I mean, I have my conceptual moments as well, and she has her moment to moment moments, but those two different skill sets, I think, dovetail together very nicely.
And your reading, the reading of your latest play is happening next Monday, right?
Monday night, yes.
That's awesome. Yeah. And then so after that point, you get feedback from it, and then you go back to edit it again, like make another draft.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The thing is, this one, I mean, we both have a very good feeling about this one, and we think it's in sufficiently good shape that there will inevitably be things that come out of the reading that we will have to address. But I think the progression from this draft to the next one is going to be a pretty quick one. And once it's done, we'll start shopping it around,
Yeah, well, I mean, it has a great concept that's extremely timely. The issue of the dangers of social media and AI.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, that couldn't be more timely. That's like it's a massive threat. So I mean, it's extremely relevant. It's gonna ring, it's going to connect with people. I think people will be able to relate to it, and it's a departure from what you've done before. I know, like, you've done a lot of comedic plays, and Deadline is like a murder mystery. This one is a psychological thriller. So I'll be really interested to hear more about it once you get the reading done, and you're ready to share more, because I think it sounds like a lot like Deadline. Like that's a project that has legs. Like you could turn that into a screenplay, as you said, for sure.
And this one definitely, converting Sucker, the new play, into a screenplay, of all the stuff we've written, it would probably be the easiest job. Number one, it's short. It plays without an intermission. It's probably going to run maybe 90 minutes, I think. That's by design. It's the perfect length for a screenplay, and it's basically one set. In fact, there are things we could do in the screenplay that you're kind of limited to do in a theater unless you've got a lot of budget. So in some ways, I think it would work better on film than it will on stage. But you're right, it is very timely, and that's one of the reasons we're in a hurry to get it out there, because this issue is evolving so quickly that I think, unless we're careful, the play could date itself very quickly too. So,
that's true. I mean, it's actually alarming how fast the AI issue is evolving. It's crazy what's happening.
It's kind of like trying to catch a train that's already pulling out of the station,
Yeah. And didn't you say there are only 3 actors in it, and one of them who's going to read for it is Cliff Saunders, you said in the reading?
Well, actually, you were going to have Cliff and Liz, but Liz has got a prior engagement that night that she had forgotten about when she said she would do it. And so Cliff called me back and said, no, she can't. So, but Cliff and some other actor friends of ours are going to be there. And there's a place in Toronto called the Performing Arts Lodge, and it's a retirement home for actors, basically. And they have a rehearsal and performance space there, which is where we're going to be doing the reading. So it's great because you've got a ready-made audience of people who are almost exclusively from the business. And so as a venue for a reading, it's ideal because, you're going to get some fairly informed feedback. So we're looking forward to it.
Yeah. Oh, that's terrific. and I just saw Cliff. I saw a picture. I didn't get to watch it because you could only the Saturn Awards just happened, and you could only see it if you were subscribed to some obscure streaming service I've never even heard of. But I just saw Cliff Saunders and Liz Saunders and Harold and John, Jeff, and Jack, the 3 J's, all up there accepting an award for best horror series for From. It was nice to see that.
Yeah.
So deserving. From is just top tier masterclass show, and it's nice to see them getting some accolades.
I was tickled pink when I heard the news.
Yeah, and it was nice to see Cliff up there. I'm gonna miss him on the show. He seems like a good guy, and I enjoyed Dale.
He's really funny. Like him and Liz are really funny in their interviews.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
it was so fun watching their interaction as characters and From, knowing that they're husband and wife, it added a whole other level to the relationship.
Especially when she punches him in the face.
Yeah. Weren't they on Tony Teflon when Cliff was on, and then Elizabeth came in like with a wall? She was dressed up like a wall. Yeah, it was that one.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Stuck her face to the wall, and she was like, "Ooh."
Yes, I was on the phone with them when they did that too. It was amazing. I was on the phone talking to Cliff and saying, "Oh, I'm gonna miss his character so much," and then all of a sudden Liz popped in the frame with her face in the hole of a cardboard box.
Oh, that's great. You just gave me a great idea. I've invited the two of them over for dinner actually sometime. Probably going to be sometime in the next few weeks. And I think when they show up, I'm going to have Pink Floyd's The Wall playing on the sound system.
That's perfect. Yes.
See how long it takes one of them to go, "Hey, wait a minute."
That's fantastic.
Or you can make a tiny wall for the guy behind you.
Oh, well, of course, we don't know if he's directly connected to any of that.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, who's the one who sent him through into the wall? I mean, who knows? It could be the man in yellow controlling the trees. I don't know. I have my own theories on that. I don't necessarily think it was the man in yellow. I think whatever force did that needed to make an example out of him, put him in the wall of the pool so that no one else would try getting in that tree. So I don't know. Maybe the man in yellow, maybe a force trying to help to prevent others from getting hurt doing this. I don't know, but anyway, yeah, we people make all these jokes. We're forever making the joke about concrete proof Dale, because Boyd, what was it Boyd said during that episode? We have concrete proof. It's possible to get out now. Then by the end of the episode, he was in the wall. Yeah, it was great. Theater has another question for you. Doug, you have worked both as a writer and an actor. How does your acting experience, for example, in From, influence your approach to writing and vice versa?
I was initially going to say I don't know that it does, but obviously that's not true, because like I said, when Marcia and I first started writing together, we approached the job as actors, kind of, in a way. And as I was saying earlier about how, Marcia tends to be the more conceptually oriented one, and I'm the one that's more interested in the moment-to-moment stuff. I think that's a direct result of the fact that I'm an actor, and I've always thought of myself, despite the fact that the acting and writing thing are now pretty much 50-50, I think I will always think of myself as an actor first and a writer second, because chronologically, that's exactly what happened. So yeah, obviously, I think it does affect my writing. Right now, Julie is reading my first novel, which is called The Poor Player. And she was telling me earlier today how much she enjoyed the characters specifically. Yes. And I think that that desire to create interesting, three-dimensional, believable characters probably stems from, again, from my years as an actor, you know. I don't know if the process works the other way. I mean, yes, I suppose it does, because as a writer, you know, for example, when I got my first audition for From, and I read that first scene that I had to do in the audition, I was so struck by the writing. And I knew from just that one scene, I thought, whatever this thing is, it's going to be brilliant. So maybe my experience as a writer has allowed me to develop my appreciation for other writing in a way that might not have happened otherwise. I don't know. That's a hard one to answer.
Yeah. Oh, I am thoroughly enjoying The Poor Player. I mean, the characters you created are so colorful and vivid. Like, I can picture them, the way you describe them. Like, it's thoroughly entertaining. You know, there's this giant redheaded French guy who puts the protagonist Harry through absolute hell with like runs in the freezing cold, brutal workouts. Jean Louis, that was his name. And yeah, he was great. And then there's let's see, who was the one? Oh yeah, like there's this guy, Martin, and he looks like a bodybuilder and is teaching him all these crazy martial arts that they call, and this is your sense of humor, which I love, WWF, which stands for, and he's like, what does that stand for? And he says, whatever works, fuckhead. And they just put this poor guy through absolute hell. Like, and it's just so fun to read. And then there are these two beautiful women teaching him, and it's distracting as hell. And this guy is just so relatable. Like this protagonist, you can put yourself in his shoes. And I know a lot of it is based on you. It's kind of like an autobiography disguised, or a fictionalized autobiography. I think you've described it as.
In many respects, yes, it is. And yeah, I mean, Harry, the protagonist, is basically me. And in the sense that the thing I love about Harry is that despite the fact that, well, I mean, you haven't got to this point in the book yet, but you know, he's been headhunted basically by the guy who hires him. And the guy clearly sees something in Harry that he thinks will make him good at this job. And he turns out to be right. But Harry doesn't see himself that way at all. Harry doesn't have that kind of faith in his abilities, you know, like his success to him always seems kind of inadvertent, you know? And I guess that's something that I think is similar to me, in the sense that, like a lot of people, I have my own issues with imposter syndrome, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just that belief that one of these days they're going to figure out, like today, the whole time we're shooting, it's like, yeah, pretty soon they're going to figure out, yeah, we hired the wrong guy, you know, like that stuff goes through my head all the time. And that is at the core of Harry, you know, that kind of lack of faith in himself, you know?
Yeah, and that is such a relatable thing. That's one of the things I could relate to personally, because I feel the same way. You know, that anytime, you know, if I'm doing something and I feel like I'm like in over my head, I always feel like I'm in over my head. I underestimate my own abilities, and he's actually described in the book as underestimating his own abilities. One of the characters kind of reads him, like she can almost read his mind, and she describes, you know, his nature to a T, and how, you know, he underestimates himself, and, you know, always feels like, you know, like he can't measure up. And it's such a relatable thing. I've always felt the same way. So there's just nothing better than a character that, you know, so many people can relate to, because a lot of people have issues with imposter syndrome and self-esteem, and just it's almost a universal feeling, really. I mean, yeah, there are some people that are just naturally overconfident. There are people like that, but I think if you ask most people, they've experienced imposter syndrome and that feeling of being less than. Like, did I make a mistake? And actually, one of the things I was wondering too, like about this character, if it relates to you, he's one of the things that she notices about him, this character Olivia. She says, you question whether you made a mistake choosing theater as a profession, and is that something that you doubted yourself for a while? Is it like, were you feeling like maybe you made the wrong choice? Like, I know you always wanted to do theater, but did you feel like maybe this wasn't going to work out, you were going to fail, and you made the wrong choice?
I'm not in exactly those words. No, I never felt like it was a mistake, because I was just so driven to do it. I certainly had many dark nights of the soul where I thought, you're not going to do as well at this as you maybe thought you were. That's about as close I think he gets to what Olivia describes in the book. That's a great moment to choose, though, because here's what does Harry do immediately after she, psychologically undresses him with like no effort at all? He turns around and does the exact thing to her,
Yep, he does.
and without realizing that, he's so amazed that she's able to do it, and then he turns around and does the same thing and doesn't realize the import of what he has just done.
Right.
He just kind of takes it for granted that he can do that without appreciating the moment.
And that's, again, that is extremely relatable. He's able to pull off this impressive feat, but he doesn't even see his own worth as he's doing it. He doesn't realize the significance of it, that he doesn't give himself credit for it. He just does it. And yeah, he amazes her with how he's able to kind of see into her soul in the same way. So,
well, and that's the thing that his handler, the guy who, for those of you who have no idea what we're talking about, Harry is a young theater actor who gets recruited to join CSIS, which is the Canadian Security and Intelligence Service, kind of a cross halfway between the FBI and the CIA, I guess. And he's being hired to be a spy, and the reason he's being recruited is because his handler, this guy named Pete, realizes that Harry's superpower is that he can read people like no one he's ever met in his life, which is an extremely handy skill for a spy. And it's a thing that, as you'll find as you continue reading the book, Julie, comes in very handy in lots of places. But because this is something that Harry has always been able to do, he doesn't go around patting himself on the back going, what a genius I am being able to do this. It's just, to him, this is as natural as breathing, So when it comes to the fore and it saves the day, he doesn't really appreciate the moment for what it is. And I've tried in the book to put in lots of situations where he comes out on top, but it almost seems as though he's done it inadvertently. For example, you say you've read he's finished training right now. So
yeah.
you got to his exam. His exam was Jean-Louis, the big scary French Canadian guy that was always, pummeling him into the ground.
Yes.
And what is his exam? The two of them are going to have basically a wrestling match, and whoever manages to pin the other one wins. And you look at Harry and this Goliath he's up against, and you think there's no way this is going to happen. Yet Harry somehow manages to pull it off. But again, it's almost accidental the way it happens, the way he wins. I mean, yes, it's his effort that brings it about, but he does it by the skin of his teeth. And so he's not able to walk away from it going, well, I kicked his ass,
Right.
I mean, makes a smart aleck remark about it, but like he's not patting himself on the back for having won. He's like, thank God I didn't get killed, and
Yeah.
that's kind of that's Harry at the core right there, I think,
Yeah. And so many times, though, we when we achieve something, we don't stop and appreciate the moment. We just kind of move on and just take that for granted, and don't give ourselves credit for things. So, yeah, I can relate to that personally. how did you? I'm wondering, like how did you do research for this? Like the whole topic of how the CSIS, how that works. Yeah.
I read a number of books on CSIS, and it was a pretty sobering experience because most of the books made it very clear that CSIS was a mess. And it was useful because that's something that comes up in the book time and time again, and it comes up in the sequel as well. CSIS basically came out of the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who were in many parts of Canada. They're kind of the provincial police. They're the equivalent of the state police, but they're also a federal organization. And any spy work or anything like that was done in Canada until CSIS came along used to be done by the RCMP. And they were doing all kinds of things that weren't actually legal, you know, bugging phones without warrants and opening people's mail and stuff like that. And they got caught in a couple of really spectacular instances where they came off looking really, really bad. And so the government decided, no, we have to create a new entity that is designed specifically for intelligence and take that away from the RCMP. So they developed CSIS. But the problem was the only people who were trained to do this job were all the RCMP guys who no longer had that job. So CSIS, when it first started, was basically just a bunch of ex-RCMP guys doing the same stuff they were doing for the RCMP, except now they were legally empowered to do it. You know, I mean, there were certain guardrails in place, but when you read these books on CSIS, you realize that most of them are pretty loosey-goosey, and they get away with murder, you know, sometimes literally. And so it was useful research in that respect because it gave me lots of opportunities to, you know, make sort of political comments about CSIS as I went along.
Nice. Yeah.
And it's also, you know, some fodder for comedy as well. So
I was going to say like Dudley Do Wrong.
Yeah. And it also included a little bit of history on Canada and how Canada formed the different provinces. It was educational for me because in the United States, in history class, we learned pretty much, at least in my history classes, we learned nothing about Canada and how it formed in the different regions and the tensions between the different regions in Canada. So that was some educational stuff for me personally. I found that interesting. Yeah.
I had to be careful with that stuff. It was actually in the earlier drafts, there was more of it than there is now, but I thought, no, this is going to put a lot of people to sleep. So I kind of cut it down to what I felt was a manageable amount. So, you know, but the stuff that is there is important, and you won't find this out until much later in the book, but that stuff actually comes into play later in the book, which is why it's there.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm wondering, like, how did you come up with the ideas for these wild characters? Did you ever meet people like this, or did you just dream them up? Like these wild instructors that, you know, like Jean-Louis and who's the other guy, McFarlane? these wild people.
No, most of them I just, you know, came up with. The only person who was very loosely based on a real person is Chantal, his French teacher.
Yeah.
She's based very like, she doesn't look anything like my French teacher, but she's based on my grade 7 French teacher, who I fell madly in love with the minute she walked into the room. You know.
Yeah.
So much of the appeal of Chantal comes from that. In fact, I think I gave her the same last name. It was Madame Guillard, my French teacher, and I think Chantal's. It's been a long time since I've looked at the book, but I think that's her last name too.
But you didn't send her a copy of the book?
I wouldn't know how to find her if she's still alive. You know, grade 7 was a long time ago.
So. It's true.
Yeah.
But she was a sweetheart. I have to tell you, when I was she was my teacher in junior high, so grade 7 and grade 8. And in grade 8, we had these silly French Canadian stories that we used to read in class. And she wanted to, just as a sort of outside project, have a bunch of us do a puppet show version of one of the stories that we had learned in class. So we had to build the puppets. We had to create their costumes. We had to build the little theater. And I got roped into doing this thing. Of course, I was more than, you want me to do something? You want to stay after school with you? I'm in, happily. And so a bunch of us, I think it was about 4 or 5 of us, were involved in this project. So then we presented it for the class. And as a thank you, she had us over to her house for dinner one night, where she cooked this authentic French meal, like from start to finish. And there are little elements in the second book, just tiny little details that I actually drew from that dinner that happened God knows how many years ago. And it was very elegant too. I just felt like way in over my head. But I will never forget that she went to that much trouble for us, because it was an incredible meal.
That's awesome. Yeah.
What are you going to cook for Cliff and Elizabeth?
Oh, I have a whole recipe planned.
Oh, wow.
I found a recipe years ago for salmon Wellington, which is one of my favorites. And so I'm going to make that. And I'm going to make a risotto, which...
impressive.
Yeah, it's a very cool recipe. It's got arugula and sweet potato and shiitake mushrooms, and probably some scalloped asparagus or something like that. And dessert's going to be crepe Suzette.
Nice. Wow. Sounds like you're quite the cook there.
Crepe Suzette is actually really easy to make.
Yeah.
It's very easy to make. Here's something people don't know about crepe Suzette. Crepe Suzette was created by the royal chef for Marie Antoinette's daughter, whose name was Suzette. It was like her 5th or 6th birthday, I think. And he created this dessert as a birthday present. And of course, because it's for a kid, it's very sweet and all of that. And the setting it on fire. I mean, if you take a bottle of brandy, a match, I mean, big friggin' deal, right? Everybody goes, woo, but it's like, it's the easiest thing in the world. But making crepe Suzette making crepes is the hard part. Making a good crepe takes a lot of practice. And I've been making crepes forever. So they're one of the first things I learned how to make, in fact. So that's going to be dinner.
Nice. Scarlet, didn't you have another question you wanted to ask? You want to ask something?
Yeah, but Dieter also has something here. He said, really off topic, but Doug, what's your favorite place in Canada, and what's your favorite food? I don't know if that means your favorite place in Canada to eat, but you can answer it either way.
My favorite place in Canada. Oh boy.
Canada's vast, I know.
Well, I'm just thinking, and I've seen a lot of it, and picking one favorite place would be really, really hard.
Yeah, as a Michigander, I've been all over Canada. I love it.
Geez. I'm tempted to say Jasper National Park, which is on the border of BC and Alberta.
Yeah.
Just for the sheer beauty of it. It's just stunning. It's not the only place. There's Banff, which is not very far from which is equally stunning. But probably somewhere out west, just for the sheer physical beauty of it. There's a bit in the book, Julie, that you're about to come to, where Harry goes to Banff for the very first time, which is kind of a little love letter from me to Banff, because it's just such an awesome place. Vancouver too. If I had to pick a city, just for sheer physical beauty, you got the ocean, you got the mountains, you've got infinitely milder winters than we have here in Toronto. You also have 300 days a year of rain, so there's that. But no.
They have a really cool aquarium there, though. A really cool aquarium and park there.
I've not been. I haven't been to Vancouver actually now for a very, very long time, but it's a very cool city. Actually, the last time I was there, I had to get down to Portland to visit a friend of mine who used to live there. And so I took the bus from Vancouver, which is about a 5-hour drive, I think, down to Portland, if memory serves me right. And the day that we crossed the border, there was some guy that was on the run from the cops. He had either assaulted somebody or killed somebody. I can't remember what it was. And they were afraid he was going to go over the border. So, and it's not that far from Vancouver to the Washington border. So they were being really tight at the border that day. So I'm on a bus going to Portland. The bus is going all the way to Los Angeles, so it says LA on the front of the bus, right? So we get off at the border, and the customs guy is asking us all questions, and he comes up to me and he says, "Where are you from?" I said, "Toronto." He said, "What do you do?" And I said, "I'm an actor." And he said, "Where are you headed?" And I said, "Portland." And no, he asked me first. He said, "Where are you going?" I said, "Portland." And then he said, "What do you do for a living?" And I said, "I'm an actor." And he looks at the front of the bus that says Los Angeles, and he says, "And you're going to Portland?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "What? What kind of acting you do? Like film, TV, that kind of thing?" I said, "No, mostly theater." And he said, "Oh, you're a real actor." I thought, this from a customs guy? Anyway, I'll never forget that. And going to Portland. Yeah, really. Portland's a very cool city, actually. I like Portland a lot.
I do too.
Yeah.
The follow-up question was, what's your favorite food?
Oh, I can't just pick one.
Oh, no?
Oh, no. I'm too nuts about food in general.
Yeah, me too.
It's impossible.
My favorite thing about food, I think, my favorite thing's got to be eating it, but cooking is a very, very close second. I love to cook. And I mean, I love desserts. That's probably my first love. But I have a recipe for, if I had to pick a single favorite food, this would probably be it. I have a recipe for orange cake that is my very first year at the Shaw Festival. There was a guy in the company named Oliver Becker. And Oliver's day job, when he wasn't working as an actor, back then anyway, was working as a baker, which is funny because Becker is German for baker. And so he baked a lot of cakes, birthday cakes for people that first season. And this one day he came in with a cake for this woman, this orange cake. And I took one bite of this and I said, "Oliver, you've got to give me this recipe." And it was from some recipe book of like Ontario country recipes that he found somewhere. Gave me this thing, and I make that cake every year on my birthday and lots of other times too. Yeah, if I had to pick a single thing, that would be it. It's a lot of work, this cake, but it's
I'm sure it is.
Yeah. Well, you got to cut up all these damn oranges into these tiny little pieces. Yeah, it takes a while, but it's worth the effort.
It's worth it. No. Now, my last question was, do you have a favorite place to eat food in Canada? Favorite restaurant?
Nothing comes immediately to mind. No. I'll tell you a restaurant I really, really love, but it's not in Canada. It's in Rochester, New York. It was the Dinosaur Barbecue. Number one, because name.
Yeah, but, I was like, is Doc in the chat?
Yeah, Doc would love this place.
If Doc's not in the chat, he's going to be in the chat right now.
Yeah, Doc is here. Doc is here.
Doc's here. Awesome. I think there was one in Syracuse as well. I've never been to that one, but I seem to remember somebody telling me there were two of them. Number one, it's great barbecue. Number two, they play nothing but blues. So lots of great blues music. If you're a blues fan, it's a great place to go. Waitresses with more attitude than you could possibly imagine. And they had something like 300 different kinds of beer from all around the world. And I just thought, I have died and gone to heaven when I found that one. I was doing a show there many years ago, did The Weir by Conor McPherson. Very cool play. And ate at the Dinosaur every chance I got. So if I had to pick a single favorite restaurant, it would probably be that one. Oh, no, got to mention another one too. Very first time I went to Paris, I was in high school. And most of the kids would just go to the touristy restaurants and stuff like that. I wasn't interested in that. I wanted to find something authentic. And right around the corner from the hotel we were staying in, I found this little hole in the wall, this tiny little place. I was walking by one day and it was like a Bugs Bunny cartoon, where you get the aroma coming out of the place and the cartoon character floats into the restaurant. Well, that was me that day. I smelled this. I'm like, oh my God, what is that? And I went in, got a seat, and there were these two very elegantly dressed middle-aged French women sitting to my right, having something that just looked like ambrosia. And I just said, in French. I said, "Excuse me, could you tell me what that is?" And they said, "Oh, yes, it's the coquille minière or whatever it was." And I said, "Great." And they said, "Would you like to try some?" And I said, "No, that's okay. I'll just order some." "No, here, have some." So they gave me a little bit. I said, "Oh my God, that's amazing." So I had that for lunch. And then the next day I dragged as many kids as I could from the tour. I said, "You got to come and eat this place. It's freaking amazing." So a bunch of us went there and had lunch together. And the day we left Paris, we were going to Munich for 5 days. I went there for my kind of farewell dinner. And I found myself sitting beside this guy from Boston who worked for Honeywell. And he was there living in Paris for a year on an exchange program. So he was there with this host having dinner, and they were just about to go back to Boston for the French guy to live with him for a year in Boston. So we got chatting about that, and he asked me what I was doing in Paris, and I told him I was on a school trip and everything. And he said, "What are you doing eating here? This isn't exactly what you would call a tourist restaurant." And I said, "That's exactly why I'm here." And I went back to Paris in 1994 and went looking for that place and couldn't find it. It had either closed or I just couldn't find the right street. But places like that disappear all the time. So
Yeah. Yeah, I just hear, I think of French food and I think of stereotypes that, like eating snails and I could never, but I'm sure there's other foods there that would be amazing. French bread, that's, oh my God, like they know what they're doing when it comes to bread, like, and they have individual.
Have you had coq au vin?
What is that?
Coq au vin.
Coq au vin. Sorry, my French is bad.
It's basically chicken and wine is basically what.
Yeah, have you had that, Julie?
Oh no, I never have.
Escargot's good. You should try it.
Escargot, that's the word I was trying to think of. Escargot, yeah.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, don't knock them till you tried them.
Yeah.
I'm too picky.
I had a question for Doug. The restaurant you had with the blues music. Do you have any favorite blues musicians?
So I'm drawing a blank. Lots of them, but I can't think of anybody off the top of my head. There's a really great Canadian guitarist whose name completely escapes me right now. Dave, what the hell's his last name? It'll come to me if I think about something else. Okay. I like a lot of old traditional blues. I like John Lee Hooker. Oh, yeah. You know who plays blues who I like a lot? George Thorogood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very, very. I saw him live actually in Toronto many, many years ago. He gave a great show in this great venue in Toronto called Massey Hall. What's his name? The guy that the Rolling Stones were big fans of. God, names. I'm telling you, names. I can't think of names anymore to save my life.
Muddy Waters.
Muddy Waters. Thank you, Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
In fact, at Shaw, as I think I've mentioned before, they do these after-hours cabaret nights on Saturdays called Saturday Nights at the George. And I remember a couple of times doing Muddy Waters tunes, playing harmonica and singing Muddy Waters tunes there. So yeah, big fan of his. So.
Yeah.
Do you go to Cabbage? Do you go to Cabbage Town much in Toronto? Like Cabbage Town?
I used to live in Cabbage Town, actually.
Oh, you did? That's where I went all the time when I was a kid. It was Cabbage Town.
Yeah, it's a very cool part of town.
What's it called?
Cabbage Town.
That's just such a funny name.
Well, there were lots of, lots of produce, little stores, produce and stuff like that. It was a very sort of low rent part of town, but then it had all these old homes that, I guess when they were built weren't that expensive. But then slowly what happened was people started buying and renovating these homes, and it all became very gentrified. And it's a weird. Well, it's not entirely gentrified. It still has some of the original flavor to it. There's a street that runs along the border of Cabbage Town called Parliament Street. And Parliament Street is still very much the same as it was in the old days of Cabbage Town. But everything east there is now very expensive real estate. But I actually lived in one of those old homes, renting a room in one of those homes for about 3 years, shortly after I got out of theater school.
Yeah, when I was young, we used to rent a cheap bread and breakfast there when we used to visit in Toronto. And what sold me on it was when we came there at night, and the woman that opened the door, she was dressed in like kind of a long flowing gown with red hair and gothic makeup with a candelabra. And I'm like, this is perfect. We're gonna come here often, anytime we're in Toronto.
Adams family.
It was great. Wonderful Canadian memories.
You can believe it. I've never even been to Canada. I wish I had gone. My French class in high school went to Quebec, and I just couldn't go, unfortunately. But I do hope to visit one day. Have a chance to actually see if I remember any of my French. That would be fun.
You should come to Toronto sometime. Toronto's a great city. You would love it, and it's not that far away.
Yeah, it's really not that. I mean, it's not that bad from Rhode Island. It's a long drive, but it's not that bad, I guess.
Well,
Yeah.
there are other ways to get here. You don't have to drive yourself, I mean,
That's
they
true.
have these things called airplanes.
That's true. I haven't been on an airplane in many years, but I love it, though. I'm not afraid to fly or anything like that. What, Scarlet? Were you going to say something?
Okay, I wasn't saying anything. I was just scanning. Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay.
David Agile had a question for Doug here. Have you used defamiliarization, presenting familiar things in an unfamiliar way, to challenge audiences' perceptions and encourage them to see the world differently in your writing?
Actually, that was kind of at the heart of our very first play, and it wasn't anything I had anything to do with. I've told this story before, I think, in one of Julie's interviews, but I'll tell it now briefly, and then I got to get out of here because I got to get to bed. Oh
yeah.
When Marcia was still an actress and she was living out in Edmonton, she was in a farce that her husband had directed that was being done at the theater where he was artistic director. And I can't remember which one it was, but it was not a good play. And one night she and the rest of the cast were sitting in the bar over a pitcher of beer, commiserating over what a piece of shit this play was. And somebody piped up and said, well, we've got like 50 years of experience in farce sitting around this table. We could write a better play than this. And somebody else said, yeah, we could. So they started kicking ideas around. And at this point, Marcia, who at the time was probably about 30, she piped up and she said, I just want to say something. Every time I'm in one of these damn things, I end up having to run around in my underwear. If I'm going to write one, the men have to run around in their underwear. And all the women at the table are like, yeah, damn straight. So they started kicking ideas around on how to make this happen. Well, long story short, that core of an idea ended up becoming our first play, Who's Under Where. And it's all about these two women that have a lingerie business, and both of their husbands have very good jobs. One of them's a lawyer. I forget what the other one does. He's a businessman, and they don't really take their wives' business very seriously. They see it as kind of a little cottage industry, Well, their wives have landed this business meeting with this international lingerie designer. He's come to a trade show, and one of the two women is kind of the businesswoman, and the other one is the creator, the designer, And she's sitting there bored, and she's doing all these sketches of men's lingerie, men's underwear, right? They don't make men's underwear. She's just doing this for fun, right? Well, this international designer comes along, sees her designs and goes, oh my God, these are brilliant. Where are these? Why aren't they on display? And they're like, oh yeah, we didn't get the samples ready in time for the show. Sorry. So he says, well, I'm coming back to show the town in 2 weeks. I want a fashion show. I want to see this stuff, and what's at stake is a $5 million international distribution deal. So they decide not to say anything to their husbands about it because they're afraid that if it all, cacks out and they don't get the deal, their husbands are going to think even less of their business than they already do. So they keep it all very hush hush. And of course, the husbands know that something's up. They follow them to the hotel. They go into the room and find all these pictures of very scantily clad men and a bunch of underwear around the room. And they put 2 and 2 together and get 5, and on the thing goes. But it's a play that's basically about female empowerment. That's what it comes down to, And it's a trope that's been used many, many times, even in, the old honeymooners days and those kind of things. And I Love Lucy. I mean, this was something that used to get used all the time, but that's what's kind of at the heart of that play, which is taking something very familiar and turning it on its head, making the wives the heroes for a change. So I guess that's an example.
No, that's a perfect example of that. And I love that too. And I can really, I've thought the same thing. So I could, I can empathize with Marcia on that. It seems like in TV and film, yeah, it's always the women that are the scantily clad ones. So hey, let's turn it on its head. I remember there was a Shania Twain music video where she had like a bunch of hot guys around her, and she was flipping the typical image around, and she had a bunch of hot guys encircling her while she performed. Yeah, I love that.
Those Canadians, I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And she's a Canadian, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought you picked her because of that.
Yeah.
Canada.
Yeah, and you guys wrote an amazing play, which I want to point out again. Where did I put it? Hold on. I want to encourage people to get Deadline again. The link to get this awesome play that Doug and Marcia wrote, it's in the link. It's in the description of this video. I think any fans of From will love it. I loved it. We're going to talk more about it on a future live stream too. Those of us who have ordered it, and we'll talk about it with Doug. Hopefully, he'll come back and indulge us. And yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect for the From audience. About two playwrights who get trapped in the murder mystery that they're writing, and it's such a familiar concept to From. Just under supernatural circumstances, these people are trying to find their way home, trying to solve a mystery, and so
while people are dying all around them.
While people are dying all around them, dropping like flies, and yeah, it's awesome. I hope to see it get more productions, and so I just encourage everybody to get a copy. It's a really fun read. I thoroughly enjoyed it, so wanted to point that out. And you can also find the link to get all of Doug's other plays if you want to order them. There's a link in the description of the video. Are they hard copies, all of them, or can you get
You can buy e-copies, I think, at both of our publishers. Concord Theatricals published the first 5 of our plays. They used to be Samuel French. Samuel French got bought up by Concord. But now it's Concord Theatricals. That's where you can get the first 5 of our plays. Deadline was published by Broadway Licensing. Now, if you go to the Broadway Licensing website, you have to specifically choose play scripts because they have 3 different banners under which they publish their plays, and they put us under play scripts for some reason. So the website's actually playscripts.com, but that's where Deadline is. All the other ones are over at Concord. And the new one you can only get from me. So there you go.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to dive into it more because Amy has a copy, like Dieter said. Doc has a copy. He's reading it. So hopefully Doc will be able to join us on a future stream and discuss it. I believe Just Me is also waiting on her copy. She's been in the chat tonight too.
I should also mention, for the benefit of people who are maybe interested right now, if you go onto the PlayScripts website, you can actually read for free. I think it's the first 32 pages of Deadline, which will give you a very clear idea of whether you want to read any more of it or not. So you can do that just to test the waters if you wish.
Yeah, and that's a good chunk of it too. It's only, I believe the whole play is only about 74 pages, but so they offered a generous sample there, so you can read that, and I guarantee you're going to want to read more. You read that, you're going to be hooked. It's just like there was this challenge on From, watch the first 7 minutes and you're going to be hooked. It's the same with this play. You start reading this sample online, I guarantee you're going to want to buy a copy and read the rest. So there's another parallel to From. So thank you to the people who've already bought a copy, and I would encourage others to do the same. We're going to have a fun discussion about it, and Dater put the link in the chat so you can go there and check it out. And if you're watching on the replay, it's in the description of this video. And I really appreciate everybody that's bought it. Mr. Brandon K. Not Mr. Brandon K says, Mr. Doug Hughes, can't wait to see you in the next season. Take care. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Can't wait either. Muncher Luncher says, hey, Doug, please get Jim to join our stream. Muncher Luncher is actually a big fan of the character of Jim and always a defender of Jim. Yeah.
Well, I don't have any direct contact with Ian myself, so I don't have any way to do that, I'm afraid. But
no, he's being funny. But he's always been a Jim defender, and then eventually people came around. By the end of season 3, we were all kind of saying, you know what, Jim is getting a raw deal. He didn't deserve that.
That's exactly how I feel. I mean, it's like, what I say to everybody who takes that stance is put yourself in the guy's shoes, for God's sake. I mean, what would you do if your time in From started the way his did? This like impossible thing happening with no warning whatsoever, and he's got a family to protect and all the rest of it. I mean, yeah, sometimes you may think he's overreacting, but under the circumstances, under that kind of stress, that kind of surreal stress, I defy anybody to handle it better, frankly.
Right. I completely agree. I by the end I was saying #justice for Jim. This is so unfair what happened to him, and the way that fans were treating him. I agree. I have empathy for the guy. I really do. And I just want to highlight this doc. I doubt Doug had a chance to watch Tony Teflon's stream, but I'm going to watch the replay. Doug is a friend of Tony Teflon is a friend of the channel. He's a friend of mine, and so I'll have to watch the replay. He's been gone for a while, but yeah, Tony had a great interview with you, Doug. I really enjoyed it. That's first interview I ever saw of you.
So what's this one that happened tonight? What was it on? Or
I don't know. I don't know what that was about, but maybe it was his special 100K celebration stream. I don't know, because he recently hit that. But
good for him.
Yeah.
Was it propeller dance time?
I hope not.
Not propeller dancing. He said he was going to do a propeller dance. I keep waiting.
Yeah. That is. Hopefully, that's never going to happen. Yeah. Give Jim his throat back. Poor Jim. We feel for Jim. Steve Wickert said something funny I wanted to highlight about Mini Man in Yellow. Gotta knit him
I'll have to talk to Alexis about that.
Yeah. That's what he needs. Yeah.
All right, well, guys, I'm gonna have to clear out because I gotta hit the hay, but it's been fun. And yeah, once more of your viewers get a chance to, those that are interested, get a chance to read Deadline, it'd be fun to pick it apart, but it's a bit early days, I guess, to do that yet. But down the road, yeah, I would love to do that. I'd love to hear what people's feedback is on it,
Yeah, that would be great. And we could talk about after you have your reading, if you want to discuss that about your new play.
Totally. Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. And also the screenplay that you sent me, which I'm going to start reading too. Is Shakespearean inspired romantic comedy. Yeah, that's going to be a fun one.
By saying that, people are going to instantly think of people running around in doublet and hose. So I need to point out that this thing is set in the present day, and that's none of that stuff's going on. Just so you know.
Yeah,
we will talk about that once you've had a chance to read it. I think you in particular, Julie, will get a kick out of it. I think it's right up your alley.
Nice. Well, I appreciate you sharing this with me. I just love reading your work. It's terrific. It's so enjoyable and entertaining and witty. So again, thank you for being here, Doug. I would encourage everybody to go check out Doug's website and learn more about him and his work. That link is in the description of the video. You can buy a copy of Deadline. That link is in the description. Thank you so much for being here, Doug. You had a long day, I'm sure. We truly appreciate you coming and hanging out with us yet again.
And thank you to you for all your support, Julie, because I really, this is great. This play has gotten more attention as a result of your efforts than I think we've managed so far, Well, and it had its first production over 2 years ago. So thank you very much. Both of us really appreciate it. doing
Well,
that for us.
I'm happy to do whatever I can. I'll keep shouting it from the rooftops and rallying people around this because it deserves attention. So it's my pleasure, really.
Well, more power to you.
Well, thank you so much for being here, Doug.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. See you
Good
soon.
night.
I was going to tell him to watch his back because that little guy was right behind him.
Yeah.
Turn off the lights. Don't turn off the lights.
Yeah. Yeah. It took me a bit too long getting ready. I don't know why, but every time I put makeup on now, my eyes won't stop pouring tears. That was slowing me down, but it was good. We still had a chance to talk to Doug for as long as we did, so we truly appreciate it.
Yeah, but you know what? We went over Munch and Luncher. He said, "Thank you, Doug. You get it." Jim was trying his best. I'll buy 2 copies of your plays now.
Oh, where is that? Oh, yeah, there it is. I didn't see that one.
I was going to try to get it in before Doug left, but I didn't think we could.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah. Shoot, that I wish I'd seen that. Without my glasses, it's a little bit difficult. And I misplaced them again. I guess I'm gonna lose my glasses every time Doug comes on. By the way, I never found the ones I lost originally. I just found a spare pair that are identical. Yeah. So
what if they all end up being in the same place, like some little gremlin or goblin was taking them and putting in? And then you finally get a bunch of them. You're on your 12th pair, and then you just find this stash of the other 11 pairs of glasses.
Yeah, it's probably wherever, it's in the same place as the land of all the missing individual socks and individual gloves that everyone loses. Wherever they always
misfit glasses.
Yeah, along with the land of misfit socks and gloves, that's where they'll be. Yeah. There was an episode of when I was a kid, I used to watch Muppet Babies, and there was an episode where there was this magical place they found where all of the missing socks were in the entire world. They went to this place and they were all in a gigantic pile. Because you always lose that one sock or one glove. At least that's me anyway. And who knows where they all go to.
Yeah. They had that in Legion too, the TV show in the 3rd season. They had something like that. They had 2 characters, and everything around there was things that people had lost, like different items.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. My old glasses got up and walked away. Those just vanished into thin air. I took this place apart, and I never found them after that first Doug appearance. And I don't know what it is about Doug. I always lose my damn glasses. But this latest pair, I need to find them. I don't have any others. They're the last ones. And you know what's funny? They're the identical lenses as the one I lost. And I realized when I put them on, they're actually my newer prescription. I had been wearing the old prescription by mistake for years. So I did myself a favor by losing those.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Hey, KP. Nice to see you. We had the man in yellow on again. Doug Hughes.
I was really glad I could get some Cabbage Town talk in there. That's like something from my childhood that I really enjoyed doing in Canada.
Cabbage. It's really called Cabbage Town. That's the name.
Yeah,
of it?
Cabbage Town.
It's so weird to me. I've never heard of that.
And the woman's name was Viola too, but she had these big arched Gothic eyebrows and red hair, and she would carry around candelabra. I don't even remember the name of the bed and breakfast. But now it's all gentrified, so she's probably way gone from there. Her and all the little gothlings and punks and stuff could probably afford that area of town.
Unfortunately, I feel like I don't know how it is in other countries, but the way that mom and pop businesses are getting
Mm-hmm.
Taken over, like removed, put out of business by big chains,
Mm-hmm.
it's causing most towns in America to all look the same. It's removing all the character from places, which is a real
Mm-hmm.
shame. You know, you go down any street in different states and it's filled with the same chain restaurants and chain stores, and like, where is the individuality? Where is the culture going? You know, the mom and pop places that make it unique. That's a shame, you know, and all the gentrification going on. It's a
Yeah,
shame.
yeah. When I lived in San Diego, I lived in some areas where it was very mom and pop still. Like really, like if a Starbucks tried to get in, there'd be like, you know, a protest. People would have signs and protest it, especially a lot of the little beach communities, because they really
Good.
want that, you know, that mom and pop, that, you know, indie vibe.
Good. They should. They should protest that. I mean, like, it's just a shame that's happening. But
Well, that's the problem. Like when I lived in San Diego, I lived in like the poor, well, not really the poor area, but the area where the rents weren't as bad. You know, and then I wonder if I went back there now, how the rents would be.
right. Oh God, yeah. People are getting priced out of their own neighborhoods. KP said it was the 100K stream part 1. Part 2 will have all the fun bits on Sunday. Oh damn! I wish I hadn't missed it.
Now,
Tony, huh?
when you say fun bits, does that mean propeller dance? Like fun bits? Please clarify, KP.
Trying to reach something. That sucks. I mean, yeah. Not that I want to see a propeller dance. I'm good there.
KP would really or be happy about the man in yellow doll visiting a strip club as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I honestly, yeah. I don't know what happened. Tony disappears for weeks, and then he popped up with part 1 of his 100K stream, and I missed it. I just figured, I just assumed at this point he's taking a break, so I didn't even look, and I was busy getting ready for this though anyway, because I knew Doug was coming. So
Yeah.
it's all right. I'll catch the replay, and then I'll watch part 2 for sure. Fletch, truly getting famous. I wouldn't say that, you know, but it's cool to have Doug Hughes as a guest here for the 3rd time. That was amazing. 3 weeks in a row. Wow, it's awesome. You know, David said you can tell he really appreciates the plugs. He deserves it. He does deserve it. You know, like, he's worked so hard for 34 years writing plays, and it's still so difficult to get productions done. You know, he's got this play Deadline published, and it had 1 production, but trying to get another one is for some reason harder than getting that first one. That's what he said. And so I just want to help however I can. I don't have a huge platform, and I wish I did. You know, if I had 100K like Tony, then I could help even more. But even if I can just do my part in a small way, and if a few people buy the play, word of mouth kind of spreads, you never know who might hear about it and decide to make a production of it just through pure word of mouth, like, you know, a ripple effect. Just one person reads it.
It was interesting because we were talking off camera, and he told me that it would have been produced in Chelsea, Michigan, which isn't too far away from me, at the Purple Rose, which is a theater that's pretty well known around there, and that's where Deadline was supposed to be shown, but because of COVID, it wasn't.
Oh, wow! So it would have been near you. That's crazy. Wow.
And I actually was around there at the time. That'd be kind of interesting. If I would have gone and saw that play, and then he was on From, and I'd be like, wait a sec here.
That would have been such a weird
Sounds awful familiar.
Yeah, that would have been such a weird coincidence. It's you know, even it would have been even weirder than my strange connections to From. Like, hiking the mountain overlooking Camden, Maine, the exact view that Tabitha sees out the window.
Yeah.
That was a weird From moment. That's what I knew I was destined to. When I saw that in the, at the end of season 2, I was like, wow, I was destined to, cover the show. Like, I didn't know I was going to start a channel, but I don't know. It just felt like I belonged in the Fromly. I was pulled into Fromville with everybody else. And I saw a downed tree on the day that I watched Tony's stream for the first time live. Right after I finished seasons 1 and 2, I saw a fallen tree. So it was like a sign. Anyway, we're going to be talking about the rewatch. Yes, Doc, we love Doug 100%. He's amazing. We're going to get into the breakdown of Teeter is messaging me. It's popping up and I can't read the comments. Anyway, we're going to get into the rewatch of the season 1 finale of From. There's a lot to discuss. I took many, many screenshots. So let's get started. Let me share my screen. It was funny that just he happened to want to come on the night that we're discussing this, because I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that he's supposed to be the voice of the radio. They just hadn't hired him yet. He was the voice talking to Jim.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't literally his voice, but it was his character. And so, yeah, I mean, what else are we supposed to think? It's either that or he's, I don't know, got someone else working on his team who said it, but I think it was supposed
to. He's on a team.
Yeah.
He's either doing Thomas's voice or some kids on his team, and he's like, "You're doing the Thomas voice on the radio."
Yeah. Scarlet, I'm gonna be right back. I need my phone to read my notes off of. So
okay.
If you wouldn't mind, maybe just I'll
do some promo.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. So what we have on the horizon on Thursday, we have a little watch party for a little show called Severance that everybody seems to be super excited about, and apparently episode 4 is going to be life-changing. I've heard that once we watch episode 4, Severance will never be the same way again, so I'm hoping that's for the good and not for the bad. And so we're going to get together tomorrow in Julie's Discord and watch Severance at 9 p.m. EST, followed up with a second watching at 10 p.m. EST for me, because I cannot be there at 9. So if you miss around 9 and you get in late, you can watch it a second time with me. And we will have chat afterwards, and it'll be a fun time for all. On Friday, we are having From Academy, I think. It's been a couple weeks where we haven't had the theme, the showrunner theme. But we will be doing the showrunner theme, and it will start at 10 o'clock p.m. EST. And then I think that Doc will come in around 12:30. And we will talk about Jeff Pigner. And then on Sunday, we are on Sci-Fi Vision's channel, rewatching the finale of From and sharing our opinions on that. And then on Monday, we will have our breakdown of the ever so life-changing episode number 4 of Severance, that once we watch it, our view of Severance will never be the same again. For the good or the bad. So that is what's coming up and next week. And then I myself, in a couple of weeks, me and Jamie from Sci-Fi Vision will be doing Yellow Jackets. We will be watching the first 2 episodes when it comes out after Valentine's Day on Sundays at, I do believe, 10:30 or 11 p.m. EST. And we will go over episodes 1 and 2, and we might have a watch party before, but we're not certain. But we might have a watch party in her Discord and then bring everybody over, whoever wants to call on what's this called, StreamYard, and we could get a panel going. Who knows? I mean, 2 episodes is a lot. So I normally don't like that when series actually show 2 episodes at once, especially when they only have 10 episodes. They're kind of like burning through episodes, which makes me kind of worried a lot of times when they have 2 episodes because I think, is this going to be the last season? Are they just going to burn through episodes and that's it? So I'm really hoping not. And since a lot of times when things change, like Showtime changed to Paramount Plus, often when that happens, sometimes shows just get, ended. Yeah. And I don't know how else to say that, like get canceled just because they're not, what Paramount wants to do. So I'm a little worried about that. But other than that, let me think what else. Me and Julie want to plan some kind of film watch parties. I don't know if she wants to do like Dark City, or we could do Crater, which was a movie that John Griffin wrote. I don't know if anybody's interested in doing. If you have any watch party stuff that you'd like to do, put it in the chat, and we'll consider everything everybody writes for like watch parties in the future. And I don't know if Julie actually wanted to do. Because we were thinking about maybe doing a watch party, then coming online and doing like a review of the film, and then have people on to talk about it and see what our opinions were. But that's way in the future. So if you have any interest in any particular, films or TV shows that I would consider it being from or Severance adjacent, then put them in the chat and I'll look at those. So maybe I should start with the review here. This scene starts out with the puppets here, and one of them is named Norman, and in the script the other one was named Harold. And let me see. I might have to wait for her to get back, but this kind of scene mirrors the first scene in the pilot where Julie was had both finger puppets and she was doing a passion play where Norman, poor Norman, suffered a blow, and she's like, "Oh no, Norman's dead! Oh no!" And she was basically kind of making Ethan very upset with her puppet show. And he was like, bring him back to the front of tears. And she's like, "No, once you're dead, you're dead." So this is kind of interesting how the finale episode starts out with the same puppets, and Ethan is taking more control of the puppets than Julie in this time. Not you, Julie, but the character.
So my phone is still missing, but I found my glasses. So there's that at least.
Good.
Found my glasses, so I'm gonna have to use my laptop to read my notes instead. So not as comfortable or convenient because I'm gonna stay on camera, but
yeah.
Anyway, this scene was pretty wild. Like watching it now, I had forgotten what Ethan said. Hold on a sec. I'm trying to get my laptop charged. I had forgotten what Ethan said, and he was talking to the making the puppets talk to each other, saying like, okay, let me pull up my notes. So where is it? So yeah, he was having them say to each other, "Let's go to the tower." And how the hell does he know anything about a tower at this point? I mean, Tabitha hadn't said anything about going to a tower, or she hadn't heard anything about going to a tower until
I thought he meant the radio tower.
It could. I mean, honestly, it could have a double meaning. I feel like, yeah, it could be the radio tower, but I don't know. I got the sense that he somehow knows what's going on here. Like from the beginning, he knows what's going on here. He said he had one of them talk to the other and said, "Let's go to the tower." Julie says, "Hey, I know these guys. You want me to tell you a story?" And he says, "Well, that's okay. I can tell my own stories now." And she's like, "Well, look at you all grown up." And I'm starting to wonder about this theory that people have that maybe this is all manifested from Ethan's story, or not that it isn't real, but maybe children like Ethan and like young Victor have manifested things in this place. It manifested them into reality. It makes me wonder lines like that. You know, he's like, I can tell my own stories now. She says, look at you all grown up. What's your story about? And he says, they're trying to find their way back home. Now, it's like, what is Ethan the puppet master here? What is going on? He's literally making these figure puppets talk to each other. And one of them saying, let's go to the tower, and they're trying to find their way back home. It's like, it makes me wonder if this has something to do with children's imaginations and stories. This episode is titled Once Upon a Time as well. Again, that's how children's stories start. That's how fairy tales start. And then by season 3, Ethan is talking about story walking, and somehow he knows all the rules, and he tells Julie, you can't change a story that's already been told. You could only visit chapters, but you can't change them. How does he know all this? You know, it's maybe this place is kind of powered by children's imaginations because of the sacrifice of those kids. It's like it created some kind of magic. I'm starting to shift my theory a little bit on what's going on here as we're watching this, because think about it. This entire place was manifested by the sacrifice of those Ankhui kids. This used to be, from what I can gather, this used to be a normal town. And the people there decided to sacrifice their children because whatever it is, promised them they could live forever. But it sounds to me like this whole place kind of turned into a pocket dimension or a pocket universe because of the sacrifice of those kids. Whatever power gave them that immortality to these people in the town, it seems like it created this place that it severed this place from wherever it was originally, somewhere in America. And if that's the case, if the children manifested this, the sacrifice of the children, and remember, they also basically manifested the faraway trees.
Yes.
The story said the children poured their hope into the roots, and the roots became the symbol. And it was all because someone who loved them told them a story while they were being sacrificed or about to be. It gave them hope. They poured their hope into the roots. The roots became the symbol, which was part of the tree, the faraway tree. So it would make sense to me if, when children are drawn into this place in all of these past cycles, children are able to manifest things, specifically children. Ethan may be able to manifest things. Victor manifests things, and they don't realize that they're doing it. More and more, I think that theory makes sense. That's why instead of time travel, the show is calling it story walking, and you have titles like Once Upon a Time for this finale. And Ethan seems like the little puppet master here. Then you have Victor. In young Victor's time, ever since young Victor's time, all the monsters are dressed like they're from the 50s and 60s. I think that's probably because he manifested them to look like that. They already existed, of course, but maybe they look like that because that's how Victor would imagine them to look. Like, that's what he manifested as a young child without realizing it. I mean, they're not the villain. Like, I don't think Victor's the villain of the story. And maybe Ethan isn't either. I mean, unless he becomes the man in yellow. There's always that. But yeah. I'm and then you look at all the references to children's literature. You found that book, the magic, what is it, the magic faraway tree?
The magic faraway tree, yeah. There's a series of them. Yeah, there's a series of them.
Yeah. That's a real book. There's another book that you found too. I forget what it was. a children's book that connects to the show, but
well, there's several of them. There's Alice in Wonderland. There's Tuck Everlasting.
yeah. And there's another one I'm forgetting right now, but yeah, there are definite connections. In Tuck Everlasting, there's a villain called the Man in the Yellow Suit. That's the villain of the story. And the theme of the book is immortality, a magical spring in the woods that gives immortality. So,
but it's connected to a tree. It's like underneath a tree as well.
Yeah, and then of course in this show you have a fake book, The Flight of the Chromonocle, that's so centered. It's at the center of the whole thing. It's constantly being referenced. Tabitha and Jade clearly symbolize the Chromonocles. So it's like this entire place was shaped by the imaginations of those original children, and it can, and then maybe the way it looks continues to be shaped by the imaginations of children who get trapped.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Datura Crest. That was the other one. They had where they were looking for gemstones, and they had the one character that was named Jasmine, and they had like she had like a pet raven or something, or a pet crow.
Right.
Yeah, that was the other one. I'm sorry. Like Datura Quest, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
I can look it up at risk of falling off the line.
Yeah, no, that's okay. It'll probably just kick you off. The show is from Ethan's mind, and Fletcher the Chromonocle. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. I think the way the place looks is manifested by the imagination of children who come there, and the original children who were sacrificed there. And that's why I think nothing makes sense. The electricity works, but the wires go nowhere. That's how a kid would imagine this place, and it just works. Even though it shouldn't. The animals show up in the woods for them to get milk and meat and whatnot. That doesn't make any sense. If it's all manifested from children's imaginations, well, then it doesn't have to make sense. Anyway.
Yeah, the whole the series book was called Lake of Tears. That's the connection.
Yes. Lake of Tears.
There's an anime series based on this. Maybe we should find this anime series.
Yeah. Is there really? That was the one I was trying to remember, the Lake of Tears. That's it. Yeah. Let's definitely put that on the watch list. Mark Egan here is in the chat. What's this show about? Is this a new section of Lumen? Mark, you have got to check out this show. I promise you won't regret it. It is amazing. It is about people who get trapped in a town they can't escape from, and every night monsters come out of the woods and try to trick them into coming out, and then they transform and kill them if they do come out. That's the basic premise of the show. Highly recommend. So yeah, if you like shows like Severance, you would like From. There's a great mystery to solve, to try to figure out. You could theory craft like you can with Severance. There are a lot of parallels. People who are trapped, like the innies are trapped in Severance, and similar themes, like people's trauma it's kind of at the center of it all. It's a lot like Severance, and it really makes you think. So definitely check it out.
It has a lot of old retro stuff in it, like Severance does.
Yeah, it does. There are a lot of parallels. People who get trapped in a town, you're sure this is not Kier Town. No, it's not Kier Town, but it's something you would like. I bet you would enjoy it if you enjoy Severance. A lot of people are fans of both shows. Welcome to the Fromverse, Mark. Bill Chill says, yes, welcome. Seriously, go check it out. We're going to spoil stuff for you now, but if you're here, but check it out. So anyway, so Ethan is making them talk to each other, the puppets, and it looks like he's wearing pajamas with all three colors of the main colors of the show: blue, yellow, and red. if I can see that right. It looks like cactuses and what is that? What is that on his shirt? Lizards? It looks like lizards and a cactus and yeah.
Lots of
But
Western motifs because he had the other the PJs with the cowboys on them.
yeah, he did. He did. And he's wearing the main color is blue. According to Robert Saunders' theory, that means he's at the least amount of risk from the evil entity. So,
But there's a lot of yellow in the background of that shot with Julie and him.
It was kind of, the background is kind of yellowish, isn't it? Yeah. I swear Ethan seemed kind of like a sinister puppet master in this scene.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about telling stories, Julie. I can tell my own stories now.
Yeah. I can tell my own stories now.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
You better get a story walking, Julie.
Yeah. It's like, is this his story? Is he manifesting things and he's figuring this out? I don't know.
That's going to be awful on two levels because he could become the man in yellow, or he could be the puppet master instructing the man in yellow to attack his dad and kill him in the future.
Yeah. It's possible. That would be even. I don't know what would be worse. I mean, if both horrible outcomes. I hope not. But yeah, interesting bit of dialogue there, and then moving on, Jade busts in the house again without knocking, as usual. This is a funny shot. It's like
I thought he knocked, but then he just opened the door and came in anyway.
Yeah, it was
like he was getting a little bit better, but not really.
Then he busted his way
shot.
in.
You like this shot?
Isn't this shot funny?
Looks like he's disco dancing.
It does. He's saying, because he's like, what's
your ugliest lamp?
Yeah. What's your least favorite lamp? He says, I got it. Figured it out, the power problem. Where's your least favorite lamp? And then he points, he finds one. He's like, oh, this one is ugly. He grabs it. Like, this one is ugly. And they're all just looking at him like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then he demonstrates his discovery. He says, the outlets are fucked. And then he sees Ethan. He's like, I mean, these wires, they aren't even wires. So by all rights, this lamp shouldn't even turn on, but it does. Which means that no matter what's going on with the outlets or the wires, what comes out here is the electricity that lights the bulb. And then he says, this here, he takes out he's demonstrating it. Okay. Like, I love how proud of himself he is as he's like doing this little demonstration. Like, he's like, okay, see how the bulb lights up. And then they're all just standing there watching him. You can tell Jim is thinking about throwing his ass out again. Just look at his face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's thinking about it. And then Jade, he grabs a blow dryer and he's like, this blow dryer, this here came in the back of someone's car, which means that by all accounts, this item is completely useless in our lovely little hamlet. Which I love. Our lovely little hamlet. It reminded me of Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare's Hamlet. But
yes.
But if we take the ends of this wire and affix it to the socket, the very place to which actual bona fide electricity is somehow being delivered, and we screw the light bulb back in, and he demonstrates. So I guess he takes the wire from the blow dryer. This looks like a good way to electrocute yourself, but
yep.
He sticks the wire from the blow dryer in there, and he turns it on, and boom, the blow dryer works. So he's like, with enough lamps and enough wire, Jim says, we could turn Quality House into a giant battery. And I love Jane's line, gold star for teacup. I'm sure you would have figured it out eventually. Gold star for teacup.
Yeah. So do you think this is part of like the kid's imagination, that this is how electricity works for a child, that you would put it in where the light bulb was?
Honestly, I think so. Yeah. I think that's why it works. I think it was manifested from kids' imaginations. All because of those, because this entire place was created by the sacrifice of those 7 kids. And if they can manifest a magical tree that takes people back and forth from this place back to the home dimension, then they can manifest anything. They can manifest this too. And kids that come in who are trapped there, I think, can manifest things too. That could explain it. And it's a really unique thing. If that's what they're going for, I've never heard of a story like this. It's a unique concept. I like it. If that's what this ends up being, I would be happy with that. As long as it's a real place. I don't want this to be a kid looking into a snow globe at the end of the series and it's seen elsewhere all over again. For those who haven't seen that, the entire show, like they said, it was just the entire thing was imagined by a kid looking into a snow globe at the end. That would be horrible. But if it's a real place manifested by kids' imaginations with the way that it looks, I would like that. I think that's a cool concept. It's original.
And also the light bulb is a symbol of an idea, and it's right by Jade here, like having ideas.
Isn't that fitting? Right?
Yeah.
And when he realized that this would work, when he realized what he needed to do with Tan Shed in episode 9, it was like he had a light bulb moment. He had that light bulb moment, and how fitting that it's a literal light bulb here.
Yeah, it's over his head like a cartoon.
Like a cartoon. Yep. So moving on, Sarah and Boyd are in the tent, and this is a scene that I always think back to a lot. Boyd is holding his boat key again, by the way. He's always holding that damn boat key. Honestly, it does make you wonder. It makes me wonder more and more if this is a Chekhov's gun and there really is going to be a boat at the end of the series. The boat is the way out.
If they have that flood.
If they have the flood, maybe they find a boat and that's the way. Whoever survives at the very end gets out on a boat.
Or maybe Boyd manifests his own boat using the child technique that we were talking about.
Maybe, or a child has to do it. I don't know. Yeah, like maybe Ethan manifests the boat for Boyd. I mean, who knows? It would be nice if Ethan isn't the man in yellow and he's just the key to all of this. He's the key to.
He's the key. Ha ha ha. Key.
He's the unintentional pun there. No pun intended. But yeah, he's either. I'm starting to think he's either going to be the man in yellow or he's the key to everyone getting out, because he knows all the answers somehow. He knows how it works intuitively. He can kind of guide them. Like it's a quest. He's convinced that it's a quest. Anyway, Sarah is holding a worm, which I would never do. Jesus, worms gross me out.
I do that.
I bet you would. I bet you would. Not me.
They're real cool.
Oh yeah, worms are cool. Sure.
Oh yeah. Well, without worms, our ecosystem would collapse. They break down everything.
Yes, they would. Oh, hey, Robert Saunders. Hey, I am unfortunately working late tonight, but I'm listening to Julie's show in the background. Well, hey, Robert Saunders. Nice to see you, my friend. Nice to see you. Sorry you had to work so late. But I appreciate you listening. Thank you. And I was just talking about your color theory earlier, that we talk about it a lot, the different threat levels. Maybe blue is the lowest threat level, and then yellow, then red, then black would be the highest threat level. According to Robert's theory, if I'm getting that right. So yeah. And I think there's a lot of merit to that. I think it's a fascinating theory. Fletch said he has to go. And don't forget, knowledge comes at a cost. Yes, it does.
Do you know the scene in here where that really comes into effect, or are we gonna get to it?
Well, there's one that I have in mind. I don't know if I'm thinking of the same one as you, but maybe. Right before Jim, I'll say we might as well bring it up now.
Save it. It involves food.
It involves food. Once again, we're on the same wavelength. The symbolism is. We'll get to that when we get to it. But
as soon as Jim did that, I was like, "Oh no!" Knowledge comes at a cost, Jim.
Knowledge comes at a cost, and there's a food item that symbolizes knowledge. Yeah, the forbidden fruit. Anyway, that's so funny. We think exactly the same. It's perfect. Oh, good morning, Martin. Nice to see you. And let me see. Ethan is the one with his arm up Jasper's butt. He's the puppet master. Yeah, maybe he's the one controlling Jasper, Dieter. And Robert, we're discussing episode 10 of season 1, the finale. So we have a lot to get into, a lot of stuff to get into. And we had Doug Hughes on earlier. If you check out the replay, Doug Hughes on for the 3rd time. He's becoming such a friend of the channel. Like he's almost a guest co-host at this point. Not really, but it would be amazing if he were. But he enjoys coming, and I appreciate it because he's a fascinating guy to talk to. It's always a good time, and he's hilarious also. So Sarah in the tent with Boyd, she's talking about the worms, and I wrote down her dialogue because it's I just love it. She says, "Do you think they know where they are? The bugs, the cows, birds." And meanwhile, in the background, you can hear birds chirping. She says, "Do you think they know the horrible things they're surrounded by, that they aren't where they should be? Or do you think Mr. Worm just thinks, here's some dirt, just like any other dirt?" So that's such an interesting concept, first of all. What about all the wildlife that's stuck there? It was just I guess for them, they're fine. Like it's only people that are targets of this place. No one is. Actually, no. I take that back. In season 3, poor Ginger the cow got her neck ripped open, but that was just to ambush the people.
That's not their animosity toward cows.
No, other than that, the monsters have no interest in attacking wildlife. So the wildlife, I guess, are safe. They just happen to exist here too. And yeah, it's interesting. It's like what happened to this place? Was it? I think it was a real place at one point, and it somehow transformed into something separate, a different dimension, a pocket universe. And some of these animals and wildlife just got pulled in too, like the bugs, the worms, the birds, etc. We never actually see any birds flying around, but you can hear birds chirping in the background. So there is wildlife there. We're just not seeing it. This is the part that fascinates me the most, though. Boyd says, "Do you know if you cut a worm in half, it grows back into 2 worms?" And she's like, "Yeah." He says, "My point is, worms are fucking creepy. I'm sure it feels right at home here." Now, that seems like weird timing that he said that, because right at the end of this episode, he finds himself in the well, in the dungeon dream state area, where he gets those worm-looking things under his skin. Coincidence? I don't know. Maybe it was manifested by what he said. He feels disgusted by worms. He says worms are creepy, and then he gets what look like worms under his skin. In reality, they're cicada nymphs, but they look like worms. So if you go with the manifestation theory, maybe adults can manifest things here too, not just children. It's just something to think about, the timing of it all. you know.
Yeah, every insect that's in the show has been referred to by somebody, like spiders, cicadas, and worms.
Yeah, right. So it does make you wonder. I think things are definitely manifested by people's fears, emotions, thoughts, nightmares. I believe in that theory. I think there's strong evidence to support it. And so so then they get into, now when I first watched this episode, and even now when I rewatch it, I'm like, what is going on here? When last we saw them, they were being dragged like by something seemingly gigantic,
Giant spider.
tossed around, and then there was this bright, blinding light that shone on the tent and the foghorn, and the episode ends, and now we this is where we pick up after. They're just having a chat the next morning.
What's the next morning? Yeah, nighttime went fine. Slept good.
I found that weird. I felt like, did they cut something out? Like, what? Why didn't we see what happened in between? Like, what did they do after they heard the crazy foghorn had the blinding light on them and got tossed around? I would have liked to see a little more of what happened after that. That's all. Like,
yeah, that's kind of like the cabins, when there's somebody outside the cabins, but then you never get to know.
Right.
It's just the next morning.
Yeah. That was worse, because that was just some knocking and footsteps at the cabins. At least this was something exciting. Rolling around, dragging the tent and the foghorn and the light, and at least it was exciting. I just found it weird. And then she just says casually, "What do you think dragged the tent?" I don't know. That was weird. But he says, Boyd says, "I don't know," and Sarah says, "Where do you think we are?" He says, "I think it's time we find out." I thought it was weird that he didn't go outside sooner. What was he doing? Like, why are they just sitting there? As soon as the sun came up, I would be coming out of the tent. Like, what the hell's going on? Where are we?
As to give you enough time to go somewhere else during the day when it's light hours outside.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought that was weird, but yeah, they apparently all that weird stuff happened, that crazy stuff happened. Obviously, they couldn't leave the tent because it was night. Boyd hung the talisman back up. We did see that. And I guess they just hung around till morning. Who knows if they slept or not? I wouldn't be able to sleep after that crazy shit, but and they go outside the tent. And outside the tent is just solid spider webs everywhere. Massive amounts of spider webs. I was just like, what the hell? When I first watched it, first I thought it was aliens that were about to take them out to the
pods, yeah.
At the end of episode 9, that blinding light, I thought, okay, it's aliens. And then this comes, and I thought, okay, giant spiders are coming.
Of course, giant spider. That was disappointing to me because I wanted the giant spider.
Yeah. And we didn't get either.
Because the spider could use its 8 legs to drag the tent, and then it would be like spinning the tent with its fibers.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that would be fun, but we didn't get either. We didn't get aliens or giant spiders so far. Who knows what could happen down the road? But I don't know.
Nope.
Personally, I don't think we're going to get either. I know you're dying for giant spiders, though.
I don't know if they had the budget for giant spider to do it right, so
it would probably look like the 1990 It TV movie Giant Spider.
I was gonna say it probably looked like Sharknado.
Yeah, it wouldn't look so good. I don't know what the hell this is about. I honestly, at first, looking back, I was thinking, well, maybe it was just an illusion, but both of them saw it, not just Boyd. Boyd is the only one who sees Abby later. We'll get to that.
But even that, she's wrapped up like a spider would wrap somebody up.
Yes, she is.
Like in layers, like for prey. So
exactly.
I was expecting the giant spider. Plus, Ethan had a vision of a spider. I was like, go spider.
Yeah. Oh, you must have been excited. But
yeah, I was very excited.
Yeah. So I don't know. Personally, I think the spider webs are a symbol, like it's a metaphor for the way that they're trapped and being hunted. The evil entity, like it's like a spider, and the legs are like the things that it uses to harm them, like the monsters. Like the monsters are an extension of the thing controlling them. I think possibly the man in yellow. Man in yellow is controlling the monsters, so it's like the man in yellow is the spider body and the legs are the monsters. Maybe it's just a metaphor. I could see that. It's interesting too because spiders have 8 legs. There are 7 egg Cooey kids, and the boy in white would have made 8. So
that's what I'm saying. I kept waiting for the spider.
Yeah.
Isn't the name of this episode "Oh, the Places You'll Go"?
Yes, it is. It's "Oh, the Places You'll Go," which
Somebody
is
cited that in the chat, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember this. It was a Dr. Seuss book."
yeah. I was thinking of a different episode that's called "Once Upon a Time." I think that was season 2, episode 10 or something. But "Oh, the Places Will Go" is another kid's book.
Well, it's a book that I noticed when I was living in California. A lot of people got as a graduation present.
Yes. Yeah. That's
Very
popular.
popular.
I think someone gave me one too for graduation. Yeah. But yeah, that's a Dr. Seuss kids book, so another reference to children's literature. Yeah. So that's the end of that scene. They actually have a town meeting. Everyone complains that they don't have
I'm gonna run up and get my. Okay.
You're okay. Go ahead.
I need to run up and get. I need to run up and get my plug for my computer, my iPad. It's real low.
Okay. Yeah. No worries.
I'll be back.
Worries.
I'll be back.
Okay. So let me see what you guys are saying. Hey, Quan Solar. The web definitely indicates that it was a spider that dragged them. And thank you for liking the stream. I would appreciate it. If people could hit the like button if you haven't already. It would really help me out, help people find the stream. Please hit the like. And Team Men in yellow riding a giant spider. Yes, Doc. That would be wild. Yep, indeed. Yeah, let's see. David said, I think it's about how humans think we are here for a reason, a purpose bigger than us, but the worms, birds, and dogs, they don't have any concept of something like God. They just keep on living. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That what Sarah was talking about in the tent. Ty Briggs, hey. Ty Briggs says, do you think it's possible the man in yellow dragged the tent somehow? I think it is. Yeah. It might not have been him like physically standing there doing it, but no, it might have been though. He had the super strength to rip Jim's throat open. Doug Hughes himself told me that they did not outfit him with claws. They did a lot of work on him, but there were no claws, which means he ripped Jim's throat open with sheer force. If he can do that, I think he could drag the tent. I think it's probably the man in yellow that did it. Yeah. That's what I think happened. Robert says, if we are discussing season 1, episode 10, then we are discussing. Yeah. I had them mixed up. I was thinking of the finale of season 2, Once Upon a Time. But yeah, this one is "Oh, the Places Will Go." No, my bad. And no, I'm glad you're here. Don't be sorry that you got here late. Oh, good. Robert just started watching Severance. Yeah, definitely. Robert, you would love Severance. It is right up your alley. It is so intellectually stimulating. I think you would love it. It's another show that challenges the mind. You can come up with theories for it. It's deep, fascinating. Yeah, definitely watch Severance, Robert. I think you would absolutely love it. And then try to catch up with us so you can join us. We do streams every Monday night for Severance at 10 p.m. Eastern, and watch parties in my Discord at 9 p.m. Eastern when the episodes drop on Thursday. Quan Solar says, if it was the man in yellow, then why were the webs left, indicating it was a giant spider? I think the webs were just, I don't know. I don't think it necessarily needed to be a giant spider. I don't know. Either, it's a good question. Honestly, why is anything in this place? Things could be manifested there that shouldn't even be there. Goats and chickens pop up in the woods that shouldn't be there. Maybe all those webs were just manifested there and it didn't even need to be a giant spider. It could have been the man in yellow dragging them, and the webs are just symbolic of the way that they're trapped, and they were manifested by a child's imagination. Victor's always drawing spiders. He might be manifesting certain things with what he's drawing and not even realize it, But that's a good question. Hi, David D. Welcome. I don't think Man in Yellow dragged the tent. I don't think he was there until Jade played the violin. I don't think he was physically there, but I think he could exert force on things. Like the Matthews house collapsed and it looked like some invisible force did it. So I think that he could do things, but he just couldn't physically show up, possibly. He could, he could show up through voices. The voice on the radio, he could make his voice heard. He could possibly be the force that collapsed the Matthews house, because something did it. That was not natural. And he just couldn't physically show up in person in the flesh. So I think maybe the same invisible force that collapsed the house is what dragged the tent. And the man in yellow, or maybe some entity right above the man in yellow in the hierarchy, is what is behind all of it. It's either the man in yellow or some entity that he's working for, and he's just middle management, as Doug Hughes has suggested. Maybe he's middle management. He might not be the final boss, but yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, what leaves webs? Only spiders. That's true. But like Bill Chill says, I do think the webs are symbolic. I really do. And it's possible that they were manifested from a child's mind, like from Victor's mind, some of the things that he draws. But then, I don't think we're actually going to see a giant spider, personally. If we were going to see that, it would have happened by now. At this point, it would feel out of place, I think, on the show. But yeah, the spider webs don't have to make sense. Nothing makes sense here. Steve Wickert said, I'd like to petition that we refer to Man in Yellow as Doug for now on, just so we can say things like, that time Doug ripped Jim's throat out. Oh no. No. Doug is a big defender of Jim and has empathy for Jim, so I know he wouldn't like that. He's such a great guy. Doug is such a genuinely nice guy, and it's hard to see him personally as terrifying as he was as Man in Yellow. 100%, Steve. He is just a lovely person. He couldn't be nicer. So yes, everyone says that. How can you play pure evil? I said that the first time I spoke to him on the phone with Tony Teflon on his show. You play evil to absolute perfection, and you are the nicest guy, clearly. And I've talked to him a lot now, and I can tell you he is the nicest guy. Exactly the way he seems on these streams. That's how he is. But he's just a great actor, A giant spider would be corny, but I have to think those webs were left by one, even though we won't see it, even though I hope we do. Yeah, Quan, I think it would be corny, and maybe they were left by a giant spider that just went away. It was manifested there, and it's gone now. Web of lies. This place lies. Oh, that's an interesting point, Bill Chill. Who was it that said this place lies? There was somebody on the show. Christopher. He says everything in this place lies. That's a great point. Yeah. Oh, my glasses just went flying.
No. He just found them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he said everything in this place lies, and yeah, I do think the spider webs are very symbolic. Ty Briggs says the man in yellow and the song Jade played made the finale for me because we've been speculating for years about the voice that warned Jim. It was so satisfying. I completely agree. We got a full circle moment. It was amazing. I was happy with that. I thought, they answered a major question with that. Who was the voice on the radio? Yes, it creates, of course, you get answers that create more questions, like the creators promised us, but I was thrilled with that myself. Yeah. And Doug himself, he doesn't know if that's literally the voice on the radio, if that was him or not, but based on just reading the script, he believes that it is the same entity. He just wasn't hired yet, so it was not his voice that we hear. The voice has a slight southern drawl. Hold on one second. I have to just turn my camera off for a sec. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Quan. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm running out. I like to wear red most of the time on camera, but I'm running out of red things to wear, and I don't want to wear the same thing on every time. So I found something else that has red in it. It's a top that has red flowers on it. So I was like, okay, at least there's some red.
You don't want to be known as the lady in red, or do you want to be known as the lady in red?
Oh, it's my favorite color to wear, and it makes me feel more secure, more confident, and being on camera is new to me. So, I just try to stick with the red, but I'm running out of red stuff. So, and I want you to think I only have like 2 different tops to wear and nothing else. It's like that episode. There's an episode of Seinfeld where this, Seinfeld, he dates this woman, and every time he sees her, she's wearing the same outfit. And it bothers him so bad because he's like, he's obsessive and neurotic about it. Like, he has to know if she has any other clothes other than that one thing. But yeah, trust me, I have too many clothes. I have many, many clothes. I used to be obsessed with buying clothes. I just don't have enough red things, and I'm running out. Anyway, back to the episode. Robert says, in this episode, Donna says Elgin's dream is the key. Maybe Julie story walks and stops the melody. Wait, what? Wait. Donna says Elgin wasn't here.
Which episode?
Yeah, which episode? I think maybe you're thinking of the maybe you're thinking of the season 2 finale, because I was confused and I said the wrong title. But,
is it called Once Upon a Time? Is the end season 2?
Yeah, I think that's what he means.
Sorry, Robert.
Yeah, I screwed up and said the wrong title. But yeah, maybe Elgin's dream is the key. Yeah, I still think that there should be something that we don't know yet that has yet to be revealed about Elgin's dream, because he was terrified and he looked like he recognized the place. So maybe his dream is the key. I don't know, but yeah, I think Julie's story walking is going to be central to the plot going forward for sure. And so maybe somehow her story walking stops the melody in some way. That's possible. Doc says, Julie, you are our antler queen. I've watched a little bit of Yellow Jackets enough to know what that is.
It's funny that I'm the one that's going to be doing the Yellow Jackets thing, but you're the antler queen, I suppose.
Yeah. Claude says, now that you're a big time streamer, you have to start a Patreon to buy new tops.
That's what I was going to say. A red top fund.
Maybe a red top fund, yeah. I have plenty of tops, just not enough that are red. But yeah, maybe I need a Patreon. Anyway, so Jade is making a speech here. And people complain a lot about now they don't have town meetings, but this was a town meeting. it doesn't look like everybody in town, but there's a decent gathering of people here. And and thank you, Dieter. I forgot to say thank you. He said something nice about me too, but I don't want to be obnoxious and be highlighting a bunch of comments about me. But thank you, Dieter. So yeah, at the meeting, Jade tells them that they need enough wire to run from the lamps inside Colony House up to the radio itself, and they can just go around town and just get anything that they brought to town that has wires. And then Jim will strip them, splice them together, and get out a signal before nightfall if they all work together, which is quite the feat. I mean, they're pulling a lot together in a short time. And it's nice to see them coming together like this. Jim and Jade are working together and, coming together as a team.
We got many shots of Jade holding a hairdryer specifically at his groin area. Go back a couple. Let's check this out.
Oh my God.
Right there.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh yeah. There it is.
Oh my God. Yeah. I swear that was not intentional. Taking screenshots of every shot, every bit of the scene. There's another one. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. And he looks like he's doing it on purpose, like he's posing with his other arm.
Yeah.
It is Tabby Cat shirt too. I think that's intentional. He's wearing a Tabby Cat. He's got a shirt on it and it has Tabby Cats. We know now that his soulmate is Tabitha. They were reincarnated together. So.
All different types of Tabby Cats for every reincarnation.
Yep. I'm convinced that's why they gave him that shirt. I always thought it was weird and out of place for Jade of all people to be wearing a shirt covered in cats. That's just not his style. So,
well, it's also funny. They're playing it for laughs as well.
It's funny, but I think it's a clue that he's.
Yeah, I think it is too. Well, it's also funny.
Oh yeah. We got a bunch of people, random red shirts I've never seen before.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of these people.
I've never seen any of these people. I swear they have like different extras for every episode. I don't recognize anybody. Anyway, he calls Jim Teacup again. He's like, yeah, Teacup, tell him the rest. In front of everybody, in front of the whole town. And Julie really takes this personally. I think it was just such an overreaction. Jade is trying to ride off on his merry way on Clara's stolen bicycle that he took from her, and Julie comes charging after him. It's like, hey, his name is Jim. My father's name is Jim. He's like, yeah, okay. She says, you're such an asshole. It's like, all right.
Accepted.
Okay. Yeah. Jeez. He's like, okay, all right. This is like a father-daughter thing. This is a really nice moment. You're standing up for your dad. Good for you. She says, just stop calling him Teacup. He says, fine, but I'm calling you Spark Plug from now on. Good talk. And he never called her Spark Plug, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it never happened. I was waiting for it after that, but it never happened. But yeah, the teacup, I'm glad he brought the teacup back one more time in season 3 before they gave Jim the axe. We got one more teacup, which is nice. They brought it back for us. I enjoyed the teacup nickname. I was like thinking in my head, like, shut up, Julie. It's funny. Just leave it alone. But she got to defend dear old dad, which is kind of weird and out of place because she's always pissed at her dad. She's like, she's always pissed at him, and now all of a sudden she's coming to his defense. But
maybe she was pissed off at Jade more.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, that was a funny scene. All of Jade's scenes are fantastic. This one here was interesting. Instead of being at that town meeting, which is pretty important, and she's one of the two pillars of the town's leadership, she and Boyd. Instead, Donna is in here staring at the map with all the pins from where they came from. And Kenny's like, well, you missed Jade's big speech. She says, yeah, probably for the best. I'm not sure why. Probably for the best. She doesn't think it's possible for this to actually work. And she's staring at it, and she's thinking logically. For me, she's one of the only people in this episode who I think is really being logical, because she's looking at the map and she says, all those different places, different roads, yet everybody ended up here. You really think sending out some radio signal is going to make a difference? Exactly. This was what was bugging me about this episode. I didn't understand why everyone was just assuming, yeah, we're going home now. I can't understand thinking, okay, maybe this will work. But people were so presumptuous, like making their plans for when they get home. They were too confident about it, that this radio signal was going to work for me. So I was with Donna on this one. Yeah, like this is clearly not just any place. This is not somewhere you can put on a map. This is a separate place. Everyone arrived there from different points in the country. To me, that means pocket dimension or pocket universe, whatever you want to call it. It's not somewhere that you could reach out from with a radio signal and get a hold of anybody. Just as if, like you can't broadcast a radio signal and talk to somebody on a different planet. You know, it's not going to work. So, yeah, I think she was making a lot of sense. But everybody in this episode was just like, yeah, la-di-da, we're going home. This is great. And making their plans. And no, it's not going to work. Kenny says, I hope so. Radio waves travel in ways that we can't. So who knows, right? I mean, yeah, that's true. But it still doesn't make sense to me. She says, yeah, well, best get at it, I guess. But you can tell she's just like, she's convinced this is not going to work. Look at her face. And she leaves, and he just says, thank you. And that's the end of that. So she's going to put on her game face, like she said in the last episode, and pitch in. But she clearly doesn't think it's going to work, and kind of doesn't want it to work from what it seems like, based on her speech in episode 9. She'd rather just stay here, where at least the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. He picks up his lamp, and he takes it over and talks to Christy. He had this lamp when he was in college, has a little globe on it. It opens up. Christy is stripping the Troy ambulance of all the wiring. And they even refer to the...
I like how they call the ambulance Troy, like Troy's its name.
Right. I forgot about that part. She was like, so he says, how does Troy feel about giving up the goods? He says, well, he doesn't feel good about it, but we had a little chat. Yeah. So, yeah, that was funny. I don't know why it says Troy. I don't know what Troy stands for. Wasn't there something that people were saying Troy stands for? I don't remember now.
I can't remember.
But it's an acronym. It has periods after each letter.
Yeah, it has dots. Yeah.
If you have any idea in the chat, let us know, because I don't remember. But somebody said that Troy stands for something. Yeah, Quan said on the radio, I'm alive in a pocket dimension, but you can hear me. Yeah. Samuel, hello, I am in another world where monsters come out at night. Exactly, Samuel. It doesn't work. It's not going to work.
Look for fallen trees. Look for fallen trees.
Yeah, this is not going to work.
Gross.
Muncher Luncher says Donna is a mole, like literally a mole, the rodent, an honest, genuine mole too. Huh. I never heard that one before. I believe Donna is legit. Huh?
She didn't try to dig a hole with that axe. She was just getting boards out of the floor.
Yeah.
She wasn't planning. I mean, Tabby's more of a mole. She got like the nice hole going in the basement.
Yeah. Yeah, she does. He's got a nice hole going in the basement. And good night, Robert. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. It's so nice to see you in the chat, my friend. I'm always streaming too late. I know it's late for you, especially now, because we had Doug earlier, so we started the breakdown pretty late. But thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Miss you. Martin says, by the way, 2 people try and take Jade's bike, and Jade is like, nope. Oh, really?
Yeah, he's got to get that folding paper. That's what he's after, is his last folding paper.
Yeah. You
can't stop a man on a mission.
Yeah, that's right. Martin said when Jade finishes his part of the speech, he says, teacup, like, over to you. Yeah. He's like, okay, over to you, teacup. Yeah. I thought it was hilarious, but Julie was pissed. Teacup got canceled? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I was gonna watch it eventually too, Samuel. I heard that it was similar to From, but no. Tension should have slapped Jade for standing in the booth. Yeah. Yeah, she should have come and hit him over the head with a whisk again, Bill. Yeah. Thank you very much, Martin. It's not easy to be on camera. It's nerve-wracking, but I appreciate it. So getting back into it.
Oh, Troy, by the way, the Troy. Okay, good, you got it.
Yeah, Golden Child. Troy is from a rap song called Troy, They Reminisce Over You. Okay, that's what I was trying to remember. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
They reminisce over you. We got to look that up sometime. Read the lyrics. This might have some. Yeah, Bill Chill said it too. We might have some connection. You know, maybe. Martin says, I think the radio does work, but the big bad is blocking it with a jammer. He didn't speak to Jim with a walkie-talkie in the woods, so Star Magic is some hideout. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the big bad is somewhere with a walkie-talkie talking to them on the radio. I think it was done by like magic. I don't think this is like a normal radio transmission at all. It's like the same way that entities can talk to people in their heads. That's how the voice was created. So the Star Magic is some hideout. Yeah, maybe. Peter said, what if the storm that is coming is like a child entity crying because it doesn't want anyone to leave, so it was sad, not angry? Oh, that's a really interesting idea, Dieter. That's so interesting. Yeah. Ethan didn't seem to really want to go home. When Tabitha brought up that game, when I get home, Ethan got kind of serious, and he said, I want us to be happy like we are here. We never play games around the table at home. Maybe that feeling of Ethan manifested the storm. Who knows? But anyway, so they're in the ambulance, and I thought this was cool. I liked how they did this. Of all things, Kenny's lamp has a globe on it. I've never seen anything like that. And then so first they have a shot like this where the camera is focused in on Christy, and then it brings the globe into focus. And I think it's there to kind of give us a hint, to make us kind of think about where exactly is Fromville. Is it somewhere on planet Earth? No, it's not. It's clearly not, because everyone gets there from different points in the US, and that's impossible. So you can't find it on a map. You can't find it on a globe. It's somewhere separate. It's a separate dimension, So I liked how they did that, So not only did we have that map in the sheriff's station always in our face, but then Kenny's globe in the season finale. The way they highlighted that, I thought that was cool. It was a smart idea by the writers. Just kind of get us, I think it's to plant a seed to get us thinking about exactly where is this place. Can a radio wave get out of it? No, I don't think so, because they're not in our dimension, or it can't be found on our planet. You can't pinpoint it on a map. So Kenny explains, he had the lamp in the trunk of his car when they got there, and it was his from college, and he just liked having something from home close by, even though it doesn't work here. The lamp, anything that people bring to town doesn't work. So the lamp that he brought doesn't work. Any other electronic devices don't work. Only things that were already there when people arrived work. Again, that makes me think that all of that stuff is manifested by the people who have been there before, or manifested by children. That's the only stuff that works. Outside stuff doesn't work because it wasn't manifested by them. It's a real lamp that Kenny has. That, you know, not that this place isn't real, but it's a lamp that wasn't manifested by anything. It was brought there from where Kenny came from. Yeah. So on this piece of paper, he wrote down all the places that he wanted to visit, and he used to stare at all the different countries on the globe, thinking all the places he wanted to travel to someday, and
all the places Kenny will go.
All the places he'll go. That's why we have that episode title, "Oh, the Places We'll Go." That's part of the reason for it, because he was thinking about that. And once he got trapped there, it's just kind of sad, really. He wrote down all the places. It shows his hope. He wrote down all the places that he wanted to go and everything he'd see if he ever got to go home. And all he had to write on was this, this old receipt from a pharmacy.
It's exactly what I wrote my notes on for episode 9, was the back of a grocery receipt.
Yeah.
I'm with him on that.
And this is, like Christy says, it's the infamous drugstore receipt. I remember these. She's like, yeah. It's like, I go to CVS, you get a receipt that's a mile long. Yeah. So he wrote down all the places, and Costa Rica, Hawaii, Iceland. Funny how Hawaii was one of them, and Hawaii is on that billboard that says "Get Away." There's a Hawaiian woman
with a pineapple.
With the pineapple, and Christy says she hardly ever got past Grand Rapids and always wanted to go to Iceland. And Kenny says maybe if this radio thing works, we could go together. Then it gets awkward.
Yeah.
Extremely awkward. Because reality is starting to set in. This is the thing. Like, they've been in like a Fantasyland type situation where they didn't know if they'd ever be able to get home. So even though she's got a fiance, she was allowing herself to flirt with Kenny and get closer to him. They didn't think they would ever get out anyway. It's not that she was leading him on, but they thought they were hopelessly trapped. Now she's realizing there's a real possibility of escape, and reality is starting to set in, and she reminds him that she's engaged. But I felt bad, she's like, look, Kenny, I like you a lot, but I'm engaged. You know that. But it's like, you can't really blame him. I wouldn't phrase it in that way. You know that. Like, that just makes him feel foolish, because she willingly engaged in the flirting and was taking his hand and kissing him on the cheek and all of that. I think a better way to handle the conversation would have been like, look, I got really caught up in being trapped in this place and didn't think there was ever any hope of leaving, but I got so caught up in that I didn't think I'd ever get back to my fiance. And I'm sorry, but I am still engaged, and I hope she's waiting for me. I feel like that would have been a better way to handle this conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's a hard spot for her to be in too, because you don't know how long people are going to wait for you. Maybe Marielle's moving on. She moved on. You never know. So like it's like that Schrodinger's cat thing. You're like dead yet alive. Right. She probably wants to move on in a way, because she thinks Marielle's probably moved on, but another side of her can't move on just in case something happens. It's rough.
It's rough, So I don't know. I just don't like the way she phrased that. You know,
Yeah.
I'm engaged. You know that. It just makes him feel foolish. She willingly engaged in all the flirting and this. You know, she should have been like, yeah, I'm sorry, I got caught up in all this. I got caught up in being trapped here, and I didn't think we'd ever get out. And
Well,
now I'm
at least she didn't sleep with him and then say that, because some people do that.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
At least it was just a little bit of hand holding and a little flirting, and not like, I want to have a relationship with you and let's go all the way, and then like, whoops, my fiance is here. Sorry.
I know, right?
Yeah.
The whole season they were flirting with each other. She was heavily flirting with him, and I felt bad for Kenny. You know,
I feel bad for them, because I think they make a better couple than Christy and Marielle do, because all they do is really fight a lot.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like she forgot she was engaged too. It's like she's acting like he forgot she's engaged. She was acting like she forgot she's engaged.
Yeah, it's true.
He should be like, well, yeah, you know that too. So why did you do all this stuff? Why did you act like this? So yeah, the phrasing of it.
How long has Christy been there? Do we know?
I think it was like 6 months. I want to say. I believe it was 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
So Kenny gets really uncomfortable and leaves. And secondhand embarrassment, intense. Yes. He says, "I'm sorry," and leaves. Now, this is a scene that I know spawned a theory for a while there that Tom was a mole, because Tom is the only one in town, aside from Tan Shen, Tan Shen had her own reason for not helping, going up to Colony House until Jade went and got her. But Tom, he's the only one who refused to pitch in any way at all with the radio project. And it was his idea. It was his idea for Jade to get the radio working. But I honestly think he was just trying to get Jade out of the bar, out of his hair, because Jade was being a maniac, throwing darts at the wall without looking, and getting on his nerves. So he was like, hey, you know, we're like the cat, and we're like Schrodinger's cat in the box. People outside don't know if we're dead or alive. So let's, why don't we see if we can get this radio, go see if you can get this radio to work. And then at least the people outside will know we're alive. But he never thought that it would actually work. He didn't believe it would work. So he shows Tabitha the tool shed because she needs something more than a shovel now. She's hit something hard in the hole in the basement. So he shows her the tool shed, and she asks why he's not helping with the radio tower. And he says, you mean, why aren't I working on the magic tower that's going to bring everyone home? Again, we have a reference to magic. Like, we've had multiple references to magic in the show. And she says, you don't think it's going to work? And he says, let's just say I've seen a lot of people with clever ideas about how they're going to get out of here. You know what they all have in common? They always end up at the bar. Happy hunting. And he leaves. So he's just jaded. I don't think he was ever any kind of mole. I know there's still some that think, I've heard the theory that maybe he was a mole, but he got taken out because he helped Tabitha, gave her an implement to keep digging the hole. So he got taken out and they sent in a new mole. That was a theory that was going around for a while.
Like, you shouldn't have gave her that pickaxe, Tom, kind of a thing.
Yeah, I've heard that theory, but I don't think he was ever any kind of mole. Like, I don't. But she finds a pickaxe to keep digging in the basement. And yeah, there's something else I wanted to point out here that I never noticed before this rewatch. Look at what she's wearing.
Oh yeah,
you remember
that's
that
the
outfit?
one she has in her dream.
Now,
yeah.
Now, granted, I haven't watched the show that many times compared to other people. I only discovered the show roughly a year ago, a little bit under a year. this is my second rewatch. So I've now watched this episode 3 times total. And this is the first time I've noticed that Tabitha actually wore that outfit, the same outfit from her premonition dream where she's standing in an empty town with those mysterious, like, we're still wondering what the hell did that mean? Those little flashes in her premonition dream where she's going up the lighthouse tower steps and she's wearing that outfit. That's interesting to me. Why is she wearing that outfit now? Does it mean anything? I mean, maybe
she had a dream and she's like, that was a really weird dream. That outfit's cool. I should put that on. I should find that outfit.
Yeah, literally in the very next episode, she's wearing the damn outfit. She's wearing the same outfit. So, but I think I agree with someone in our chat. I wish I could remember who said it. But someone in our chat said that shot of her in the empty town was just it was a hint that she had been there before. She was reincarnated and she'd been there before. So it's kind of like when she was a little girl, she had that dream of Fromville in the woods out near the cabins. That flash in her premonition dream was maybe just her seeing the empty town, her seeing herself there, because at some point in the past, maybe that's how it looked, like that could have been her seeing like the town empty after the last massacre, because we saw the police station, so it wasn't that long ago. The police station was visible in the dream. So yeah, I think that if you just look at it with like as Occam's razor, the simplest explanation is usually correct. Maybe that was just a clue that she'd been there before and she was seeing the empty town and she happened to be wearing that outfit because that's just one of her favorite outfits, and it's as simple as that, really.
Well, so a lot of people, including Tom here, wear the same thing over and over again.
Yeah. It's just funny because I never remembered her wearing that before, and there it is. But
well, I never remembered Ethan wearing as much yellow as he does.
Yeah, and it makes sense too, this theory, because the simplified theory of what this means, because the weather has changed. Here it is. I was looking for the picture. This is the picture of her in the dream. It's the same outfit. It's the denim button-down shirt. It's the same gray tank top underneath. She's wearing the same necklace. And you can see the police station behind her, clearly. That's the sheriff's station, rather. And I don't think this is the future, because I don't know if the weather's ever going to be like that again in Fromville. Everyone's been bundled up for the last 2 seasons. It's like that perennial, that forever summer is never going away. It's never coming back. I mean, I don't think. So why would she be dressed like this again? I think it's a sign that she was reincarnated. As simple as that. But anyway, but when I was watching this episode, I was like, wait a minute, that's the outfit. Yeah, it's funny to do these rewatches and catch details that you didn't before. So anyway, that's the end of that scene. And we go back to Colony House, and Ellis is, I think is this where he asks to talk to Fatima? No, this isn't the proposal one yet. He asks, oh no, it is. He asks if he can talk to her for a minute.
I'm wondering what's going on with that mannequin.
Yeah. Wait, what mannequin? There's a mannequin?
In Colony House?
Oh, yeah.
What's happening here?
Why is there a naked mannequin in Colony House?
What is on the arm, though? What is that?
What the hell is that?
A catcher's mitt? It's got fingers on it. I don't know what it is.
That is an excellent question. What the hell is that? Like, this is the funny thing about rewatches. You notice details that you never did before. And I never noticed that they have a random naked mannequin in Colony House.
I don't know what that is.
It's still there in season 3 too. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
It's there.
Yeah, I
in
mean, it looks
season
like a
3.
catcher's mitt, but it looks huge. It looks really big.
Yeah, it looks big. It looks big. Yeah, it's just I think the prop department probably was having some fun. Just like, okay, what's some random shit we can put in the background just for funsies?
Yeah.
That's
Like
what
you
I
got
think about.
little croquet set like Alice in Wonderland in the background, and
Yep.
you know,
Yeah.
good times.
I'm trying to get my my ring light is about to collapse, and I can't figure out how to. Oh, there it is. Okay. Anyway, I'm just switching positions because oh wow, we have 33 people now. That's more than we had earlier. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like button, please do so. That would help me out a lot if you could do that. Anyway, so yeah, you're right. That does look like a catcher's mitt. What the?
Yeah.
Is that
Somebody with
it
extremely big hands?
Is there something in the mannequin's mouth too? I can't tell. Or maybe that's just part of
Joint.
the wall.
Yeah, there's a joint in there. It's a joint.
Yeah, yeah, it looks like a joint in the mannequin's mouth. Yeah,
Yep.
good job, prop department. Yeah, it's like it's like when they did that. They drew a newscaster on the TV, the background of Colony House in season 3. That was hilarious too. Okay, let me go back. I can't get zoomed back out. Okay, here we go. No, it's still zoomed in. What the hell? Okay, no, I fixed it. Sometimes this can be temperamental, zooming in and out on photos. I zoom in and then I can't zoom back out again. And I took like several hundred photos of this. Quite a few. But it's okay, here we go. This is where we left off. So we've got Ellis and Fatima, the proposal scene, the most romantic proposal ever. Let's take her out to the spot where you first saw her driving around in circles for hours, hopelessly lost and trapped in this nightmare town. Like, how romantic!
Here's a piece of my finest wire. That I found in your stuff.
And look at the way she's looking at him. That's how I would be. Like, seriously, dude, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I mean, look at all the yellow too, like yellow flowers in the background. There's just always so much yellow. But and the way the sun is hitting her hair, again, she's like that the woman cloaked in the sun, even as early as this. Anyway, he's like, yeah, see that? Look, that's where I first saw you. Driving around in circles. I've been thinking a lot about. Sorry, go ahead.
I was like, remember you were having that horrible time and you didn't know where you were and you were driving around before we blew your tires out?
Yeah. It's like, are you serious, dude? You think this is romantic? For real? Yeah, so he says, I've been thinking a lot about what you said about going home, about who we'd be. Wait a minute. Nope, let me back up. I missed a part. He says, this is where I first saw you, your Volkswagen bus driving around and around for hours. And she's genuinely like baffled as like, because this is not a good memory for her. You can tell on her face. It's like, this is thinking about that. This is where she got hopelessly stuck in Nightmare Town. And he says that she stepped out of her car and looked around. She's like, yeah, I remember. I asked. She says, I remember. I asked Corey for directions. Who
the hell is Corey? No, who knows? He's dead now.
He's probably dead now. There's another happy memory, right?
Probably died horribly.
Yeah, he probably had a horrible death. Like, yeah. And their faces are completely different. Like he has this sweet romantic look on his face, and she's looking at him like, what is wrong with you? But eventually she gets into it because it's sweet. It is sweet, but the place he chose to do it is just freaking weird. Huh?
So kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have maybe took her to the studio with a really fine picture that he did of her or something and say, "Oh, you inspire me so much and I want to marry you." You know.
Yeah.
Something more creative, something arty. I guess maybe in this field of flowers, let's take her to maybe a nice spot on the flower patch where she got her tires blown out at.
Yeah, maybe just take her to a nice spot.
Or she saw Corey's corpse.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, also Adam and Eve, they look like, with the light hitting them.
Yeah.
It just reminds me so much of the way that they are portrayed to be like Adam and Eve figures. And this is a confirmed thing in the show. Jack Bender said that he painted that tapestry of them to look like Adam and Eve figures in a kind of hellish landscape. And this is what they are right now. The way they filmed this with the light hitting her hair, and it just feels, I just get that Eve feeling, surrounded by nature in the background.
Garden of Eden. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like this is like their Garden of Eden before everything changed. This was like a twisted Garden of Eden. Kind of like a weird, backwards, upside down utopia where as long as they did the right things and they stayed inside at night and kept the talisman up, like it was like a weird paradise for them, like the Garden of Eden. And
like when Donna said, they have their little bit of joy.
Yeah.
And they're planting a whole bunch of plants around here, so it does look like a garden with the greenhouse and the planting boxes and everything.
Yeah, it looks like that. And like it is kind of like a Garden of Eden type thing, because nobody had to work. Everyone just gets provided food.
For farming. They're always farming, though.
They do. That's true. But no one actually has to like work for a salary, and like they're working together, like kind of like a commune, and everyone shares everything. Everyone, there's plenty of fresh fruits to eat and food provided for them. There are no bills to pay, and everyone from all different backgrounds is just there living in harmony together. And so it's like a weird, twisted Garden of Eden.
You know what I'm thinking now? You probably don't know what I'm thinking now, but maybe you do.
Yeah, maybe. What?
The worm imagery might be the snake in the Garden of Eden.
Oh, I like that.
And who's holding it? Who is holding it? It's like Sarah, like the fallen woman.
Yeah.
Like that Lilith almost, I would say.
That fits really well, Scarlet. Yeah, because this is really this point in the series marks the end of this era of the Garden of Eden. Like, this is the end. All the efforts that they're going to trying to get out, that ends it. And yeah, Boyd and Sarah out there trespassing in areas where they are not supposed to be. The evil entity does not want them
to gain knowledge, like the Garden of Eden and the Tree of Knowledge.
Trying to gain knowledge, and then you've got the people with the radio tower trying to gain knowledge, trying to get out. Tabitha digging in the hole in the basement, that's digging for information, digging for answers. And all of that comes at a cost. They lose their paradise. That it's that paradise lost concept after that. Everything starts to change. Yeah, there's so much biblical imagery in this, and mythological imagery, like this woman cloaked in the sun that you talk about a lot. Like, look at her hair. Yeah,
Revelations.
Yes. Anyway, so oh, and I gotta just say it while I'm still thinking of it, I know we haven't gotten to that scene yet, but Jim and the damn apple. Jim grabs an apple.
No, that's just funny. It's funny. It's funny to me because when I was watching it by myself, I was like, "Oh, he grabbed an apple," and then 2 scenes later, he took a bite out of it, and I was like, "Oh, Jim, no!"
He took a bite out of the apple. Yes,
He ate it.
he ate the forbidden fruit. Right. We're so on the same wavelength. Yeah. Biblical imagery is everywhere in this show. Right before Jim messes with the radio and gets it to work, he takes an apple and then he takes a big bite out of it. I mean, it couldn't be any more in your face. The forbidden fruit of knowledge, and then eventually he dies as a result of this. Knowledge comes at a cost. This show's amazing. Anyway, so he proposes to her. You know, he basically says, "You're my home." And no matter where we are, and so yeah, like whether if they get out, like he wants to be with her because she's his home. Doesn't matter where they are, and so he gives her this little piece of wire as a ring, and then for some reason she has this weird look on her face, and he's like, "What's wrong?" And she just says, "Your dad's gonna be really happy." Yeah, so. I guess I don't know. His dad just wants the best for him, and yeah. Except he's not really going to be that happy because after this season they go through hell worse than ever. But yeah, it's a sweet scene. It's nice. And then we have this. This is one of the most memorable scenes for me in the whole show. Again, we were all expecting a giant spider to come rampaging through there at any moment. I mean, look at this place. It's like someone went insane with Halloween decorations at a party. Like those fake spider
The
webs.
cobwebs.
Yeah.
Or cobweb.
Yeah. Now, little spiders cannot make webs like this. Not this amount of web, and all they find are those little spiders. That's the weird thing for me. But again, it's just another thing that doesn't make sense. It was manifested here. It doesn't need to be a giant spider, in my opinion. But so anyway, the dialogue here is important to mention. So I typed it out. Sarah says, "Where are we going?" Boyd says, "The light came from this direction." And she says, "And you think that's a good idea?" He says, "You got a better one." And Sarah says, "Did you even hear what I said last night?" Now, just to refresh our memories, what she said in the previous episode was she heard a voice in her head that said, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. There are things out here worse than the monsters." And so, but Boyd is just determined he's going to continue to try to find a way out. And Boyd says, "Yeah, I heard you." Sarah's like begging him to stop. And he says, "Look, we got dragged out in the middle of nowhere by God knows what. I don't even know what direction it is back to town. All I know is that someone shined a light from that direction. That wasn't a flashlight. That was a floodlight, maybe a searchlight, which means that maybe there's someone or something out there that can help us. So we're going that way." Now, he has a point, like, what the hell was that light? It was bright. That was not a flashlight. I mean, that's why I was thinking when I first watched it that the mothership is it's aliens and they're going to be pulled up to the mothership by this beam of light. But somehow I think it's the light from the lighthouse. Even though it was far away, it would make about as much sense as anything else in this show. It doesn't have to make sense. They heard the foghorn. They had the light shine on the tent. I think that came from the lighthouse.
I think so.
You think so too?
Yep.
So, yeah, Sarah says, "And what if whoever it is doesn't want to help?" And Boyd says, "Then we got a different kind of problem on our hands." So, yeah, I mean, that's the question. You have to wonder, okay, was this an entity that wants to help that's shining that light that sounded the foghorn? I think the foghorn was a warning based on what someone in the chat said. a long blast of a foghorn, it signifies a warning. And that's what they heard. So
maybe they were getting to the end of the territorial line.
Yeah. And it seems like the boy in white possibly controls the lighthouse. He appeared in the lighthouse when Tabitha went there. Maybe it was the boy in white trying to warn them, and yet on the other hand, shining a light on them, that seems like it's enticing them to go in that direction, like Boyd is saying. So is this an entity trying to help or not? I mean, I don't know. Like that still is confusing, that part. I do think the foghorn seems like a warning, but maybe it's maybe it is the man in yellow doing this, or whoever the man in yellow works for, trying to entice them out there so that Boyd could get the worms. And the foghorn was just a sign that danger is there, but they wouldn't understand that. So yeah. I personally think it depends on what you think of the boy in white. I don't think the boy in white is evil. I think he's trying to help end the cycle. I don't think he would be trying to entice them out there, personally. But so Sarah says, the voice I heard, it was different last night. It wasn't like the others. Who's Mr. Fish and Loaves? He says, it's me. It was a nickname I had back in the service. Only 2 people who would have known that name are Ellis. Sarah says, and your wife, do you think she... And he responds, what are you asking me? Did my dead wife send you a message? Is that what you want to know? And
yeah.
I think yes. I think yes.
Yeah.
I think it was Abby's voice. I think it was the spirit of Abby, for sure. I really do. But Sarah says, you brought me out here because you thought I could help. Look where we are. Whoever or whatever that voice was, it told us to go back. It told us what would happen if we stayed out here. And I mean, she's right. Like, I think that's another clue that it was really the spirit of Abby talking to them. Because it was warning them to go back. He's not listening, and as a result, he winds up getting pulled into that dream state where he gets the worms. So yeah, I think it was a voice that was trying to help. It was either really Abby's spirit or it was an entity masquerading as her trying to help. I like to think it was her spirit that's trapped there and was warning him to go back, but he's not listening. No. Yeah. So that's what I think about that. I mean,
it's kind of a weird situation because he wants Sarah there because the priest said that Sarah would help, but he's not listening to her.
Yeah, I know,
so
right?
It's a weird situation.
Yeah. He's not listening to her, and honestly, I have a lot of issues with the character of Sarah after everything that she did, but she really is like the MVP of this episode, and in the way that she's helping Boyd. She I know what happens to Boyd ends up being a bad thing, but she's doing everything she can to try to help, and he's not listening. And I mean, she's maybe not the MVP of this episode, but I mean, she turns into she goes from like a villain to a heroine of this series. It's amazing, like the transformation that she's made actually, and she's trying to help, and he's just not listening to her. And if he had listened, maybe he wouldn't have gotten the worms in the first place. They should have just turned back. But he insists on continuing forward. And then let's see, where did I leave off? I lost my place in my notes. Hold on. Okay. So at that point, Boyd hears So right after Sarah mentions Abby's voice, this is an interesting timing. She's like, whoever or whatever that voice was, it told us to go back. It told us what would happen if we stayed out here. And right at that moment, he hears Abby's voice yelling, "Someone please help over here, help." And it's definitely the evil entity, man in yellow, or whoever he's working for, manifesting this. Right at that moment, it's like the voice was the real spirit of Abby, and then this thing was a fake Abby that was trying to deceive him. So he goes into the web. Like, this is horrifying. Like, this is something out of a nightmare for me. I mean, look at this. I have a big fear of spiders too, and this is just horrific. He sees Abby wrapped up like that, and like you were saying earlier, she's wrapped up just like a spider would wrap up on an insect.
Well, that's what I was expecting. I was expecting a big spider to come and get her because she's already wrapped up for food.
Yeah.
The legs would come down and grab her and bring her up to the, this giant spider mouth.
Yeah. You would think. Needless to say, I don't believe this is the real Abby spirit or anything like that. This is one of the multiple evil Abbies that we see in the show. This is the first one. And so, like, at first she looks like she's needing his help. You see her facial expression there. She's like, "Boyd, help. She's calling for help. Someone please help me." Then he gets close to her, and when he gets close, she does this. This is terrifying. She screams at him, and sometimes I wonder about the meaning of this. Like, her screaming at him, it almost seems like this is a vision that's trying to help, and that, like, maybe it's trying to scare him away, like get him to go back, not continue forward. Maybe that wasn't an evil entity that showed that. I've always thought it is, but I'm just trying to think now. You would think, maybe he would turn back when you see something like this. Like, don't keep going in the direction you're going. She's horrifying and she's screaming at you. You should turn back and go the opposite way. Go back home. Back to Frumville, anyway.
If the first message wasn't loud and clear enough.
Yeah. Maybe
Sarah's message was like, she said she was wrong. We have to turn around. Now she's manifesting physically, telling you have to turn around.
Honestly, that's what I'm thinking at this moment, so is at that very moment, because look at the timing of it. He was they were just talking about the Abby voice, and he was not listening to what the Abby voice said to do. Just turn back, and then this happens. So honestly, I wasn't even thinking about this before the stream, but I think I've changed my mind. Either this is really the spirit of Abby, or it's a helpful entity trying to scare him away to get him to turn back because he's not listening. Yeah. I mean, yes, it looks evil, but it's like she's screaming at him, like, get away. Don't keep going in this direction. On the other hand, look what happens next. Because he goes right up to Abby, caught in the webs, it's kind of like a trap set for him. He goes up to her and he steps on a nest of spiders, which then bite him.
They're so small. It's so disappointing.
Yeah.
It could have been one giant spider instead of a bunch of little spiders.
I mean, as far as spiders go, those look pretty big, but it's not a giant spider. No, it's not something out of a horror movie. I don't know what these are, but they're
the kind of you could probably have those walking in your hand. It'd be fine.
Oh, no, thank you. Nope. So, yeah, I was not expecting these tiny things. I thought a giant one was on its way, and
So I guess
It's-
that's a point for Abby being not Abby.
Yeah.
Or another point that, like, get the hell out of here. Now there's spiders.
Yeah.
Give you a voice through Sarah. Now Abby's yelling at you. Now there's spiders. Please go back home.
Now there's spiders, yeah. Gotta turn back now. It could be maybe it is a helpful thing trying to get it to turn around, That's a possibility.
Better
and
spiders. Sorry.
Huh. No,
better,
go ahead.
Better spiders than cicada nymphs.
Yeah. Better spiders than cicada nymphs. So yeah, so it could go either way, it could be a helpful entity that's trying to scare him away. AAMM says maybe the big bad is a shapeshifter, so it's possible we get a bug spider, even though I really don't want a big spider, kind of corny, but definitely could be a shapeshifter. Absolutely. Yeah. I hear one of the cats howling. What the hell? Martin says Big Bad can only shapeshift to the dead ones who didn't get their insides ripped out. Yeah, that's interesting, like, so let me think. Khatri had his throat slit. Tom got ripped open though. Now, if we're thinking Tom and Khatri are part of the entity, then that wouldn't work, but maybe they're not. That's up for debate, of course. But yeah, it's possible. That's a good point, Martin. Those spiders are not that small. Yeah, Quan, they look pretty big.
They're tiny little spiders. They're cute little spiders.
No. They look huge. They're just not gigantic, Oh, thank you, Dieter. Still the best theory talk on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate it. Quan says Abby wrapped in the web definitely indicates giant spider with her as the meal. That's what it looks like for sure. I will give you that. AA said maybe the webs are to block the view of the lighthouse or something else. They were getting too close. Yeah. Maybe they were getting too close. It's, that's possible. And like Martin says, Sarah couldn't hear Abby right here or see her. So that there's one possibility that the webs are hiding the marks on the tree Boyd left. Boyd, that's a good point, actually. Boyd was marking the trees so that they could find their way home. But the tent was dragged, and now he doesn't know where the hell they are, how to get back. He's lost his marks on the trees, and now they're surrounded by webs. So seems like probably, yeah, that seems like definitely something the big bad did. The webs and yeah, and maybe the evil Abby there too. Most likely, I would say, yeah. And the spiders bite him. That could also be seen as a good thing too, because the spider venom, there have been actual studies that show it can treat Parkinson's. And his hand stopped shaking. His hand stopped shaking for all of season 2. Could have been from the spider bites, but I don't know. Season 3, it's already back again, so I don't know. Maybe not.
That could be a point. That could be a point for Abby being a good entity,
right?
With medicine.
That's what I was thinking, because the spider bites temporarily, it seemed like it was slowing the progression of his Parkinson's, but yeah, it's so ambiguous. It could go either way. But now they don't know where they are. So I mean, the webs seem like there's something planted by the big bad for sure, and it symbolizes the fact that they're trapped. So there's symbolism there too.
It looks like she has wings in the shot.
Yeah, it does.
They look like wings on either side of her. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it does look like wings. Yeah, and there was something else I was going to say on this, but oh yeah, there have been theories that maybe the tent was dragged by a helpful entity that was trying to bring them closer to where they needed to be, but I don't agree, because like the tent was dragged to a spot where it's a spot where they don't know where they are now. He has no more markings on his trees to find their way back. And the evil entity doesn't want them being out there. The further out they go, the more danger they're in, and he winds up getting the worms ultimately. So I don't think it was a helpful entity that dragged the tent, personally. I mean, yes, it brought them closer to the lighthouse, but this evil entity is not going to let them get to the lighthouse, as we see later in the episode. So yeah. Anyway, so where was I in my notes? So yeah, a bunch of spiders come out, and they're crawling all over him. This is like something out of a nightmare for me. And the interesting thing about this is she doesn't see Abby or hear Abby, but she does see the spider webs and the spiders. So that part she sees. And they make that clear because she pulls one of the spiders off of his back. It would have been interesting if she couldn't even see the spiders too, but
well, maybe maybe Abby or the entity playing Abby could only go to one person at a time. Maybe she tried to talk to Sarah through voice, and when that didn't happen, she tried to visually show herself to Boyd.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible, like, because he wasn't listening to her, so she was trying to scare him away. Like the webs were planted by an evil entity, I think, but possibly the Abby vision was not. The Abby vision was trying to scare him away. Don't continue going, because he's not listening to what Sarah's saying. The timing of it is just so perfect. They were literally just talking about the Abby voice, and that she said to turn back, or basically said to turn back. That was the implication of it. And yeah, that is so gross. Oh my God. I wonder how they actually filmed this. Did he actually have real spiders crawling on him?
It looks like the one that Sarah picked off of his back is an actor spider.
You think it's a real spider?
Yeah, actor spiders. They have tiny SAG cards, little actor spiders.
An actor spider.
Actor spiders.
My God. That's hilarious. The little tiny SAG cards.
Yes.
That's great. Yeah. I don't have a shot of the one that, like, her actually getting the one off his back, I don't think. But yeah, she picks one off his back for him. I mean, yeah. That's the face I'd be making if I had to do that. Yeah. I gotta say, I appreciate Sarah for what she did for Boyd in this episode. She was there for Boyd. I found myself liking her more than I thought I would. Yeah, that was this giant thing on his back there that she pulled off, but it had already bitten him. So, yeah, so then we have the colony house scene where they're getting everything together. They're bringing all their supplies up to the house.
Shirt.
Yep.
Ethan has his most yellow shirt on.
Ethan is in yet another yellow shirt. This is yet another one. He's had multiple at this point. He had a yellow jacket that was a zip up. Then he had a yellow t-shirt in the previous episode we saw. Now he's wearing a long sleeved yellow shirt. Yeah. Yet another one with his little quest stick, as he calls it. And let's see. So yeah, they're just talking about how they're going to get the tower up there, and Jim explains it to him, and it'll be tall enough to broadcast the signal over the treetops. Ethan is like, "Oh, cool." For some reason, Julie, it looks like upset or something, or like, I don't know why Julie has like a weird look on her face, but the look at Ethan there, just looking up at it, it's the yellow is just jumping out at me, that mustard yellow.
He's like, one day I'm gonna learn how to talk on that radio.
Yeah, maybe. And Julie has this weird look on her face. I'm not really sure why. He asks her what's wrong, and I don't know. She just says, you know, he says, I'm here if you need me. She's like, okay, and goes in the house. So I don't really know what her problem is here, to be honest. But
Teenage angst.
Moody teenage angst, I guess. I don't know. She goes
Maybe
in
she's
there.
maybe she's upset that they're not going to be a good family anymore if they get outside or from. Kind of like Ethan was worried about.
Yeah, you know, that makes sense. She looks miserable all of a sudden. As soon as they get up there, they're talking about how this tower is going to get them out. It's like she remember in episode 9, she was so happy all of a sudden helping Tabitha dig the hole, and she told Jim maybe we were supposed to come here.
Yeah, and Jim and her had that little moment in the hallway where they were kind of like doing a little jig or like happy going over there.
Yeah. She was so happy all of a sudden, and he's like, what are you so happy about? You know, what are you feeling so good about now, or something? And she says, oh, I was just thinking about something Ethan said. Maybe we were supposed to come here. You know, we're here together, you know, as a family, something to that effect. And so she was kind of happy to be there now. They were on the verge of divorce before they got there. She was like frolicking with her bucket of dirt, throwing it out the door, and yeah. So I don't think she wants to leave in this moment. That's looks like that to me. Yeah. Anyway, and she and Ethan, she's technically still a child because she's a minor. She's supposed to be 16 years old. So it's like, are they still trapped because the kids don't want to get out? Are they manifesting that they're gonna stay trapped in there? Who knows? Maybe that's what's keeping them trapped. Makes you wonder. So yeah, she goes in the house, and then Ethan. So now this part I found really interesting. Okay. If Doug were still here, he would be rolling his eyes back in his head like, what the hell are you talking about? We've got our tinfoil hats on right now, guys. I'm sorry.
But he's not here, so let's go.
Yeah. So Ethan says, I wish Victor was here. I bet he'd really like this. Jim says, I'm sure wherever he is, he's okay. And Ethan just nonchalantly replies, oh yeah, I know. He says, wait a minute, let me go back to my notes. He says, oh, I know. He's got to do his part right now. Jim says, his part? And Ethan says, of the quest. He's probably doing something pretty important right now. That's his part. Doing this is our part. Now, how is he so sure about all this shit? Like, he knows how everything works here, just somehow. He knows how everything works. He's not even worried about Victor anymore. Victor's been missing for like 2 days. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
Victor has been missing for like at least, someone told me it was like a day and a half, at least a day and a half, maybe 2 days.
Well, they wrote 2 on that sign.
Yeah.
Their accident sign, so yeah, it's been a lengthy time.
Yeah. And he's missing, and this is his best friend, as he says later. He calls Victor his best friend. But he's so confident now. He's like, oh yeah, Victor's just doing his part. He's doing his part of the quest, and this is our part. So either Ethan has these instincts because one day he's going to become the man in yellow, or he is somehow a key to all of this. He's attuned to everything in this place. I mean, he has a deep connection to it. And he's standing there with his quest stick, like a little wizard, wearing yellow. So I mean, it's got to be one or the other. Either he's going to become the man in yellow, or he has a key role in this. He's deeply connected to it. And this entire thing is a quest, just like he said. I mean, they've put this in our faces too much for it to not mean anything. The quest stuff, and Ethan at the center of it. And I think the way that they're going to kind of save this, this story arc, I think in season 4 they're going to do a time jump to explain Simon's age, the way that Simon is growing so fast.
You'd hope.
They're going to jump to future Julie's time, I think. Julie with the bad wig on.
Yeah.
I think they'll jump to that.
I hope they do, because Yellow Jackets had that problem with Javi, and he was a character that grew, an actor that grew about a foot between seasons. Right. And then when like somebody thought they saw him, they just acted like it was completely normal that he had grown a foot after they hadn't been seen, and I'm like, it's weird. He's now taller than the teen girls in the cast, but they're like, oh, poor little Javi.
Right.
Because when it started, he was like supposed to be like 10 or 11, but he was short and he was small. No, he was not. It'd be like if Simon grew like a foot and a half, and then they're like, oh, poor little Ethan, and it's like, he's not that small anymore. He's more like a man.
Yeah. So it's I think they're gonna do something they've never done before and jump maybe 2 years into the future, and I think they can do it. Well, I won't get too off track from this episode that we need to talk about, but I think they can do it because there weren't any major cliffhangers that need to be addressed immediately. They can just, through flashbacks, maybe they can show some of the immediate aftermath of Jim's demise and people finding out or something, but I don't think they need to even show that. They can just skip it. And honestly, I'd rather not see a bunch of, like, I don't want to see like a big ordeal over Jim's death and drag that out. We've got too much other stuff to handle. Yeah, anyway, I do think Ethan is really at the center of all this, whether he's going to be the man in yellow or he's going to be the key in some way. And
or the storyteller instead of the story walker.
Yeah, like he's the one telling the story. He's manifesting things in this place. He's so cheerful and confident in what's going on here, and he's so sure of everything, but there are also signs that he could turn out to be the man in yellow, but I'll have to wait and see. If he were going to be the man in yellow, there are certainly signs foreshadowing it. If that turns out to be the case, it's not just the fact that he wears yellow. We've pointed out multiple other clues. Hope it's not true, but it just really jumps out at you here, like this is the spot where Jim hears that voice on the radio for the first time. Ethan's by his side the whole time. Wouldn't it be ironic? Anyway, we'll get to that later on. Boyd and Sarah hike up this mountain. It looks like a mountain that they're hiking. Pretty sure it's a mountain. And Boyd is starting to feel ill from the spider bites, and she's begging him to slow down, saying, we should look at those spider bites, and he says he's fine. She says, no, you're not. What happened back there? Because she didn't see Abby or hear her this time anyway. Actually, that could be that to me says that was a different entity, because Sarah couldn't hear that Abby's voice. So, yeah, it was most likely a manifestation of the evil entity then. She says, what happened back there? And he says, don't worry about it. She's like, I heard you heard something, didn't you? I need you to talk to me, please. So she's being so helpful. I find it, now that I'm rewatching it, I really can't dislike her anymore. She's really being there for him and trying to take care of him here. And he says, this is such a memorable quote. What do you want to talk about? Providence? There's no way out, is there? This fucking place. This place, it makes you think you're doing the right thing. It gives you hope, and then it takes it away like it's feeding on your pain. And then he's like, you want my pain? You want my fucking pain? Come on, get it. And then it just falls over. He hit the nail right on the head there. I think that's one of the key quotes to the entire series right there. I think he's absolutely right. It's feeding on his pain, on everyone's pain in the entire town. The big bad, the man in yellow, or whatever entity he's serving, it's feeding on everyone's suffering and pain. That's why it doesn't just unalive everyone all at once. It's torturing them first. It takes out individuals and makes them suffer grief and terror. It's like terrorism, like it's not about killing everybody. It's feeding on their pain and suffering until they're completely broken. And once they're broken, then I think that's the end of the cycle. And then they all just get wiped out. I think that's probably what happened in every single cycle. There's some entity that feeds on their fear and their suffering. And it likes to dangle false hope and take it away, like he said. It gives you hope, and then it takes it away. And he's absolutely right, so I mean, yeah, I think if this evil entity wanted to, it could just take them all out all at once. But this is a game. It's why the monsters only walk now and they don't run. It's a game to them. It's just slowly trying to break every single person there and feed on their pain. So he collapses from the spider bites, and he's telling her to go on. I think this is the scene where he's telling her to go on without him. Let me see. He says, "My head, it doesn't feel right in those goddamn spider bites." Yeah, that's making him sick. So she says, now this part is weird. I always found this weird, Scarlet. Sarah changes her tune. Instead of saying turn back like she's saying all this time that we should go back, now she says we have to keep moving. Then he says where? She says toward the light. Remember, we have to get toward the light. He says fuck the light, there's no way out of here. The voice you heard in your head is right. We're gonna die out here. So I mean, I just found it weird that she changed her tune all of a sudden. Now she's saying they should keep going that way and not turn back.
Well, the part where they keep moving made sense to me, because maybe in moving it circulates whatever spider venom's in him, so he doesn't just sit down and die. But I feel like there's almost something cut out of the scene about the light.
Right.
Like sometimes when they cut little bits and pieces out of like scenes in TV shows, that there's like dialogue missing.
Right. It seems that way. Yeah. She says, we've got to get toward the light. He says, fuck the light. There's no way out of here. The voice in your head's right. We're going to die out here. And she says, then you're never going to see your son again. Is that what you want? So, I mean, to me, that sounds more like, yeah, we should go back then. His son is back the other way. Why are we going towards the light? Yeah, I just found that odd. Like, maybe you're right. Maybe they took something out that's making it more confusing, but she's encouraging, now she's saying like they should keep on going. That every time I've watched this, I've found that confusing. But anyway.
Yeah, it'd be nice to at least insert the boy in white or something in there, so she was following somebody.
Yes, exactly.
Or the dog. Get one of those dogs going.
Yes, like there needs to be something in the scene to make us understand why she's now changing her mind, saying, yeah, we should go with what he wants to do, go towards the light, keep going forward. Yeah, I found that weird, but
unless she does, even she got a transmission, like a voice, yeah.
So that's something that's always bugged me, but I understand her encouraging him to get up and keep moving. Don't just lay down there, because if he just gets sicker and sicker out there, then he's going to die out there and not ever see his son again. So I get that, because he looked like he might be dying. Sometimes spider bites are poisonous and can kill you.
Yeah, or they can dissolve your skin like a brown recluse.
Yeah. And she doesn't know what kind of spider just bit him, if it's deadly. David Agile said, Ethan is just basing his knowledge of the quest from the chronological book, I reckon. Right, but to me, it's always seemed like we need to listen to everything Ethan says about that. It seems like the key to understanding this entire show lies with him. I feel like that is the intention. It's like the legend to a map or something. Like we need to pay attention to what Ethan is saying. I've always, when I take notes for this show, I write down all the stuff he says about quests. Anyway, so the storm is moving in, and finally Boyd listens to her and takes her hand and gets up, and let's see.
Maybe it's because the storm's coming.
Yeah, maybe.
You gotta go get to the light now. Game plans change.
Yeah.
Well, shit, now there's a storm. We better go the other way.
Yeah. And she's amazing in this scene, like she's really transformed from like the way the series started with her. She's I mean, she can never redeem herself or actually unaliving people, but I mean, she is doing heroic things, and she basically does save Boyd out here, I think. If she hadn't been there, I don't know what would have happened to him. So he says a storm's coming, and then she says we better move quick, and then it cuts to the end of that scene. And yeah, so they're looking up, they see a storm's coming, and then this uplifting. This reminded me a lot. I know you've never seen Lost, but in Lost, there are these moments that are so hopeful and uplifting, juxtaposed with horrifying things, or scary thing, or ominous things. It takes you on like these rides, these amazing highs, and then like painful lows in the same episode. The ride that it can take you on. And that's what it's doing in this. That's what they're doing in this episode. The hope of these people, like, it's so uplifting watching them erecting this tower. They're all pitching in together. Jim is directing everyone to pull it up, and this part is just funny. Jim asks Jade where he's going, and Jade says he's going to get the last of the wires. Jim says they already brought the last up, and Jade has another funny line. He's like, okay, fine, I'm going to get my rolling papers. Sorry, rolling paper. I have one left. Okay, Dad? Is that all right with you? I know how offensive you find my proclivities.
Please. Yeah, I love that line. That's a great line.
That's a great line, right? I know how offensive you find my proclivities. That's one of my favorite Jade lines. He's got his little bike that he stole from Clara. I love that he continues to ride that thing around town. It's hilarious. So he takes off on his bike. I love how he says, okay, Dad, to Jim. Yeah. Because remember in the previous episode, Jim was mocking him for all the pot he smokes. That little thing where he was like, he's like, well, holding up an imaginary joint. It was hilarious. And Jade seemed to take offense to that. He brings it up now. What?
Can you go back a couple pictures? This one looks
yeah. Which one?
Go back in there one. Isn't that Tom? Yeah. No, that isn't Tom. Okay, never mind. I saw a guy in a vest.
Oh yeah. Nope, not Tom. Just another guy in a vest. Anyway.
No, Tom changed his mind.
Yeah. No, Tom never changed his mind. So Jade rides off on his bike. I love Jade. The best. And it's like, it's funny. It's like Jade seems like he's cocky and egotistical, but he has this insecurity. So I guess it really bothered him that Jim was making fun of him and his pot smoking. So he's like, he felt the need to lie about what he was going back for, his last rolling paper. Anyway, then we cut to this scene. It's Tan Chen at the altar for her husband.
Yeah, I realized that's
And
a suitcase. She made an altar out of the suitcase.
yeah, it is a suitcase. I never
That's really
noticed
cool.
that. It is cool. It's beautiful too. It's got fresh flowers there.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Some
it's
kind of
lovely.
nuts or something. Nuts or berries or something.
Looks like some kind of berries. Yeah, it's beautiful. This is one of the most moving scenes, and this is where Jade establishes himself as, far more than just comic relief, which was already pretty clear to me before. But I mean, because he's also brilliant, he's so smart, and yet he's also got this truly empathetic um, soul underneath all of that bluster. He has a huge heart, and he also goes on a journey over the course of this show. When he starts on the show, he's just an asshole who's only thinking about himself, and he's that guy, that type of guy that's like, don't you know who I am? Obnoxious rich guy. Donna had said to him, oh, you're one of those. Oh, great.
Mm-hmm.
And then look at the growth we see. I mean, maybe this was in him all along, but I do think he undergoes growth in a very short amount of time, just to be able to have this moment with her. And I don't know who directed this. Did you notice who directed this episode, Scarlet?
Yeah, but it's not anybody we know.
It's not Jack Bender? Okay.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
Because I was just going to say, while Jade delivers this beautiful, memorable monologue, the way that the camera slowly pans in on him is so effective.
Mm-hmm.
There's this very slow pan in on him as he's talking. I'll read it because it's a beautiful monologue. He comes back and he says, I didn't know you'd be here. I left something in my bedroom. And then he comes back. Instead of going up there to get his rolling paper at first, he comes back and he says, so we might be going home. That's pretty exciting, right? She just kind of looks at him and nods, and he says, you don't seem very excited. And he shows how much empathy he has. This is extremely empathetic for him to realize what she's feeling. She doesn't even have to say it in words. She doesn't want to leave. She feels guilty about leaving because her husband is buried there.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he's able to figure that out shows that he's capable of deep empathy. That he's not a self-centered, narcissistic asshole that he seems on the surface. He says, I grew up in France with my grandma. She died when I was 12. I had to come back to the States, live with my uncle. I had to ride on the plane by myself because there was no one to, and I didn't want to go. I didn't want to leave France because she didn't have any other family who lived there. I didn't want to leave her alone. I mean, she was dead, but I was crying at the airport, and this nice lady brought me a soda. I told her what was wrong, and she said to me, they come with you when you go. And then he says, and now, mind you, the camera is panning in really slowly on him as he's delivering this beautiful monologue like this. It gets closer and closer, and she's watching him, and it pans in closer on his face. And he says, let me go back to my notes. He says, she said to me, they come with you when you go. So I guess what I'm just trying to say is, don't be sad and don't feel guilty. He'll come with you when you go. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. And it looks like he almost has some tears in his eyes as he says it. And the way the direction, whoever directed this, the way they panned in slowly on him until you get to his face when he delivers that line, don't be sad, don't feel guilty. He'll come with you when you go. It's like the camera wants to kind of slowly reveal this side of him that we didn't know he had, and until it finally gets to the most impactful line. The camera is right on his face. They come with you when you go. It was just beautifully done, and a beautiful way to highlight his growth as a character and his capacity for empathy that we didn't know he had up until this point. It's absolutely amazing. And look at the reaction of her. Like, she's so emotional and like seems really grateful for that empathy, you know. And he was annoying as hell to her, but they always had a connection from the beginning too. He was like her adopted son right off the bat, and she didn't even have to say anything. He knew, he could sense what she was feeling, that she didn't want to leave because her husband was buried there. And so he shared this painful story from his own life to comfort her. And it's just an absolutely beautiful moment. One of the best of the whole series. One of the best monologues. Doug Hughes said this was his favorite character monologue in the whole series. And for good reason. It was one of the best. Dieter said Jeff Renfro directed this episode. Yeah. Well, kudos to that director, because he did an amazing job, and David Alpay did an amazing job. Showed the range that he has as an actor. He's not just comic relief. He is way deeper than that. And he showed his capacity for empathy again in season 3 when he told Victor's father, you know, he's not broken. He was shaped by this place, and he just, you know, he's not something that needs to be fixed. Like, this is just who he is now. And again, he was showing that he understands people on a deep level, and he has empathy for people. He just comes off as self-centered and narcissistic on the outside, but I mean, he's way deeper than that. You know, he doesn't have great social skills. I think the fact that he lost his parents, that shows insight into his character that we didn't have. He grew up with his grandma. Later, we find out in season 3 that his father took off and he never knew his father. So that's probably why he doesn't have good social skills, and he's, you know, he doesn't know how to talk to people, as he openly admits. But look, he does know how to talk to people when it really counts, when they need to hear something like this. Like, he's there. Like, he was there with Victor's father, telling him what he needed to hear too. I mean, it wasn't as sweet as this, but he was telling him, you know, Victor is like Tarzan, and you're coming in here, like, telling him, you know, making a big deal out of the fact that he can't use a fork, you know. And yeah, he has deep empathy for people. He's not the narcissist that he seems to be on the surface, and he's undergoing immense growth in such a short time, because this series, it encompasses a very short span of time. Like, he hasn't been there long, and look at the growth. This is so sweet. She comes up and she puts her hand on his face. Like, she's comforting him too, because talking about that story is painful for him, clearly. But he did that to comfort her, which makes it even more sweet and compassionate. You know, he was getting emotional. I could see tears in his eyes, and she's kind of comforting him. And then she asks him to come pray with her. And then he does. And that's beautiful too. You know, he does that, you know, for her to just be there with her and comfort her, so she doesn't feel so alone. They pray together, just to honor her husband. And he's thinking of his grandma, I'm sure, still. It's just absolutely lovely scene. One of the reasons I love this character the most, he's my favorite in the whole show. Not just because he's hilarious, but the amount of depth that he has. It's beautiful. So, so the next scene is Jim and Ethan, and Jim is showing Ethan how to use the radio. That Now I don't know how the hell Jim figured this out. I mean, he's obviously a smart guy, because I have no idea how he could possibly make this work, but he's showing Ethan, he's like, you take the screwdriver and we touch it to the coil, and that's what determines the frequency. Now, if I move it along the coil, it's kind of like changing the channel. And so it's funny that they use a screwdriver.
Yeah, I thought that was the same thing. The screwdriver.
A screwdriver, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's Sarah's weapon of choice when she stabbed Toby, which is what the voices told her to do, stabbed him in the neck with a screwdriver. And she takes out Elgin's eye with a screwdriver. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. And Ethan, remember Tabitha handed Ethan a tool. She was like, here, this is your tool. We're going to play this game. Let's see where the wires go. She hands Ethan a screwdriver. Now, once again, Jim is handing Ethan a screwdriver to make the radio work. So that's interesting. I'm just saying. If he does become the Man in Yellow, this would be foreshadowing, because I mean, I definitely think the Man in Yellow is responsible for Sarah wielding that screwdriver based on what voices in her head tell her to do. Yeah. Martin says Jade entered the Sawyer bracket for me in this scene. He is in my all-time male actors. 100% Sawyer. Jade is the Sawyer of this show. Sawyer on Lost he undergoes a similar journey and shows his growth and empathy, but he seems like an asshole on the surface, and he's the one who delivers all the witty lines, all the funniest lines, but he's much more than comic relief. So, yep. 100%. Sawyer's my favorite character on Lost. Just like Jade on From. Anyway. So yeah, he's showing Ethan how this works, and it's just funny how Ethan is by Jim's side through this whole thing, working with the radio, and it would be the ultimate irony if he does turn into the Man in Yellow and winds up being the voice that speaks to him. Just because he's right there in the middle of it all. That would be crazy. So Jade shows up, and he's like, this is one of my favorite Jade scenes in the entire history of the show. Hold on a second, I need to take a drink. I am so thirsty. I gotta take a drink for this scene, because not alcohol, I'm drinking water, but
No. Yeah. Well, this is where the apples show up. And Ethan's learning how to use the radio by himself and learn how to throw his voice. You okay? Oh, great. I hope you're okay, Julie. Okay, so she's turned her mic off, so maybe I should promo that we're having a Severance watch party at 9 p.m. tomorrow EST in Julie's Discord. We will be watching episode 4 of Severance at 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. Please show up. It'll be a great time. Apparently, it's supposed to be the thing that changes Severance forever. So we'll see what that does. You fine?
yeah, I'm okay. I'm just choking on water. Oh my god. Okay. So that episode of Severance is supposed to change everything, huh?
Allegedly. I hope not for the bad.
Who said that?
I've heard it on like several channels. They were just like, oh, I've heard episode 4 is going to be what changes Severance forever. It'll never be the same after episode 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy, and that makes me worry, because I'm actually behind on my Severance coverage, my videos. I haven't gotten I still have to release the rest of my analysis of episode 2, and I have to do my episode 3 videos. So after episode 4, I mean, those might be irrelevant. Who knows if it changes everything?
Mhm.
Oh, that makes me a little concerned. So anyway, back to From. I seriously, I was choking really bad on the water. That's why I had to mute myself. Like I was,
Mhm.
it would not have
Well,
been
let me
fun.
know if I ever have to call 911.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Oh, if I have a medical emergency on a live stream. Anyway, so this is one of my favorite Jade scenes in the entire history of the show. Actually, no, this is my favorite. This is number 1 for me. He shows up with a big basket of apples and other food, and he's like yelling, "We've got snacks!" I thought it was the sweetest thing that he brought Tian Chen with him, like, so she's not alone there anymore. Like, he comforted her. He told him that story, that very personal story, and then they gathered their snacks and they showed up together. That I
Well,
was
I have a feeling it might have been her idea for the snacks because she's a food person.
Probably. It was just the sweetest thing how he brought her with him back there, and to join everybody else. It was just so sweet. It solidified my love for this character. That's it. Like, I was just completely madly in love with Jade after this. So he shows up, and let me see, where is it? So Jade shows up and he says, "Hey people, we got snacks." Jim tells him to get up on the roof, and he takes an apple out of the basket. And apples are, look at there's the apple up in the air right there. He picks up the apple and like throws it up in the air. That's it right here, right near his face. I didn't even realize I caught that image. That's funny. So there's a lot of biblical symbolism in this show. Apples obviously are the forbidden fruit of knowledge, and it's so symbolic that right before Jim tries out the radio, he takes an apple out of the basket, and later, I mean, ultimately, all of these events, like the fact that they're trying to escape, and gain knowledge. Knowledge comes at a cost. That's what the man in yellow told him right before he ripped his throat out. It's just so fitting. The symbolism is amazing. I mean, and there's literally an apple right there in front of his face. The forbidden fruit. Uh-oh, my cat is coming. Boo, I can't see. Boo.
There she is.
Boo, I can't see. I can't see my laptop. Oh my god.
In true cat style.
Yeah. Okay, now at least I can see. I got a cat scarf, but I can see. Boo has to make her cameo all the time now, apparently. So, welcome, Boo, to the live stream. So, anyway, let's see. So, yeah, what an image. The forbidden fruit right in front of Jim's face. Forbidden fruit of knowledge. And this is the best Jade scene of all time. All right, ding dongs, it's almost go time. Anybody fucks this up, spend a night in the box. Amazing. Best line Jade's ever had. And I know Jade's had a lot of great one-liners, but yeah, this is number 1 for me. In fact, I think I have it here somewhere. Let me see. Do I have it? Where is it? It's in my clips here somewhere. Maybe not. I don't know. I have a lot of clips. But yeah. That's my favorite of all of his lines. I love when he calls people ding dongs. That's not the only time he calls people ding dongs either. He said it earlier in season 1 too. Anybody fucks this up, you spend a night in the box. Amazing. And yet this is him being sweet at the same time,
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like, it's kind of like an affectionate way of calling them ding dongs, bringing snacks and all that. And then he goes over and he's like ringing the bell, and Donna's like yelling at him like he's a rowdy kid. And he goes over and rings the bell. He leaves the snacks there. He starts ringing the bell and yelling. That bell is supposed to be for emergencies only, when there are runners on the hill. And so she's pissed. He's ringing the bell like a little kid. She's like, yeah, knock it off. This is just peak Jade. Love it. Yeah, that was when I knew. I was like, okay, yeah, Jade he will forever be my favorite character on this show. That solidified it. Christy shows up and talks to Kenny, and she gives him back that lamp that he forgot, and he says he's sorry if he made things weird. And she says that she actually came there to talk to him about that. And hold on, let me get to a better picture than that. I'll look at my notes. So she says that she honestly doesn't know what to do. Part of her wants to go home to Michigan and find out the woman she fell in love with waited for her and she didn't move on. Then we can pick up where we left off and get married and all that. And Kenny says, well, what does the other part want? Christy says, to go to Iceland with the most amazing guy I met in the most fucked up place imaginable. He's like, well, those two sound like pretty good options. What are you gonna do? And she's like, I don't know. But she does this, this cute little gesture of like kind of taking his hand in like a flirty way, like that. Yeah, she like takes his hand and holds it. And Kenny is like he's in this all shucks adorable mode there. Look at his face. He's so cute. Poor Kenny.
See, the thing is,
Justin,
what I get from what I get from the scene is that Christy is probably going to make the choice to be with Kenny, and then all of a sudden the bus pulls up.
That honestly, I thought that's exactly what I was thinking too. Yes.
Just to mess with her. Just to mess with him.
100%. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yes. That is so weird. Like, oh my God, we're in each other's heads. I swear to God. Because I was thinking the same thing rewatching this. Get out of my head. Oh my God. Yeah. I think it was to fuck with them because it looked like she was going to choose him. It really does. She says, when he asks, what are you going to do? She says, I don't know. But then
she's moving closer.
Yeah. She moves closer to him. She was over there and she moves closer to him, and look at how she takes his hand and holds his fingers like that. Like, that's not a friendly thing. That's oh my God, hold on. That's another picture to talk about, but yeah, we'll get there in a second. But yeah, I think I got the strong impression she was leaning toward picking him. And then that bus showed up just to fuck with her.
Yep.
Definitely. That 100%. I think that it showed up just to fuck with her. And she also had that conversation with Sarah earlier in the season where she said she'd do anything to see her girlfriend again, her fiance, Ariel. And Dieter
and the entity was like, I'll get right on it.
Yeah, the entity was like, okay, get right on it. Yeah. So yeah, I think it was 100% to fuck with her, to fuck with Kenny, and and Marielle happened to be right in the middle of like a relapse, or on her way to rehab. So naturally, Christy wasn't going to pick Kenny then, because Marielle needed her. So there wasn't even any kind of choice to make. She just, she had to be there for Marielle. Who knows what would have happened otherwise? But yeah, that was the evil entity fucking with her. Now Dieter posted something in the chat, and I'm waiting for it to load, but it's taking forever in my YouTube tab. Hold on. My cat is purring really, really loud. Might even be able to hear it on the microphone. This is how we spend most nights. She's like right up here in my face. She's either like this, or she's sleeping like face to face with her face like right, like looking right at me with her paws up right here. Yeah.
Not frightening at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and she goes up to my face and rubs her nose against my nose like I'm another cat. I read somewhere that that's like the highest compliment a cat can pay you. That's how you're truly accepted, if they treat you like another cat. And so like cats rub noses with each other. So yeah, she does that to me a lot. She's definitely accepted me as like one of her kind, I guess. Dieter found the clip. Let me see if I can. I'll see if I can play it, but I think first I have to download it. I'll play it after. Oh, it looks like it's a photo. What the heck? Yeah, I don't know, Dieter. It looks like it's a photo instead of a video. Oh no, it's a video. My Chromebook is just being very slow right now. Sorry. Hold on. Just give me a second. Okay. All right. I'll play it in a second when it's done downloading. So getting back to the scene here. So they're outside Colony House, and so this is basically like this happy, joyous moment for everybody. But I got to point this out here. Look at Jim. What is in his mouth?
Yep.
It's the apple.
Yep.
It's the apple in his mouth. The forbidden fruit of knowledge. Knowledge comes at a cost. That's what the man in yellow said right before he ripped his throat out. The imagery is so in your face. Isn't that crazy? Oh my god. That's hilarious to me. Like, watching this back again and noticing details like that wouldn't have meant anything at the time. It's just so fun. They were definitely going for that biblical imagery for 100%. It's just like when Fatima was earlier in the season, she was holding an apple and biting it. She's the Eve figure in the show. And ultimately we know she had to pay for the knowledge she gained of the monsters, where their origins were, after she got that smiley pod in her, and ultimately she got the revelation that the monsters sacrificed their children, or they were turned into monsters because they sacrificed their children. That knowledge came at a cost. So we had the biblical imagery of her biting the apple, and here's Jim with the apple right in his mouth while he's working on the radio, trying to gain knowledge, trying to get out. And it's just so cool. I love how they do this symbolism, and it just shows what a brilliant show this really is on so many levels. And every time I watch it, I notice new details. That's the cool thing about these rewatches. I never noticed that before, and the imagery of it. But this is that big uplifting moment I was talking about. They're all excited. They're raising the tower up, and everyone is like
He's
watching it
raising
together.
Ethan on his shoulders, like he's now
Yeah.
the man in white. I mean, man in yellow. He's taller now, and his legs are right around Jim's throat. Not ready if he just squeezed right now. He just could do it earlier.
Yeah. I can see it. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Oh my god. That's
Front.
crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Imagine though if he does become the man in yellow. Look at that. Yeah.
Crunch.
He's holding it up. Yep. His legs are right around Jim's neck.
Yeah.
And he's taller. Yep.
And he's taller.
Yeah. Oh, I swear to God, if he does turn out to be the man in yellow, like this is looking at this is it's just absolutely crazy. The foreshadowing would be so strong if this is true. Wow. Yeah. That's hilarious. Yeah. Anyway. So they hoist the tower up, and it's just this uplifting, happy moment. There are a lot of moments like this in Lost. Everyone's pitching in together and excited about something, but something bad always happens, and they're headed for a fall right after.
Yeah,
one of these.
Christy and Kenny sharing a knowing look that they're gonna get together. That's gonna go great.
Oh, yeah, right here. Yes. His mom has come and joined them, which is sweet, thanks to Jade. And yeah, they're looking at each other like, you're right. There's that little subtext, like, yeah, they're gonna get out and be together. I like that. Yeah, it's a good point. Everybody's cheering, and I don't think they're cheering yet, but they're excited. No, maybe they are. I think they are cheering in this scene. Yeah, look at this. The Matthews are so happy.
Crunch.
Yep. Yeah.
If my little legs were just a little bit stronger, Jim.
If his legs are just a little stronger, he could just strangle Jim's throat right there.
Jill looks pretty happy. The whole family looks happy.
That's the crazy thing about this. Yeah, it's like, oh my god, this is like their last really happy moment before everything went to shit. This was it. Like they're all so happy together. Jim, Tabitha, Ethan, Julie's happy. When does this ever happen? Happy family, but they're headed for a fall after this. And it's like they were way too presumptuous thinking that this was going to work too, like this means they're going to be together for sure. I mean, they're going to get out and they're going to be together and everything's going to be wonderful. Yeah. So yeah, that was uplifting moment one, and there's another one later. Jim's directing everybody. They turn on the lights. This is so cool how they did this too. It was really clever. And it's like all the wires are like hung everywhere. How the hell did they pull all this together in one day? This is crazy. Like they literally did this in one day. They got all the wiring they could all over town, brought it all and rigged it up to the lamps. It's a cool shot the way they did this. And then Jim tries the radio and they get a signal. And they all start celebrating. And Jade is like, yes, so happy. Oh my god, he's even hugging that guy. I never noticed that.
Yeah, he's hugging that dude.
Yeah. He's hugging this random red shirt. That's so funny. Yeah. Jade is not, he doesn't seem like a hugger, but he's hugging that dude. Everybody's hugging. Everybody's so happy. And it's sweet and all, but I just feel like, I don't know, they're acting like they all just, opened up a portal to go home immediately. It's just a radio signal. Don't assume this is it now. You're all going home. Like, I don't know. This is a little too much. Yeah, like, look at this. The drama of it. Julie and Ethan, Jim and Tabitha. They're all so thrilled. But yeah, it was a great moment. They did a great job with this.
The first time I
Huh?
watched it, though, I thought they got me. They got me in it.
They get you. They pull you into that enthusiasm for sure. Yeah,
Because I think they're gonna get somebody on the other end, and maybe it's somebody in a plane, or somebody's gonna get them out, or somebody's gonna hear them.
Yeah. I just thought they're being a bit presumptuous, just assuming, okay, yes, this means we're all going home now. Like, you don't get too ahead of yourselves here. This is exciting, but yeah. Well, I'm with you on that. Oh, and I forgot this part. When Tabitha got there, she ran up and she's like, "Wait, I want to see this," because she wanted to see them hoist up the tower, and then when they raise the tower, Ethan says, "Lift off!" Like it's like he's in charge of the whole thing when he yells that.
He wanted to lift off Jim's head from his body with his legs. Lift off! Crunch.
Yeah. Jim says it's time to see if this will actually work. Tabitha says it's gonna work. It's gonna work. And Jim tries it, and he says, "We got power. We've got a signal." And that's when everyone's cheering and hugging, and they're kissing. And okay, now my cat's getting out of the way. Now I can see a little better. So like they were on the verge of divorce. It looks like being in this place actually did kind of help them. It brought them back together. It's like maybe it's no wonder why Julie and Ethan kind of don't want to leave. They're a happy family again. Tabitha says, "I gotta go now," and she's like, "I'm so proud of you," and then she runs off. She says, "Plan B," Plan B is the hole in the basement. And this is what they were talking about before too. I think it was episode 9. Was it episode 9 where she said there's always Plan B. What is it? Our hole in the how did she put it? It was something about we've always got our hole to fall back on.
Yeah.
And he says, or in, which is clear foreshadowing there. So that's their Plan B. The hole in the. I don't know why she thinks that's a Plan B. Like digging to see where the wires.
Why does Jim think this is a Plan A?
Yeah.
They're all just shots in the dark, really.
I know, right? It's just shots in the dark. The Plan B is your brilliant Plan B is digging the hole to see where the wires come from. Like, okay, that's gonna get you home. Alrighty then. I like their optimism, but it's a little over the top. So yeah, she runs off and they say "I love you" to each other. So essentially, this place brought them back together. It's almost like, well, if Ethan is the man in yellow, you would think, well, maybe he wanted them to come there so that they'd stay together as a happy family. I don't know. But so yeah, so she runs off, and Clara gets another line. Yay, Clara.
Yay.
She's talked about this in interviews, how she was so happy that they let her say this. They gave her a line because originally she wasn't going to have any lines in the show. They gave her a line before with Jade stealing her bike, and now they let her point out the storm. She's like,
Mhm.
yeah, she gets to point it out, say like, hey, you see those clouds out there? Yeah.
We should watch her show, that Good Grief show. It like won an award.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was a
It,
show she created.
oh, that's cool.
Mhm.
Is she I mean, is it a comedy or is it something else? Like, what genre is it?
I think it might be a drama comedy.
Okay.
I know there's comedic elements in it.
Yeah. Um, I don't know what's going on in the comments, but
About ding
Samuel's
dongs.
ding dogs. What the hell? Samuel says, why was it so important for Tabby to dig that hole? Can't it wait until tomorrow? I know, like, why'd she have to run off
Nope.
right at the minute? Yeah. And why did they have to get all the wires in town and you know, set out this signal in one day, too? Like, a little much. Teeter says, so we gotta watch everyone who eats apples. Yes, we do. It's it's all about the biblical symbolism. It's like anyone, seriously, we gotta watch out for that. Anyone who bites an apple on camera on this show is probably gonna suffer. They're gonna pay. Jim and Fatima. Look what happened to Fatima. You know, she's still alive, but you know, she's never gonna be the same after what's happened to her. So yeah. Gotta keep our eyes on everyone who eats apples, I'm telling you. Um uh I don't know why Dieter is talking about nudes and I don't know what happened here. No, it's okay, Dieter. You're fine. You have fun. You're good. Um Martin, what was Martin talking about? Martin says you're saying your nude is in the same folder named Ding Dong. I was hoping you'd get that reference. In England, it's called a ding dong. I wasn't sure if you'd know. I didn't know that. I think I know what you're talking about. What a ding dong is. I like it. All right. Anyway, you guys keep having your fun there. So Tabitha, I mean not Tabitha, Clara points out the storm is coming, and Jada says, "Motherfucker," which is so great. I'm so glad this show isn't on network TV so they can drop all the F-bombs they want.
Mhm.
Because Lost couldn't do that.
Mhm.
Lost was on network TV. And there's so many times I know I'm sure they wished they could drop some F-bombs. Instead, Sawyer's go-to line, one of his catchphrases was "son of a bitch." That was the most he could say. Son of a bitch. That was his thing. And in this show, you just get a million F-bombs. I love it. I'm here for it. And Jade dropped a big one there. Meanwhile, Boyd and Sarah are hiking up the mountain still, and the storm is coming in. Boyd's starting to collapse, sick from the spider bites. She says we should find shelter, and Boyd says once we get up that hill, and then he says, "You go ahead. I just need to sit a minute." Sarah says, "No sitting. Come on, we're almost over the hill." And Boyd says, "I can't." And then a foghorn sounds in the distance. That foghorn, again, I forgot just how many times in the show they hear that. Definitely think it signifies a warning of danger. She says, "You hear that? See, we're going in the right direction. We just need to keep going. We're almost there." And Boyd says, "Almost there." And so he listens to her. And they go up. I definitely think it's some kind of a warning. Maybe it is the boy in white causing that, if he is a helpful entity, like I think he is. But so far, we heard it in Tabitha's dream. We heard it when Boyd and Sarah were in the tent the night before. And now we're hearing it again. And so they get up there. The rain is getting more intense. It seems like the closer they get to the lighthouse, the worse the storm gets. So I definitely think they're related. It's hard to say, like, was it the radio tower that brought the storm in? Was it this? Maybe it's a combination of both, I think. It's everyone trying to get out. It's Tabitha digging the basement, Boyd and Sarah getting close to the lighthouse, everyone building the radio tower. I think it's a combination of all of it, don't you think?
Too much pushing.
Yes. You push too much, this place is going to push back. So I think it's all of that combined. So they're looking at each other, and then we finally get to see what they're looking at. And it's the lighthouse. Beautiful shot of this lighthouse, it looks like the whole thing is CGI, of course. But they did a beautiful job with it. It's gorgeous. Notice we still don't see any ocean, though. There's no ocean here. I don't see anything. I don't think there is an ocean.
There's going to be one when it floods.
Yeah, maybe when it floods. Right now, I don't think there's any ocean there. I find it striking how there's a mountain. There's an image of mountains all around it, and when Tabitha goes up there, she looks around and all you see are mountains. If there were an ocean there, we would see shots of crashing waves. They would have shown us. But we didn't see anything. No waves, no water. I think this is just one of these mismatched things that wound up in this pocket universe, pocket dimension or whatever. Just like the motel sign and pool, but no motel. Just random things that are kind of copied, like a mirror world or a mirror dimension. But it doesn't quite fit together right. Almost like parts of it came from a kid's imagination and there are things missing and things don't make sense. You know, the wires lead nowhere, but the electricity works. There's a lighthouse, but there's no ocean. It doesn't have to make sense. I think it's all manifested there. And yeah. So they see the lighthouse and it's still pretty far away. I don't know how exactly they would get to it if they had been able to continue on foot. Like, it's unclear what's here between them and the lighthouse, but it's still quite a distance from them. I honestly don't think anyone would be able to get there on foot. Some force would stop them. The only way there, in my opinion, would be to go through the bottle tree, and only Tabitha or her other incarnations could do that. Anyone else tries, I don't think they'd make it. You try to get there, I think the big bad would, bring in a storm like this to stop them. So they saw that, and yeah, then the rain gets even crazier, and it cuts back to this scene. And Jim is showing Ethan how to do the radio. Like, Ethan is assisting in this, like taking the screwdriver and trying different frequencies. I swear to God, this image is so crazy to think. When you start thinking about the Ethan as Man in Yellow theory, if I know most people don't really like that theory, but just imagine how crazy it would be if he turns out to be that. Here he is standing next to Jim as he's about to talk to the Man in Yellow. I mean, that's just wild. Ethan is looking up at him, wearing yellow, trying different frequencies, and holding a screwdriver as well. Just saying, it's an image right there. Yeah. He's looking up at his dad too, and Jim has his head turned so that his neck is right there in the shot too.
It's always about Jim's neck.
It's always about Jim's neck, isn't it? Like, Ethan looks like he's looking up at Jim's neck.
Oh yeah, right in the neck. He's like, I could just reach up there, but my arms are just too short right now. I'm gonna have to wait.
Yeah, you gotta have to wait till he grows up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can't quite get there yet. I swear to God, if this winds up actually happening, this is just wild. The imagery and the foreshadowing are so, it's just so intense. It's right in your face when you know what to look for. It's right there. But yeah, his neck is very exposed in that shot. So Jim tries different frequencies and he says, "Mayday, mayday. Can anyone out there hear me? This is an SOS call. Mayday." And then they keep trying it. Same thing again on multiple frequencies, and they're not getting any response. The storm is coming in worse, more intense. Hold on, I'm trying to zoom back out. I hate when this happens. I zoom in and then I can't zoom out again. Okay, wait. Okay, I think I got it. There we go. So they keep trying. The storm is getting worse. And everyone's watching. Ethan looks so intense there looking at that thing. And so they're not getting any answer. Look at that. Those dark clouds rolled in really fast out of nowhere. It was a beautiful day. And that just rolled in so quick. Donna comes running out and says, it's time to pack it in. We'll have to try again tomorrow. Jim says a few more minutes, and Donna points up and she says, "We got about 10 minutes until that tower comes crashing down." That she says, before the wind blows that goddamn tower off the roof. And she's right. We don't see it in this episode, but in the season 2 premiere, the tower does fall off the roof and come flying through the window. So she's exactly right. Maybe she manifested it. She says, "You need to get your boy inside." Ironically, though, Ethan has a near-death experience by going inside, jumping ahead, but the season 2 premiere, he goes in there and the tower crashes through the window. He moves out of the way about a split second before it would have killed him. That's the crazy thing.
Because everything around him's trying to kill him because he's man in yellow.
I'm telling you, that's what it looks like. Seriously,
But he can't die because because of the timeline.
Yeah. He can't die because he already has a future, probably as the man in yellow.
Yeah.
How many near-death experiences has this kid had? A lot.
Yeah, at least 4.
Think about it. He was impaled in the RV with the table leg.
Mm-hmm.
He almost got what was the other thing? In this season, Sarah almost unalived him.
Mm-hmm.
That was the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Season 2 premiere, this radio tower comes crashing through the window. Split second earlier, and he would have been dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's number 3. In season 3, the Alma the goat comes walking by his window at night.
He wants him dead. The goat wants him dead.
The goat wants him dead. That's the number 4. And then Thomas' voice comes on the radio, the phone rather, says, "Mom's going up to the ambulance. She's going to need your help. You need to be brave." And enticing him to come outside at night. Let's see, how many
That's
is that?
5.
That's 5. That's 5 near-death experiences. And maybe he can't die because he has a future as the man in yellow, and there's nothing you can do.
So no matter what stupid thing he does, like runs out at night, he's not gonna die because fate.
Yeah. Dina said, "Doug just sent me a message that you all crazy." Shut joke. He probably would think we are crazy.
He just woke up and he's like,
yeah. He just woke up and turned this on. Like, what the hell are they talking about right now? Tinfoil hat. It's tinfoil hat time. I mean,
but it's amazing. It's amazing amount of close calls.
He's had a lot of close calls. I'm serious. Like, And it's not just that he wears a lot of yellow. There are a lot of different things. And Sarah had that message that said "kill the boy" while she was looking at Ethan wearing yellow. It's a theory that I just can't deny. It is. I don't know. I don't want it to be true, but wow. I mean, that's a lot of close calls. And in time travel rules, in certain models of time travel, you can't unalive a person who has a future already. So, I mean, that's why he keeps surviving. Because his future is to be the man in yellow, maybe. But we'll see. I can't wait to if that actually comes to pass. I can't wait to look back at this and be like, see, look at this. Everybody hated this theory, and we were pointing out all these details, and it's foreshadowing. Damn it! It's not that I want it to be true. I'm just looking at signs in the show. That's all. I mean,
I don't know. I just think it's funny. It's a good amount of fun as well.
It is. It's hilarious, actually. And we're having fun with it, but who knows? If I see other clues in the show that change my mind, then I'll change my opinion. Anyway, so Jim agrees to get Ethan in the house, and let's see, and Donna takes Ethan's place, and they try again, and so they're trying multiple times, and like the radio is going to get destroyed soon. You can't. I mean, it's going to get soaking wet even with that umbrella. So he tries a few more times, and then a voice comes on the radio. This is the moment that absolutely made me lose my shit. He gets a voice that says, "Hello, is someone there?"
Yeah,
Jim
but
says,
but at that point, you think they might go home. Somebody may have gotten their distress signal. It might be somebody in a plane. That's what I was thinking the first time I watched it.
Yeah. It's possible, like at the time, yeah. I thought maybe this was a real person, like a human being talking to him for a moment anyway. Martin said, "Oh, Julie, wait till you finish Lost. That son of a bitch line has a lot more to it. Oh, and do you know how Saeed knows when people are lying? It's the reason Saeed is staring at Anna Lucia when she's sleeping." Huh. I don't remember that. I'll have to go back and look at that. But yeah, Saeed always knows when people are lying. And yes, Dieter, this was a 10 out of 10 episode. 100%. Yep. Anyway, yeah, nothing wrong with following clues, and maybe it was a typo. Kill the boy. I read that. Yeah, you never know. But yeah, this was the moment I'll never forget when I first watched it. I just completely lost my shit. The voice said, "Hello, is someone there?" Jim's like, "Oh yes, we're here. You have no idea. Jesus. Listen, we don't have very much time. Where are you?" It's funny how he says, "Where are you?" I mean, I don't know. I found it an odd question for him to say, but then the voice says, whoa, slow down. Is this Jim?" Jim's like, "Who is this?" This is where I completely lost it. The guy knew Jim's name. He's like, whoa, slow down. Is this Jim?" And Jim says, "Who is this?" And you can see Jim's face change, like, what the fuck? And then the voice drops low. So some people have thought this is a different voice. I think it's the same voice. He just kind of dropped his tone. His voice goes down. He's like, "Oh, is this Jim? Jim Matthews? Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim." And I'm pretty sure it's the same voice. It's just that I think in the beginning the voice is like putting on an act just to screw with him, like whoa, slow down, and then the voice drops and turns that into that evil tone and says, "Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim." I'm pretty sure it's the same one, and it has a slight southern drawl to it. Sorry, go ahead.
Unless it was just normal and then the entity took over, like he actually did contact somebody from the outside and the entity just took it over from there.
That's possible. I've heard that theory. Hold on, my webcam is gonna fall. Yeah, it's possible. Like, because the voice on the thing. Why is my webcam screwing? The voice sounds. It does sound different. Like, so yeah, it's possible. Maybe he reached somebody and then the entity took over. That's possible, but at any rate, it sounds evil as hell. I remember watching it for the first time, yelling at my TV, like, oh my God, what the fuck? It knows his name. It knows Tabitha's digging in the basement. What the fuck? It was just one of the best cliffhangers I've ever seen on a show, or the start of a cliffhanger anyway. He goes running down the hill saying, Donna, watch my kids. And he just takes off running. Wow, they did an amazing job. Like, the storm just looks like it's completely enveloping them. Like, look how it's wrapped itself around Colony House. It's descended on them like out of nowhere. And Julie, in typical Julie fashion, starts flipping out. Like, what's happening? And the light bulbs start bursting. I love the drama of it all. It's so great. The light bulbs start exploding. It's also funny too because of this. I just thought of this too. Light bulbs that are on symbolize knowledge, and now they're all exploding on them. Like, yeah, knowledge comes at a cost. The light bulbs are exploding and flying. Glass is flying everywhere. Clara winds up getting some in her eye, as we see in season 2, and it's just chaos. It's complete and utter chaos. Like, okay, yeah, you wanted to try and get out. You wanted to seek knowledge. Well, guess what? This is what you get. All the light bulbs explode. The storm descends and destroys the radio tower. And Tabitha's got her pickaxe, digging all by herself. I don't know why she had to do that at the same time. Why she couldn't just stay, wait another day. Like, I think Samuel said in the chat. She goes back, and I know why though. I think it's because she's the Cromonocle, or one of the Cromonocles on the show, and she felt this irresistible pull to dig that hole no matter what was going on. She had to keep digging. It was ever since she found that bracelet. It connected her to her past lives on an unconscious level, and from that moment on, she was hell-bent on digging that hole, which symbolizes her digging into her past, her identity, digging for answers. So it's the perfect symbolism, really, digging that hole. And then it's kind of like Alice in Wonderland. She falls down the rabbit hole, and so I guess that's why it was like she was like a woman possessed. Jim had to tell her, like, to stop for a minute just to talk to him. Like, what are you talking about? Can you stop digging for a moment? And she never felt any interest or urge to do this until she found that bracelet that belonged to her in a past life, identical to the one she made. She found that, and by the end of that episode, she was digging like a mad woman. So that's no accident. This was cool. As Jim's running down the hill, we get this close-up shot of the motel sign. They keep putting that in our face. There's the motel sign with the 3 colors, red, yellow, and blue, featured in the show. Oh, there's Jade's. There's Jade's, excuse me, stolen bicycle. I'm losing my voice. And then there's the Hawaiian lady on the billboard. Hold on a sec. I needed to get a drink. I mean, I have a drink here. I just need to drink it because I'm losing my voice. Just give me a second. Martin says there's the kimono lady. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. When I first watched this, I never even noticed this billboard of the Hawaiian lady. But like, yeah, I think it's just hilarious that they put and look at how they put this. They featured this in the episode where they're trying to escape and they're thinking they're going to get away. They're thinking they're going to get out, but of course they're not. And this billboard, we can't see it in this shot, but this billboard says "get away" on it. And it's like the evil entity taunting them in their faces. They can't get away. They're trapped there. And this woman, it's like she's taunting them, this woman on the billboard. They're never going to get away. And a pineapple, like, I think it's symbolic of welcoming. Yeah, so this billboard is there to greet them when they get there. It's like, welcome, you're never getting away from here. It's just so ironic and funny. You can't say the evil entity doesn't have a sense of humor, because there's the irony of the getaway billboard, and there's also, of course, Kenny hearing Celebration on the jukebox right after he finds out his mom died. You know, the evil entity has a wicked, wicked sense of humor. This is the ultimate irony. Everyone in this episode is doing, like, they're all making their own efforts to get away. And it's like she's kind of smirking in their faces, like, no, you're not going to get away. It's so great. I love how they did this. The show is like an absolute masterpiece. I'm telling you, it's a masterpiece. Tabitha falls into the hole. And what is that next to her? I can't tell what that is. But she fell into the hole. And it reminded me a lot of the Upside Down from Stranger Things. It has all these weird little particles floating in the air, just like the Upside Down. But maybe that was just the debris at the time, because other times when they go into the cave, that's not there. So I don't know. Maybe maybe it was just the debris from all of that caving in. But it's a really cool effect. And then from behind her, Victor shows up with the flashlight. The cinematography is just amazing. This is so gorgeous. These shots, absolutely gorgeous. And hold on a second. Victor shows up behind her with a flashlight. I don't know if that's a reference to like the flashlight in her premonition dream that Jim is holding, maybe, because I still don't know why else there was a flashlight in Jim's hand in her premonition dream. So I don't know, maybe it's a reference to that. It could be. Anyway, oh, wait a second. Hold on. My Chromebook is freezing up a little bit. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory. Sorry I missed the stream. First day of school. Little one's first day of school. Oh, that's okay. That's all right. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. We had Doug on again earlier. Doug came on for a little over an hour, which is nice. Let me see. David Agil says, digging in the tunnels of our unconscious mind equals what Dylan said about the numbers, cleaning the sea. C equals unconscious mind. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. It's a lot like in Severance, David. I like that. And this is 100%. Her digging the hole is absolutely symbolism of her digging into her unconscious mind. The fact that she's reincarnated, all her past lives and her past memories that she doesn't have access to right now, this is the start of her journey to remembering them, digging into her unconscious. It starts with this, because what does she see when she goes into the cave? Eventually, we see in season 2 premiere, she sees the first Ankui kid. That's the beginning of her journey for remembering her past. One of those kids is her own. She gets out of the tunnel and the cave, and she starts seeing them multiply, more and more of them. As she talks to Victor, he tells her about his mother going to the tower. She becomes convinced to go there. All of it is a journey that starts with this. She leaves the tower. This tower sends her where? To the home of her husband from her past life, where she connects with Miranda's paintings, things that she did in her past life. It's all part of her journey to remembering who she is, and it all starts with digging this hole. So it's an absolutely perfect example of symbolism. Yeah, I love how they did that, and it didn't actually hit me until this rewatch. Martin says, I love your Ethan Man in Yellow theory, Julie, especially after Ben and Lost, Westworld, etc. Thank you. There's somebody who doesn't hate it. That's good to know. I'm kind of nervous about even talking about it because I know a lot of people hate the theory. I don't want it to be true that Ethan's going to be that, but it's possible, and I can't ignore the signs. So, yeah, thanks. I mean, the same thing happened on Lost. Spoilers for Lost, but I won't say who, but there's a villain on Lost. And he's absolute pure evil, but when he was a kid, he was a sweet, innocent little boy. You never would have thought he'd grow up to be that. But he became stuck in this awful place and ultimately unalives his own dad. And what does Ethan possibly do? If Ethan becomes a man in yellow, he does that too. So it's been done. Patricide has been done before, it's not like it's impossible. So
Star Wars.
Star Wars.
Star
right?
Wars.
It happened in Star Wars too, yeah. And yeah, it's based on clues, Dieter, exactly. And this theory in particular is Scarlet and mine together, because Scarlet pointed this stuff out first, and then I started noticing stuff too, and we're both noticing it all. So we share this theory.
I'm to blame.
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, I didn't want to do it. It just happened.
You're just noticing the clues that are in front of us. You're just noticing details. You're not pulling this out of nowhere, like making stuff up, like, going down some crazy rabbit hole. You noticed key details, and now once you did, I started noticing all this stuff too. So this is a theory.
I was kind of in a give me a break team, like, give me a break kind of a thing when people would say, oh, Ethan's wearing yellow and Ethan's doing this, and I was like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a little bit in season 3 where it got a little dark, so I thought, okay, maybe, but I was like, no, he's getting light again. That's it's cool.
Yeah.
But now I think he's might turn evil. I don't know. Could turn evil.
Yeah, I think he could. So, I am going to finally get around to making a video on that, and so yeah, I'll be pointing out the stuff that we've noticed and crediting you for the stuff you noticed in the beginning. So we'll just have to be prepared to get a bunch of hate. But at least Martin doesn't hate the theory, so that's good. We got one person who doesn't hate it. Hey TJ, the boy in white is. Wait, who's this? Bert when he grows older? Wait, was that a typo? Mr. Grant says, would Ethan ever refer to his mother as your wife, Jim? Maybe. If the show wants to conceal who he is, he might say that. Maybe he who knows, maybe he doesn't even remember who Jim is at the time. I don't know.
He just gets so evil that he doesn't remember. That's the evil. The evil's just making him, you know.
Yeah. And there's this trope
Hate
of
Jim.
memory loss. Huh?
Yeah. This makes him hate Jim.
Yeah. And there's this trope of memory loss in the show. Victor loses his memories.
Yeah.
You know, Victor doesn't remember anything. Like, he forgot that he even had a sister. Ethan is basically like the new Victor. He's in Victor's role, so maybe he doesn't remember his family as an adult. Who knows?
Well, like there's something in Fromville that makes you forget if you stay there too long.
Yeah. Yeah, that's entirely possible. So, oh, from Severance, TJ, I got you. Bert. Yeah. Well, I could see your theories coming true, honestly. Well, thanks. Yeah, just keep an open mind, you know? Everyone should keep an open mind. I think sometimes people get too possessive, too like opinionated to the point where you don't want to even keep an open mind to other possibilities. And it's the same with Severance. Don't even get me started on that. You know, there's some people who are so opinionated. They're like, no, this is what's going to happen. This is not even debatable. And it's like, but it is. I don't, like, I keep an open mind. My theories are debatable. Anyway, sorry. Back to the breakdown. Sorry.
I don't want to possess this theory at all. Anybody else can have it. I don't want it to happen.
I know.
I want Ethan to be sweet little Ethan.
Yeah. But too late. You're the one who you helped me bite the forbidden fruit of knowledge, Scarlet. So
yeah, I gave you that apple. I'm sorry, Julie.
You gave me
but you
that
took
apple.
A big bite out of it.
I did. I did take a big bite out of it, and so now, yeah, I hope you're ready because you're gonna be. I'm gonna give you credit in the video I make. So I hope you're ready for some attacks because people don't like this idea very much.
I don't care. Come at me, bro.
Yeah, let's do this. Okay. Anyway, what a gorgeous shot. That's absolutely stunning. I really felt like, what the hell? Are they ripping off the Upside Down when I first saw this? But I guess it's just debris.
Yeah, it's just her falling. Yeah.
It's just debris. Yeah. No other cave scenes have that stuff in the air. Well, this is so cool. The Victor reveal. Just the flashlight, and then he appears out of the darkness. After I was worried about him. I love Victor. And watching this the first time, I was worried. Like, where the hell is Victor? And why does nobody care what happened to him other than Ethan, basically? He comes out and he says, where is it? He says, you're here. He said you would come. The boy in white. He said you would come, that I should wait. And then more of the floor keeps collapsing above them. And he says, we have to go. It's not safe here. And then he shines his flashlight. Hold on a second. Look at this shot. This is so beautifully done. It's gorgeous. He looks like a figure on a quest too, with his lunchbox strapped around his shoulder there. And he shines his light on the cave wall and he says, this is where they sleep. You see, they make drawings too. And what a reveal. The cave wall there. The infamous cave wall. I mean, yeah, like you could do a whole live just on this alone. but yeah, he sheds the light on it. Sometime I've got to find the art department's picture of it that Jeremy shows in his lives, because you see a better view of it than this. Like you can see the whole thing that the art department released. But yeah, this is something we can get into in more detail. Maybe like Friday or something when we're, waiting for Doc to come on or something. Because this is a lot we could talk about. We've been going for 5 hours. But yeah, there's the reveal, and it basically tells a story from left to right. I think people arriving on boats, which you can't really see here. The symbol, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 slabs, 7 slabs for 7 Ankui kids, and they're all around the symbol, which it's like, I think it's like the lines are like past, present, and future, all intersecting in a never-ending cycle. The roots, this is the symbol and the roots that the kids saw when they were sacrificed, so that you can see the slabs. So this tells this whole story, really. You've got the slabs and what?
So when Victor says they do the drawings, who's the they?
That's a good question. I always assumed the monsters did it. Because who else could have, Like, he said, this is where they sleep. You see, they make drawings too. And we know this is where the monsters sleep, so I figure it's the same they, don't you think?
Yeah, I just want to throw it out there to see what you think.
Yeah. I think Grant here says this line, they make drawings too. Those are his drawings because he forgets. Oh yeah, I've heard that. I've heard a theory about that before. That's possible. Maybe he did it. Swing coat lady did say, if you keep coming down here, one of these times we might make you stay. Maybe he went down there and drew the cave painting. That's possible. It's possible. Grant said you could call the video Scarlet made me make this theory video. That's great, Grant. Yeah. Scarlet made me do it. It's all her fault, damn it.
That's fine.
Yep. Go yell at her. Don't be mad at me. No, I'm kidding, because I'm seeing all this stuff myself now too. We're both spotting it now. But you started me on it. You started me on this dark path. Seeing sweet little Ethan this way.
Well, there are other people that started me on the path because they were like, he wears a lot of yellow, and I was like, he does not.
Yep. I know.
Like, wait a second.
Yeah. See, that's where Doug is at, because like Doug is hearing this stuff and he's like, a lot of people wear yellow. Boyd wears yellow. Fatima wears yellow. But I think if he watched along with us, if he did this rewatch and he looked at all of this, I think he might feel a little differently. Maybe, I don't know, because I thought the same thing until we did the rewatch. I thought, come on, Ethan is never going to turn into that. There's no way. I even told Simon that when I interviewed him. And that'll probably come back to haunt me. I said, he's never going to become the man in yellow.
It's good to give the kid hope.
Yeah. I said, I am team Ethan all the way. He's a good guy. He'd never do that to his dad. I thought I told him.
Yeah.
So those words might come back to haunt me.
Unless he walks with his sister and they do story walking, he gets stuck in the past and then makes a deal with the devil.
Honestly.
Then he becomes evil.
It could happen, there was some channel shortly after the finale. I think it might have been the Faceless Girl, maybe, who said Ethan is the man in yellow, and I thought, no, absolutely not. But then you do the rewatch and you look at all these clues, and I'm sorry, but the clues are undeniable that it is a possibility. It's a strong possibility.
There was one too where they had a painting of a colonial girl that looked like Julie, and then the painting of the man in yellow next to Ethan, and I was like, maybe.
Wait, what did you say? Painting of the man in yellow? What?
There was a post on Discord like a long time ago, and I don't know who posted it, but they posted a photo of Julie and then a painting of a colonial girl that looked like Julie, and then Ethan, and then the man in yellow.
Oh wow!
Like they would be both in that time frame together.
Yeah. Oh, that would
like
be
she
funny.
would travel to the colonial time. Story walk, I mean, not time travel. Story walk. We're story walking here.
Story walking. I can see it. Maybe they figure out a way for Julie to take Ethan back with her in time. And yeah, and he gets stuck back there, and then he becomes the man in yellow. There's a storyline in Dark that I can't talk about, or I'll spoil it for you, but this kind of stuff can happen is all I'll say. This kind of stuff can happen. But anyway, Grant said maybe he's not evil. Maybe Julie told him what happened, so Ethan has to do it. Maybe it's like his destiny, and there's nothing he can do to avoid it. I don't know. It's possible. Anyway, what is this? Smile 2, the man in a striped yellow suit. The yellow symbolizes the pure gold found in the depths of the tunnels, which is the crucible stone / ego death leading to the exit Norse snow globe meaning. Oh, the movie Smile 2? I need to see that. I've never seen those movies. The slabs and the white bodies are also the same layout as a keyboard. Oh.
Music.
Yeah. It is kind of. Oh my god, yeah, look at that. Look at that. The slabs look like the black keys. And the white bodies look like the white keys on a piano. That's cool.
Are there 12 of them? Is there 12 of anything?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are only 10. Yeah, it would have been fun if there were 12. Yeah, there are 10. But that does look a lot like a piano.
But are there two figures where Victor is that they keep on saying are Jade and Tabby?
Oh shit, yeah. Up there, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Those
12.
are definite. That's 12. There are 12 people. Holy shit. The answer is 12. They planned this shit. This show is genius. This show is an absolute masterpiece. Nobody can tell me this wasn't planned. Come on now. Look at that. Those two are Jade and Tabitha, the original OG Jade and Tabitha Prime. And they're up there separate from everyone else because they didn't participate in the sacrifice. They just weren't able to prevent it. But they were there, so that's why they're separate from everybody else. And when you add them together, all of them make 12. Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
But then it looks like it looks like a keyboard, then it's music as well.
Yes, and music is the key. This whole freaking thing tells the story, and in the end, I'm sure more of it is going to make more sense as we go along. This mural tells the whole story. I'm convinced of it. Like, you got everything here. The rest of the pieces are going to fall into place eventually, but there's the music. The key to unlocking Jade and Tabitha's memories were the music notes. This looks like a piano. And all of this story started with the sacrifice of the kids. There are the slabs. These are the people who sacrificed their kids. There are Jade and Tabitha Prime. And there are 12 of them. Like the 12 music notes that helped Jade unlock the code to deciphering that piece of music. It summoned back their memories. It brought all of it back. Absolutely genius. Oh, the more I rewatch this show, the more amazed I am at the genius of it, really. Like, and if people hate it, then they're just not paying close enough attention. You just gotta, I mean, maybe it's just not for you and you prefer horror just for the blood and guts, but that's not what this show is. It's the wrong show for you. Anyway, then you've got the red squid monster, which we now know. Nobody can tell me that's not the Smiley rebirth. That's Smiley's rebirth right there. There's just nothing else it could be. I don't think we're getting Red Cthulhu. That thing, it's the symbol of the monster's immortality. That's telling a story on the wall, and it's huge. It's that's the curse that kept everyone there, that started all of this. I don't know what the rest of this is. I'm trying to zoom back out, and it won't let me again. Damn it! Come on. Ugh, this thing is so annoying. I'm trying to zoom back out. I might have to just switch windows. And I'll hurry up and wrap this up because we've gone for a lot of hours now, and I need to eat something and get up. But first we got to get through the last of the episode. Hold on, just bear with me a minute. I've got to open up a new tab. Okay, photos. And albums. Sorry, this is so damn slow. But yeah, I am just amazed by this show and the quality of it, the way that it was planned from beginning to end. And nobody can tell me that they're just making shit up as they go along. Not after everything we've seen. Like, no. Go back and rewatch and you'll see that it was not just, okay, we're just gonna wing it and screw around and we don't know where we're going with this story. They planned this. All right, here it is. They planned this. The cave mural tells the story. And now there's some stuff here. I don't really know I've never really known what it means, but like there's like this thing here. I don't know if it's supposed to be like birds or sound wave, like radio waves coming up from this, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, is it only 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There are only 11. I don't know if they're birds or what that is, but yeah, there's that. And if you notice, throughout this entire mural, left to right, there are two people always together that move from left to right, and that's Jade and Tabitha on their journey. Jade and Tabitha. This is Jade and Tabitha over here. There's Jade and Tabitha to the right. There's another Jade and Tabitha. So it's like them moving through their journey. This tells the story. At the end, what is it? An infinity symbol, which symbolizes their reincarnation and this endless loop that they're trapped in. And it was there in front of us the whole damn time. Amazing. That's exactly what that would mean, the infinity symbol. That's, yeah, they're just destined to be reincarnated over and over again forever unless they can somehow break this cycle. And so that's the two of them over there. Maybe there's some way that they can end it somehow. I don't know, but and there are other things in this that I'm not really sure what they are. Like we've analyzed this before. We could talk more about it in detail on another stream, but there's something down here that I thought looked like a tire track, but it could be crops that are growing there. Lines, like those lines could be crop, like lines of crops growing or something, and like a house. I don't know. But we could go on and on about that forever. Okay, and of course, yeah, the boats and the what looks like trees around the boats, but they actually also are the runes on the talisman, and what looks like mountains, maybe? I don't know. But this whole thing tells the story. So the reveal of that was huge. And Victor's been down there for how long? 2 days, I'm pretty sure. Like, the boy in white told him to stay there and wait, that Tabitha would be coming. He said, you know, the boy in white said you'd come. He told me to wait. That tells me the boy in white is capable of protecting Victor somehow. In like a supernatural way, because there's no way he could have survived this entire time without help, supernatural help. I don't think the monsters can touch Victor, at least not at this point in the show. And the boy in white told him where to hide. He's somehow okay down there without food or water for 2 days. He tells Tabitha it's not safe, we have to go, and she just stands there in shock as the floor starts caving in above her. Which, by the way, this is not normal. Whatever force is collapsing the house, it's doing it because it doesn't want her. It doesn't want anyone else to see that mural, I think. It's trying to cover it up. And yeah, I think it's probably the man in yellow. He may be trapped somewhere, but he still has power to do things. Like, he can collapse a house, he can control the monsters, but he might not be able to show up physically yet. And so I think the man in yellow caused the cave in. Interestingly, that looks like Ellis was talking about Fatima's Volkswagen. I think he said she was driving a Volkswagen Bug when she arrived in town, and then we get a little shot of it. That's probably Fatima's car. And Jim is running. Jim runs like hell in the house, but it's too late. Oh my god, my head is killing me. I'm gonna have to try to wrap this up quickly. Jim, this is the thing that's really unfair. Like, Jim didn't have a shot at stopping Tabitha. The man in yellow said, I did try to warn you. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. But by the time he warned Jim on the radio, it was too late. He runs there and she's already...
He flickered that light, Julie. He flickered the light a little bit. That was a warning.
Yeah.
He's like, did you see my warning?
I was just thinking of that. Like, well, maybe that was a warning, but it wasn't enough, you know? There was a yellow light right above Jim's head flickering in the previous episode. Maybe it was him trying to send a message, you know? But Jim didn't get that message, so there you go. I don't know. It's weird. It's like the man in yellow wasn't able to get that message through verbally until they got the radio to work. Maybe he is trapped somewhere and he can't communicate through voices. But if that's the case, then who was talking to Sarah in her head, telling her to unalive people? That's another mystery. I don't know. So this is not normal. Houses do not cave in like this just because she dug a hole in the basement. This hole in the floor above her head appeared just so that it could fill in that hole where she was digging. It was like right above the hole. It was positioned exactly above it because there's some force that does not want anyone else getting down into that cave and seeing that mural clearly. because that mural, I think, holds the key. It tells the whole story. If anyone could just figure it out and decipher it, so it needed to be covered up. So this hole in the floor magically just appears. It collapses. Debris falls in, covers it up. And Tabitha didn't have time to even get a good look at it, really. So, and then in the next episode in season 2, we do see that, you know, the as Jim is trying to dig her out, the more he tries to pull debris out, the more stuff falls in above his head. So yeah, that's a supernatural force, obviously, and I think it's the man in yellow or some entity working above him that's doing it. Let me see. So then Sarah and Boyd, this is the last scene with them. Oh, hey there. Anatoly. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but welcome. No bed, nothing. How is he able to stay in the dungeon for 2 days? I can barely stay like that for 2 hours. I know that tells me that he was under some kind of protection. That's not possible unless there was a force that was protecting him, or it's either the boy in white was able to protect him, or the man in yellow or the big bad didn't want to do anything to Victor. Right now, Victor's kind of a useful tool because he's been telling people, don't go looking for answers, or people who go looking for answers don't come back. So I think he's been protected all this time because of his trauma. He's been helpful, not on purpose, but he's been helpful in keeping people from looking for answers and trying to get out. But yeah, no food or water, like no bed. Like, where was he hanging out in the dungeon? Not the dungeon, but the cave. The cave for 2 days. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, let's see. TJ said those are birds. Those white things. Okay, I thought they looked like birds. Dieter said maybe it's the crows. I thought that too, but I didn't know why they're white. It's weird. And also, yes, Dieter, great point. There were 4 on one side and 7 on the other side. And those are the numbers that keep appearing in this show, 4 and 7. I was trying to remember that. I thought there's something significant about this and I can't remember what it was. That was it. 4 and 7. Yep. 4 and 7. It's just it's a constant thing with this show, those 2 numbers. Jellyfish die and repeat their life cycle. Yeah, that's true, TJ. And maybe that's why, like, that jellyfish looking figure symbolizes the monsters reincarnating themselves again and again. I think you are right. There is no sea monster. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be like a big squid monster for real. I think it's definitely what do you call it? It's a symbol. It's a symbol. The 2 white by themselves are definitely jaded.
Rebirth ritual.
It's a rebirth ritual. Yes, 100%. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, Martin. We saw Smiley sprint off camera at Colony House Massacre too, and many more Easter eggs. This show is a masterpiece. Yes, 100%. Anyway, getting back to this scene, let's try to wrap this up. So Boyd and Sarah are going up the mountain. The storm is getting worse. Boyd says, listen to me. If you don't go, we're both going to die. Listen to me. One of us has got to get out of here. One of us has got to go back and tell the others. And then, hold on a sec. I'm going to turn my camera off for a minute. Where's my photo tab? Here we go. Sarah says we can both go back. And then let's see, where are my notes? So Sarah says we can both go back. We just need to find shelter. I'm not leaving you here. And so Boyd is just, saying, one of us has got to get out of here and go back and tell the others. He doesn't think he can go on anymore. He's too sick from the spider bites. So yeah, whatever sent those spiders to him was definitely, yeah, it had to be like the big bad that did that, not some entity that was trying to cure his Parkinson's or something, because he could have died out there. And then I know the boy in white seems like maybe he's an evil figure because of what he's about to do, but it was either this or Boyd dies out there. And I think he probably would have died, just left out there in the storm if he couldn't continue. Who knows what would have happened. Then we get this scene. The boy in white appears. And it's such a striking image in the darkness there. The darkness there. In the darkness, you just see this little figure in white. And the storm is all around them. And he just appears. It's a beautiful shot. Sarah, so he talks to Sarah telepathically in her head. It says, Sarah, look up.
Mm-hmm.
And there he is. It's like, Sarah, look up. And Boyd doesn't see anything. Only Sarah does. And he says, Sarah, Nathan was right. This place is angry now. He said that Nathan was right about this place. It's angry now. You have to get inside over there. You'll be safe in there. And he points over to the tree. Now, Boyd looks up, but he doesn't see anything. See, he's looking over there. He's looking in a different direction. Sarah is looking at the boy in white. He doesn't see or hear anything. This is only Sarah. It's important to note. And he points to the tree. He says, you'll be safe in there. Now, interestingly enough, he doesn't say, he says you'll be safe. That doesn't mean Boyd and Sarah. That could be taken either way. Sarah assumes it means they'll both be safe. But I don't think the boy in white was lying. I think he knew that Boyd was probably going to end up in an unsafe place, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was either this or Boyd dies out there. That's my take on it.
Do you think Boyd would have ended up in a different place if he didn't have that slip of paper on him?
Yeah. Honestly, yeah. I think so.
I think he was sent to the 1864 place.
I think he was. Yeah.
Whatever that's attached to.
Yeah.
The ruins.
Yeah. I think that's why he went there. I don't think the boy in white was just like twirling his evil mustache and sending him to this awful place on purpose. But I think that it was either this or Boyd dies out there. You know?
Well, Sarah doesn't have one. She ends up in the town. I wonder if he would have ended up in the town if he didn't have that slip of paper.
I think he would have. I really do. Sarah was so intent on him, like, instinctively saying, instinctively did not want him to mess with those bottles. And he took a paper out. I think if you take a paper out of that bottle, you get in a tree, yeah, it could send you who knows where. Yeah, I believe that. And if you think about it, it makes sense because he goes to this dungeon area, and when he comes out of it, it's in ruins. So to me, that says he not only entered a dream state, but he entered a dream state from the past in this place. That's what I think. So
that might have been connected to the spirit of Martin, because Sarah said the spirits were in the bottles, or we feel like the spirits are in the bottles.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah, like that's an interesting point. Yeah, maybe that bottle he took down was connected to the spirit of Martin. Yeah. Oh, I like that, because personally, I don't think that Martin even was alive anymore. I honestly, like, like, I think he was already dead. I don't think he was there just chilling, like
Still,
just chilling there in the dungeon for all that time.
just chilling like a felon here on chains.
Yeah, I don't think so. I really don't. I think he was already dead. And that was just the evil entity using his image to screw with Boyd. So, yeah, I think that I really think that's right. So maybe the boy in white just, you know, it's possible he didn't know Boyd had that paper in his pocket, and he said, "You'll be safe." And they go over there.
If you didn't mess, you're safe if you didn't mess with that bottle tree. Oh crap! Oh well.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
Yeah. That's what I think, honestly. Yeah, because I'm at the point where I think he's a helpful entity. And yeah, it seems kind of devious, the fact that he spoke to Sarah telepathically instead of verbally. We know he can talk. He talked after this. But in that moment, I think he was trying to get through to her however he could. And he knew, I think he knew that she's susceptible to listening to what voices in her head tell her to do. So that's why he did that. Like, he spoke to her in her head, and I mean, that doesn't mean he's evil. Yeah, it seems kind of devious. I used to think that was a bad sign because he did that. It's manipulative. Because he spoke to Tabitha verbally and Victor. But Sarah, he spoke to her in her head, and and it's interesting because he has this selective invisibility. He could be visible only to people he wants to appear to. He appeared to Ethan, Victor, Tabitha, and Sarah. Those are all the people who have seen him. Boyd was standing right there, and he didn't see anything. So he has more power than it seems, but there's only so much he can do, I think, to help them. He just helps as best he can, but he's trying to break the cycle, I think. And so Sarah tells Boyd, "You got to get in the tree. Trust me. But you'll be safe in there." And Boyd is so sick at this point that he just listens to her. Sarah says, "The tree will be safe in there. Just trust me. Come on, we have to get inside. We'll be safe in there. I'll be right behind you."
Which is what Victor said to Julie as well.
Oh my God! You're in my head. I was gonna say the same thing. It's hilarious. I was gonna say the same thing. Victor and Julie, on the night of the Colony House massacre, they were about to get in the tree, and Victor didn't even get to finish the sentence though, because you only heard the first part. He's like, "I'll be right behind," and the rest was cut off. But yeah, he was saying the same thing to her. It's really wild. And this is right after the boy in white led Victor and Julie to the tree near Colony House to save them. And yeah, Sarah, right after hearing the communication from the boy in white, says the same thing, which is funny. But I think she might have misunderstood. Honestly, like, you could take that either way. He said you'll be safe in there. It doesn't mean both of them necessarily. He might have just meant her. She said, "Okay, we'll be safe. We got to go in there." I mean, the boy in white, technically, he wasn't really lying, even if he knew that paper was in Boyd's pocket. So I think it was either this or Boyd was going to die out there, and the boy in white knew that. So it was just, at this point, it's like, okay, you already you took that bottle down like you shouldn't have. You got that in your pocket, and you're manifesting shit possibly by talking about worms being cut in half, and you made your own bed, Boyd. Now you have to either do this or you die out here. So
Yeah.
honestly, yeah.
Yeah, but it really freaked me out when he ended up in that well type thing.
Yeah, right here.
Because when Victor said, "Oh, you could end up in the middle of a mountain," I'm like, "Oh no, he's in the middle of a mountain in a well."
Yeah, I know. This is crazy. Yeah, the cliffhangers in this finale were the best I've ever seen on any series in my life. I gotta say, like, what the hell? Like, I mean, of all the things I would have thought could have happened, I never would have expected this. It looks like a chimney. I thought it was a chimney when I first watched it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
But it's obviously, we know now it's a well, and it's terrifying, especially like if you're claustrophobic, this would be your absolute worst nightmare. Oh my god. He's in this really tight space at the bottom of a well in the dark. He happens to have a lighter, at least. Oh, by the way, she handed him something. What was that Sarah handed him? Was that the lighter, or was it something else? Because she handed him.
I have no idea what she handed him. I didn't see it.
Yeah, she handed him something before she told him to get in the tree. Right here. She took something out of her pocket and she put it in his hand. I don't know if that was a talisman or the lighter, maybe.
It's the talisman. It's a talisman. I saw it on my
Okay.
television. I'm pretty sure it's a talisman.
Yeah, I thought so. I couldn't get a good view of it though. You can't see it. So okay. So she gives him the talisman.
I think she probably just hands it out to him because she's kind of altruistic and doesn't really care if she dies. She's trying to save him.
Yep. 100%. Yeah, because she's so tuned into this place that she, even though this is new to her, this whole faraway tree stuff, I mean, maybe she might have some kind of instinct that they might not wind up in the same place as she gives him the talisman. Because Boy and White didn't tell her that much. Victor knows they could wind up in different places, but I don't think she knows that, but maybe instinctively she gave it to him in case they did get separated. And you're right, because she doesn't care what happens to her at this point. She really doesn't. After she lost Nathan, she's broken. After her brother, she's a broken person, and so now she's just all about wanting to help others. That's all she cares about anymore in life. Like, she just wants to help. Nathan was her world, and she lost him. So yeah, you're right. That's how he winds up with the talisman, and he still has it in the next episode, which enabled him to survive the night in the peach truck with Tabitha and Victor. Yeah, so anyway, luckily he happens to have a lighter, so he can at least see something down there. He's not in complete pitch blackness.
That'd be horrible. I mean, it'd be horrible anyway, but there's some pitch darkness now.
Yeah, that'd be even worse. Like feeling these tight quarters all around you, these stone walls of the well, and you're just stuck down there in the dark. He starts yelling, "Hello, hello, is anybody there? Can you hear me?" And that's the last we see of him. That's what people had to look at.
Or anyone else.
Or anyone else. Now, and you watched this from the beginning when it first aired. I can't even imagine having to wait. For
I was like, I guess he's dead. Because I kept on thinking about that thing with Victor. I was like, oh, he's in the middle of a mountain. I guess he's done for.
Yeah. He said you could wind up in a mountain somewhere. Yeah. Stuck in a mountain. Yeah. So when I watched it, I was like, what the fuck is happening? He's like, it looks like he's in the bottom of a chimney, and that voice on the radio with Jim was blowing my mind. And
I was like, oh, Tabby's probably dead. I was like, they're all probably just dead.
And, oh yeah, Tabby.
Tabby's dead.
Yeah, she's probably dead.
They're gonna
Victor.
get eaten by monsters down there, her and Victor.
Yeah.
Yeah. They sleep down there. Well, they're gone.
Yeah. At this point in the show, you wouldn't really understand, like you wouldn't get the sense yet that Boyd has ironclad plot armor.
Yeah.
But now we know no matter what happens, yes, he's in the monster's cave right now at the end of season 3, but we know he's gonna be fine. Like, you don't have that sense of complete unknown anymore. Like, now you get the sense, okay, Boyd has plot armor, but I can't even imagine watching this and having to wait a year.
And really, when you first watch it, it felt like more of a ensemble cast. So they might be able to take out a couple of main people.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
sure.
it's not out of the wrong reason.
That happens on shows all the time. All the time. I mean, look at Wayward Pines. They killed off their lead guy at the end of the season.
Well, they killed off Juliette Lewis in like episode 3. Spoilers. Yeah. Sorry, spoilers. Juliette Lewis doesn't last long in shows, I'm just gonna say.
Yeah. So yeah. So like anything could happen. Like, you can't beat that sense of horror in season 1 where you just thought anything could happen, anybody could die. They took Katri out. That was a shock.
Yeah.
So yeah. And now compare that to me. I watched this for the first time last March or something, and I was able to push play. I actually think I had the self-control to wait a day. I watched 1 episode per day so that I didn't want to rush it or binge it. I wanted to really digest it. This was long before I started. This was like 6 months before I started a channel, but I was sitting there taking notes like I already had a channel. And I waited a day, but I only had to wait 24 hours. You had to wait like a year. That sucks. And yeah, it was 3 cliffhangers, and they were 3 of the best cliffhangers I've ever seen. Tabitha and Victor in the cave, Jim with the voice on the radio, and Boyd in the well. Amazing. Yeah. And then actually no, there were 4. This was the 4th one. The diner. Oh
yeah. The little added bonus for that one song, the Neil Young song.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called. Everybody
knows this is nowhere.
Something I can't remember.
Yeah,
everybody knows this is nowhere. Yeah.
Everybody knows this is nowhere. Yes. I love how they ended it like this, because this was kind of a nice bookend to season 1. At the beginning of season 1, after the first few scenes, the jukebox turned on and played "We Got to Get Out of This Place" as Boyd walked up and down, and so this was a cool way to end the season. The jukebox turns on in the empty diner, the haunted jukebox all by itself plays that song, and the bus pulls up. I love the haunted jukebox,
and it's from, and you can clearly see it says Grand Rapids on it too. And I was like,
Grand Rapids,
because I thought of Christy. I was like, she's from Grand Rapids.
Yep, she's from Grand Rapids. So yeah, what else are you supposed to think? I mean, yeah, like that couldn't have been too big of a surprise. I'm sure everybody back then predicted that Marielle was coming on that bus. You know, like, what would be the odds? Come on, you know they were gonna do that.
I liked all the Michigander representation, so I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Grand Rapids hardly ever gets a shout out. It's always Detroit if like you have a Michigan city, so I was like, all right, that's cool.
Yeah. But yeah, when I saw that, I thought, yeah, her fiance is coming on the bus for sure, 100%. Like, so that was another great cliffhanger too, because I mean, yeah, it's not as big of a cliffhanger. Like, it doesn't involve characters you know yet, but still, that was mind blowing. Just seeing a whole bus full of people.
Yeah, I wouldn't have predicted a whole bus of people was going to come in.
Oh my god. It's like a whole shit. A whole bus of people we subjected to this nightmare town. That was amazing. This is another moment where I was yelling at the TV, like, "Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me! Holy shit!"
Mm-hmm.
Not a bus. The only thing worse would be a school bus.
Yeah. Yep.
Because then it would be a bus full of kids. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, this is insane. And the characters in the next episode pretty much have the same reaction. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Jane's yelling, "There's a fucking bus in front of the door."
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I mean, they can never pull anything like this again, though, because they already have way too many people in the cast. So unless they want to do a giant massacre, they can never pull a stunt like this again.
Yeah.
There's just no way. And the song that plays, I think I'd like to go. So the lyrics are everybody knows This Is Nowhere by Neil Young, 1969. And it says, I think I'd like to go back home and take it easy. There's a woman that I'd like to get to know living there.
Like Marielle.
Like Marielle. Exactly. Marielle. There's no way they didn't pick that on purpose. And then everybody seems to wonder what it's like down here. I got to get away from this day-to-day running around. Everybody knows this is nowhere. It's so fitting. This song is so perfect for this place and this moment. This place might as well be nowhere. Where the hell are they? You know, it's amazing. And got to get away from this day-to-day running around. Yeah, it's perfect. And this is exactly what Marielle. Yeah, this is exactly how Christy was feeling. You know, I think I'd like to go back home and take it easy. That woman I'd like to get to know. Yeah. And then the rest of it, there aren't many more lyrics. It just says, every time I think about... So this part wasn't in the show, but the rest of the song is, every time I think about back home, it's cool and breezy. I wish that I could be there right now, just passing time. And then it just repeats the chorus again, you know, the same one I already read. So yeah, perfect song for the moment. And Scott McCord is actually a brilliant musician. He's amazing. I saw him play a clip of this on Twitter a few months ago, and he was singing that first verse and the chorus, playing guitar. And it was beautiful. He's such a talented, amazing person. Wow. And I commented on it, saying how, you know, I retweeted it, you know, singing his praises, and he left a comment for me to say thank you, which was cool. But yeah, they what an amazing season. They knocked it out of the park. This is another 10 out of 10. There wasn't a single weak episode or piece of film thing, start to finish. Absolutely amazing. And yeah, I remember just watching this thinking like, oh my god, wait till everyone sees this bus full of people. No one knows. That's the best part. Like, you see it as the audience, but no one else has seen it yet on the show. We get to see it first, and we know more than the characters do. Like, yeah, shit's about to go down. Whole bus full of people is descending on the town now. And it's probably Christy's fiance, of course. So, yeah, genius. Absolutely genius. And yeah, we need to wrap it up, Dieter. You're right. Imagine if the Raiders kill Boyd next season, episode 1. I highly doubt it, but imagine. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. I love, let's see. TJ says, it's so funny when you say you're going to get off soon and I come back an hour later and you're still going. I love the stream. Well, thank you. Too bad there's no love button on YouTube. There's only a like button. So you can like it.
You can put little hearts, so you can press little hearts. And make a
Yeah.
little floating bunch of hearts.
Yeah, you could do that. That'd be cool. But yeah, uh David says the boy in white is responsible for making them remember. The man in yellow is the cost for when they do remember. Oh, yes, that's so true, David. 100%. Yes. Yep. Because the boy in white is helping them, trying to guide them toward remembering. That's why he lured Tabitha to the lighthouse. In the previous cycle, I think he just told Christopher everything. We didn't hear the whole conversation. We just heard some of it, but I think he told Christopher and it didn't go well. So now he says to Victor in season 3, I'm just trying to I think he said, I think it's best if you learn for yourselves. And so he's leading them slowly toward the answers. He led Tabitha to the lighthouse. And connecting with Henry and seeing Miranda's paintings, it helped prepare her to remember her past life. So absolutely, yeah. Yep. And that's why I think they're two opposing forces in the show. The boy in white and the man in yellow. And I do think the boy in white is the helpful entity. Hey, said, so what if they hug while going down the tree? Do they end up in the same place? Yeah, that's a good question. In other shows, that's a trope. Like, if you're traveling like through a portal to another universe or something, like you in Fringe, for example, like if they held hands or something like that, they'd go together. Yeah. I wonder. It's possible, you know. It's not that Boyd has plot armor, but he is the punching bag / ragdoll of the series. Like in the barn, they want to torture him. Yeah, TJ, that's true. Killing him would be too easy. Yes. Remember when Kenny smashed the box after his mom died? Yeah, I'm just so glad there's another one. I would have been so sad if the haunted jukebox were gone. I love that part of the show. It's so creepy. The way it turns on by itself and it plays just the right song for the moment, and it also screws with them. Yeah, it's great. But yeah, killing Boyd would be too easy. It's all about slowly breaking him and torturing him. Just bit by bit, little by little. And if you slowly drag out his suffering, then you drag out everyone's suffering because he's the force that's holding them together. They're all relying on him to lead them. So and he's right. This place feeds on fear and pain, so why not drag it out and milk it for as long as possible? And I agree, AA. Boyd is definitely going to be there until the last season. Yep. The driver is going to run the cafe now, so maybe she'll be cool. Yeah, maybe. I like Bacta. Yeah. They need to give her something more to do as a character. Yes, thank you, TJ. I forget to like streams too, unless somebody reminds me. Thank you for liking the stream. Many times I forget unless someone reminds me, so I'm glad to be reminded to like the stream. AA said, I really want to see somebody on the outside doing an investigation on Fromville, like maybe somebody who escaped or maybe a private investigator. Yeah, I know, right? Tabitha told the priest all about what happened to her. She told the priest, so somebody out there knows, and her mother. She spoke to her mother on the phone. It'd be nice to see somebody investigating on the outside, but I don't think we're going to see that. I think we're only going to see the outside of Fromville through a character's eyes who gets out, like Tabitha did. So, and I like that because it keeps the mystique going. Like, if you saw things happening on the outside, then I think it would get rid of some of the theories. Like, as much as I don't like the simulation theory, I like that there's still a possibility that it could be you know, you don't know what's going on. If they showed people investigating on the outside, then you would know for sure, okay, that's real. And what Tabitha experienced on the outside was real. It was the real world. I kind of like that they're preserving that. The creators of the show were asked if it's a simulation or something, and they wouldn't say. They said, you know, we're not going to answer that. People are theorizing about that. We're not going to answer that. So I don't believe it's a simulation, but I like that they're keeping it ambiguous. If they show the outside world, if they show Camden after Tabitha leaves, then we wouldn't know if it's real or not. I mean, we would know it is real. Sorry, we would know it is real. So I like that it's ambiguous, and you have to wonder, okay, what was that when Tabitha was out? I believe it was really Camden, and she was out. But let's keep the mystery going. Okay. Wait, I saw a comment I wanted to highlight, but I lost it now. Miss J's reviews. Hey, nice to see you. So could the massacre have happened because the boy in white told Christopher what to do? Did he accidentally cause it? I think possibly yes. Yeah. I think the boy in white may have accidentally caused it because he told Christopher too much. He dumped a lot of knowledge on Christopher about his origins, and I think it made Christopher snap. Kind of like, you know, you staring, that Nietzsche quote, but I stared into the abyss and it stared back at me. And if you get too much enlightenment dumped on you at once, it could make you go crazy. So I think maybe that's what happened. Christopher snapped. And that's why the boy in white changed tactics. And now he's just gradually leading people toward the truth. That Jade and Tabitha, that is. Especially Tabitha. So yeah, maybe he accidentally caused it. Because I think Christopher did something to trigger it. Now, what that is, I'm not sure. But I think Christopher probably snapped and thought that they needed to sacrifice children to get out, and that he attempted to do it, and maybe he convinced some other people to join him, and that ended the cycle. The big bad just wiped everyone out. Because I talked about this with PM on the stream a few months ago, that maybe the cycle ends when a group of people snap and break to the point where they're willing to sacrifice children to get out, and then the evil entity just wipes everyone out, finishes them off, and the whole town, you know, is killed off. That's it. And maybe that's what happens in every cycle. That's what I'm thinking. I think Christopher probably, that's why Miranda said hide where Christopher can't find you, in my opinion. To Victor and Eloise, I think that, yeah, he was going to try and sacrifice them. It all goes back to child sacrifice. That's where it started in the beginning. So, and by the way, Miss J's reviews, I just saw on Twitter, I didn't even realize that she does streams with Mr. Grant Gregory AI, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's you, which I want to check out. I didn't know that they do streams together. So that's really cool. So yeah, if you're not subscribed to Mr. Grant Gregory AI, definitely check that out. He's going to have an interview with the man in yellow, DOUG HUGHES. I always say the man in yellow first. Sorry, Doug. It's just a habit. Can't help but think of them as synonymous at the moment. But yeah, I think that was you, Miss J's reviews, right? Am I mistaken? I'm pretty sure that's you. She does streams on Severance, and she did streams on From occasionally with Mr. Grant Gregory, which is really cool. Yes. Dieter was already ahead of me. Thank you for that. Yes. Please subscribe to Mr. Grant Gregory AI. Miss J's reviews and Grant Gregory do streams together, and I definitely, my schedule is kind of crazy right now, but I'd like to check that out. Yes, I thought that was you. I'm tired and in pain right now, so I'm having trouble remembering or thinking straight. But I thought that was you. Yes. Yeah, check out Mr. Grant Gregory's channel and his streams with Miss J's reviews. And if you post content, if you start doing your own stuff on your channel, let us know and we'll share. We'll drop your link too. So we'll be happy to do that. Oh, you are so welcome. You're so welcome. Happy to help. And if you ever want to come on as a guest too, you're welcome to. You're welcome to come on as a guest. But I know the time difference might be weird. I think you're in Australia, so that might be difficult. I don't know. I don't even know what the hell time it is in Australia right now, but I know it's very, very far apart from where I'm at. It is 4:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. And yeah. So I don't know. I told Grant too. He's welcome to be a guest if he wants to sometime, but the time difference might be a problem. I know. I mean, he's joined the panel before, but it's usually in the middle of the night here. I don't know if he'd ever be able to do it when we start the stream. But he's been a panelist in the middle of the night, which has always been cool. He's great. Let's see. Martin said something, and I'm not sure what this was, but this was an old comment. And I'm gonna get off in a second. I'm wrapping it up, Dieter, so you don't have to worry. I figured out all these codes and trees in Miranda's map, and rewatching, seeing Julie have papers. Victor had license plates. Martin, yeah, you gotta. If you haven't posted that in my Discord yet, Martin, I'd like to read about what you're talking about here. That's interesting. I'm not sure which map you're talking about. That was Miranda's, but. And then rewatching, seeing Julie with the papers, Victor. Well, Julie had Victor's drawings. Victor had a whole bunch of license plates that he collected from all the cars that had come in too. So, yeah, I'm curious to see to hear more about that. And you may have already said all that in my Discord. I apologize for not being attentive enough to my Discord. I've been pretty overwhelmed with some just life stuff happening right now. My family, with my mom, and just overwhelmed with trying to cover Severance and still taking this from Rewatch really seriously at the same time. I'm taking this Rewatch as seriously as I take a new show. So it's been a lot. I'm actually more overwhelmed than I was even just covering from. It's a lot. So yeah, I'm sorry I'm not active enough in the Discord right now. I want to spend more time in there reading people's ideas and theories and responding. I may not be able to write many paragraphs like I used to do in Discord, but I definitely want to engage with people more in there. So if you're not in the Discord, please join us in there. Let me close this. There we go. Speaking of the Discord, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, yes, I'm going to get some rest, Dieter. What was I going to say? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Miss J's Reviews. Yeah, my pain is pretty bad right now. It's especially bad. It's worse than usual. I don't know why. Because I do streams that are this long pretty often, but this is worse than usual. So, TJ says, you have to make Discord as part of the show. The first 30 minutes of the stream, pre-stream, you can do #AskJulie Discord stuff on stream. It makes the flow easier. Oh, interesting. It makes the flow easier. Yeah, TJ, that's interesting. I'm not sure what you mean, like, oh, I think I understand. So, like, okay, so, like, I can have people ask stuff or bring up points on the Discord, and then like, make that part of the show, discuss it on the stream, That would be cool. Yeah, that would make it more interactive. I'd be totally up for doing something like that. Thank you for the idea. I like that. Yeah. That's cool. Because I want to get the Discord more active too. I want to talk to everybody and have more conversations in there, and we can bring stuff up on the stream. It makes it so you can get to everyone's questions without using time off stream. You discuss it on the stream. Cool. Yeah, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Yeah, so like when I have a live coming up, I could I don't know how I would do it. I guess I could like tag everybody in the Discord and say like, you know, drop your questions and ideas in here. We're going to be talking about whatever topic, and then I could bring it up on stream or something. That would be cool. Yeah, I like that idea. That's cool. It also makes people want to join Discord and be part of the show. That's a great idea, because I want to get my Discord more active. We have more and more people joining. Good night, Martin. Thank you so much for being here. You take care too. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, AAMM. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, my pain has been much worse than usual lately. I think it's just the cumulative effect of doing too many long lives and watch parties and not listening to my body and doing the things I need to be doing to decrease my pain and lessen it. So I need to do better with that. But this is a good distraction. I just get too carried away. I get too carried away, and I don't know. I have too much to say on this stuff, you know. Anyway, yeah, I'll do that. That's a great idea. Maybe I'll see if I can try that. Tag everyone, make it about X topic / episode. Yeah, it's a great idea, and then I can bring up stuff. I'm gonna try that. Thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate it, TJ. Yeah. Okay, thank you for dropping the link to my Discord, Dieter. So, anyway, just to sum up, tonight we're going to be watching the new episode of Severance. It drops at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll stream it in my Discord at that time. I'll give people like a 5-minute grace period before I get started, but I'm going to stream it for everybody, and then at 10 p.m. Eastern, I will stream it again. Scarlet will be watching in the second stream, and honestly sometimes I jump in and watch it again too, because it's a lot to take in, and when you're chatting watching this show, it's hard to pay attention. So and then we do a voice chat. We'll talk about it. Anybody that wants to talk can unmute and talk. If you don't want to do that, you can type in the chat and we'll look at your comments and talk about it. It's a lot like a mini live stream, really, except not on YouTube. So we're going to be doing that tonight. If you're into Severance, check it out. It's a lot of fun. If you're listening on the replay, the link to my Discord is in the description of this video. And also in the description of this video, you can find all of Doug's links. So first, you're going to see my deep dive interview. If you haven't checked it out, I have a pre-recorded deep dive interview with Doug Hughes. That's fantastic. Not because of me, just because of his amazing ideas, insights, stories about filming on the set of From, and his ideas about the Man in Yellow, and also just discussing other aspects of his career and Deadline. It's awesome. So if you haven't, check it out. It's in the description of the video. There are 2 parts because it was very long, and Doug, as always, extremely generous with his time, so I split it in 2. So you'll see both parts in the description of the video. And yeah, they're lengthy, but I could watch Doug for hours. He's so fascinating and he's hilarious too. And then you'll also see a link to where you can buy a copy of Deadline, which is Doug's murder mystery play. And hold on a sec. Yeah, so highly recommend that you pick up a copy of Doug's murder mystery play, which is also got comedic elements too. Right here. It's a great read. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I think any fan of From would too. So if you haven't, you can check it out. You can also order an ebook or like I guess you'd call it an ebook, even though it's a play. So if you prefer to read it online, you can do that. But I like to have this, I don't know. Call me old fashioned, but I like to have something actually in my hands to read. That is by Doug Hughes and Marcia Kash. And highly recommend it. We're going to be talking about it with Doug on a future stream. And anybody that's read it, we can all discuss as a group. And so the more people that read it, the more fun it'll be. And if you don't know if you want it, you can read the first 32 pages for free on the website. So that'll give you a great idea of how good it is, because it's only like 74 pages total. So I guarantee you it'll be like From. You read the first 32 pages, you're going to want to keep going. Just like with From, you watch the first few minutes of From and you're hooked. So check it out. The website is in the description of the video, where you can read that first 32 pages and you can order a copy. You'll also see his website. You can read more about his career, his plays, his other work that he's done on different movies and TV shows, and he's written 2 novels. And then there's also a link to where you can get his other plays. He wrote, 5 other plays. There's a website where you can find those. His 7th play is not available yet because they literally just finished it and are still in the process of finishing more drafts of it. And let me see. Okay, so our next live is going to be Friday night at probably 11 p.m. Eastern, I'm thinking. And that'll be with Doc. That'll be our From Academy live. So make sure to check that out. Honestly, there's so much to talk about with this season finale of season 1 of From, that there's more I want to discuss before Doc comes on too. I'm just in too much pain to continue, and we've done so many hours already. So the next time, there's more stuff I want to discuss. I want to get a better view of that mural, and we can talk more about that and some of the other stuff in the episode toward the end. I want to get into that more, and I think we're going to be talking about Jeff Pinkner on Friday, who's the showrunner, one of the showrunners of From. His official title is showrunner. So yeah, that'll be Friday night at 11 p.m. Eastern. Doc will join us sometime around 12:30 a.m., but we'll get a start before him. And yeah, other than that, I have a Severance video that I'm going to be making and getting out later today. It's pretty late, but it's my current theory on Helena versus Helly, and it's a lot of it is focused on episode 2, but it's a deep dive and analysis. It's not a recap, so it's still worth watching, even though it's very much focused on episode 2 and what happens in that, theories and ideas based on that, and the whole Helena situation, the situation with Harmony. So please check it out, give it a view. I know it's late. I'm going to try and catch up with Severance. I'm wrapping up. This is my last thing. I'm trying to catch up with Severance, so please give it a view, even though it's late. I would appreciate it if you like Severance. My goal is to get that video out, the Helly versus Helena episode 2 centric theory, later today. And then I'm going to get my episode 3 analysis out over the weekend. And then I'll be caught up. I can finally catch up and start working on my episode 4 content. So thank you to everybody who's watched my first 2 Severance videos already. I really appreciated it, especially the second one. I didn't expect so many people to watch it because it was so late, but it was my theory on Gemma and like what's going on with Lumen, their end game. So, and it's also partly a season 2, episode 2 analysis also. So thank you to everybody who's watched it. I appreciate it. And if you like Severance, join us tonight for the watch party at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. So that's going to be fun. Might completely change our view of everything that's going on Severance from what I'm hearing. So that's going to be exciting. And yeah, thanks to Doug Hughes again for coming on, and thank you to everybody who's watching. Thank you to everybody who's listening on the replay. I truly appreciate it. And thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. I hide my pain well. I may sound cheerful, but I'm not in a good. I'm not in good shape right now. Yeah. As Mr. Milchik would say, the deepest of dives.
I ring the bell because I'm losing my thoughts on my ability to speak language. Must sleep.
Yeah. We need to go rest now. So, all right.
Get yourselves back home.
What?
Get yourselves back home. Talisman's up.
Yeah, talisman's up. Just imagine we have talisman emojis because I haven't monetized the channel, but I could. But yeah. Good night, Samuel. Good night, Miss J's Reviews. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Dieter, for everything that you do as always. Thank you, Scarlet. Thank you, everybody. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together. Have a good day and a good night, or a good night, everybody.
Night.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B, Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. The big muscle car hugs, there's the bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Really binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.